Recording in progress.
Ready to go. Good evening, everybody. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Town of Superior Town Council, the Superior Metropolitan District Number 1 Board of Directors, and the Superior McCaslin Interchange Metropolitan District Board of Directors, and the Superior Urban Renewal Board of Commissioners, meeting for Monday, March 10, 2025. Could we all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Shannon.
Mayor Mark Lasis.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jason Serbu.
Here.
Councilmember Jen Cowish. Councilmember Stephanie Miller. Here. Councilmember Neil Shaw. Councilmember Mike Foster.
Here.
Councilmember Heather Craycraft.
Here.
Town Manager Matt Magley.
Here.
Town Attorney Nicholas Hartman.
Here.
All right, up next is item 2C, which is approval of the agenda. We are going to be pulling off of the agenda altogether item 5D, which is the consideration of a resolution approving a joint purchase with Superior Metropolitan District Number 1 in the town for a John Deere compact excavator. Councilmember Shaw requested we pull 5E and J. He's going to be a little late tonight. Any other changes?
I'd like to pull 5D and 5K, please.
Or 5D is not happening tonight.
Oh,
so we
sorry,
pulled it
you're
off.
right.
5K?
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right, so we're pulling 5E, J, and K off of the consent agenda. Any other changes? I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda, or the agenda with those changes.
So moved.
Okay, we've got a motion from Councilmember Craycraft,
Second.
second from Mayor Pro Tem Serbu, and I don't see Jen on, so we can just do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. And we're on to item 2D, which is our council reports. Who'd like to go first?
I'll go. Okay, just a few things. First and foremost, I want to congratulate our town manager, Matt Magley, for 25 years of service with the town. It's a big number. Really appreciate your service. Thank you. I know that those of us in Rock Creek received an email from the HOA, and it seemed a little inaccurate, so I just want to address it for those of us that did receive it. First of all, it doesn't even quote accurate fees for what is currently being charged for services in Rock Creek, so that was a problem. In addition, it's comparing pricing that we just locked in with pricing that they locked in 2021, and with a larger contract in 2028, with price adjustments in 2028, I know we'll be seeing different pricing, they'll be seeing different pricing, so just wanted to address that because I know it kind of raised some eyebrows, and rightfully so, but it's an apples to oranges comparison and isn't really based in reality. So just want to make sure that we're all aware of that. And then outside of that, I don't have much. I was just going to do our fraud tip of the week. So it's about tax time, so just wanted to let everybody know, if you want to lock down your social security number to make sure that nobody can file taxes under your social security number, just go, you can Google IRS PIN, and the first thing that pops up is the IRS page to do that. Make sure you're doing that on the IRS website and not some random website, but it is the first thing that's going to pop up. It takes maybe 5 minutes to set up, but essentially what that does is it locks your social security number down to where nobody can file taxes in your name. So make sure you keep your PIN. It will change every single year, so you need to go in every single year and get a new PIN, but it is a great way to prevent any fraud from being done on your social security number. And that's all I've got.
Thank you, Stephanie. Mike?
I'll go. I attended the last week's SOAP meeting, and they had a parents' night out back on February 14th, and there were some outside pranks that were being played on the event, and I just really want to acknowledge town staff and the leadership of Silk for addressing that pretty directly with Silk members. I thought the feedback that they provided was incredibly professional. I think it presented a growth opportunity for members of Silk representing the town of Superior in a professional way. And so I just want to acknowledge the town staff and Silk leadership for how they handled that very, very unfortunate situation. That's it.
All right, thanks, Mike. Heather?
Thank you. Excuse me. Attended First Fridays last week with Minnie on the dais up here, and just wanted to encourage more of the public to attend, as I did not attend that as often as I could, but I've tried to make it obviously a priority. It's really a great forum of conversation, which is really a neat way to hear from our fellow neighbors or maybe new friends that we meet sitting across from each other. So just wanted to encourage that. It's well worth it, I believe, and even if you can only make it for 15, 20 minutes, you don't have to be there for the full time. And then one other thing, I just wanted to put a reminder out that the Superior Historic Commission is hosting their annual spring program next week at the Community Center, titled If These Stones Could Talk, Tales from Columbia Cemetery, on Wednesday, March 12th at 7 p.m. There is a guest speaker and author, Mary Riley McNellan, will share a unique and entertaining presentation of who's who's stories about Boulder's Columbia Cemetery. So be there if you can.
Thanks, Heather.
Anytime.
You ready?
You good? Anytime.
Yeah, I got my notes up. So sorry, I'm a little late. My mom wouldn't let me leave the house without blowing out some candles. Yeah, no, actually, it's my birthday. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah,
Happy
sorry.
birthday.
Thank you. And this is where I want to be for my birthday. So very quick update. The Boulder County Commissioners had a discussion last week about the Greenway, and while they didn't call the question to reverse the decision of having it connect, they agreed to add the international symbol for radioactivity to the signage. So, kudos. More importantly, is I did speak with 2 of the 3 commissioners, and I believe we need a concerted effort to try and reverse this decision. Ashley's been steadfast in her opposition to this, as was her predecessor and his predecessor. Lions has just passed their own resolution in response to our own and their own community feedback on this Greenway. And Lions is where this project is supposed to end, and apparently this is being pushed at the governor's office. I don't quite know why. It's so important that it go through Rocky Flats. On the part of Rocky Flats was actually never cleaned, so that is what that is. No other updates from me other than what's been said up here. I apologize for being a little late. Anticipate hearing from some of our residents really shortly. It's great to see so many folks from Sagamore, and I wish you didn't have to be here. I know that this council has a lot of work to do relative to the PDs, or to make sure that they're followed, make sure we have absolute consistency to how rules are followed. Contractors have insurance, and shoring becomes a requirement for construction that is close to property line. It's unfortunate that we've had a substantial amount of inconsistency by Safe Built and our staff as it relates to the rebuilding requirements, and I'm sorry that you guys have to be here. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil. Jason?
Good evening. Mine's just going to be more of a fun things that we can do this coming weekend. As maybe you're aware, you're not. Next Saturday is pretty much when St. Patrick's Day is celebrated. The day of it's going to be a week from today, but nobody wants to go drinking and party on a Monday night.
That's not true.
We're here, so this is like a party. School night, exactly. But first, I just want to say that Councilmember Miller and I were named business development liaisons at our last work session. And tonight, one of the businesses that we've been working on trying to land in downtown on Main Street is a Korean barbecue franchise, and they were going to be presenting tonight during the session. So I'm really, really excited about that. And I know that Councilmember Cowish is not here, but I do want to give a shout out to Jen because she was instrumental in, oh, she is? Oh. Hey, Jen. Sorry. Yeah, Jen, you were instrumental in getting them to the table, getting it this far. So thank you very much for that. Now for the really fun part. I've been working with Pat's Tap and Lewis's Sweet Shop, and I'm sure if you guys are proper Superior residents, you know exactly what that is. Pat's Tap is a fantastic tap house, and Lewis's Sweet Shop is just an amazing place for pies, for ice cream, and such. So I've been talking to them, and Pat's Tap will be joining forces with Lewis's Sweet Shop this Saturday, March 15th, for a celebration of St. Patrick's Day, and they are going to offer the Guinness float. Think about a root beer float, but with Guinness ice cream, or Guinness
Guinness beer, vanilla ice cream in it, and it's phenomenal. If you've never had it, trust me, you need to try this. And while the adults can enjoy Ireland's finest, the children can go into Lewis's to obviously spend more of your money and get ice cream and sweets and the such. And if you don't drink, Pat's Tap also has Guinness Zero, which is a non-alcoholic Guinness, and that can be made into a Guinness float as well. So please join me on that day. And the day before, Friday, March 14th, is also known as Pie Day because it's 3/14. And Lewis's Sweet Shop will be offering a lovely assortment of pies. I've kind of hinted to Julie to see if it's possible to make a Guinness mud pie. I don't know if it's possible, but I do know that such a thing as a chocolate cream Guinness pie. So maybe she'll make one and I can grab that. But please come out, support our local businesses. We're trying to do everything we can to bring businesses together and to support them and to drive more business their way. So join me in raising a pint to everything Irish this Saturday. Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. Jen?
Yeah, thanks. Hi, everybody. I'm sorry I couldn't make it. I'm in DC at a National League of Cities conference. And what that is a gathering of town, city, and village representatives that essentially descend upon DC and go and speak with federal level legislators. And we spent a few days in conference. So today we had the first one, and I have to say, alarming, but also reassuring that all the other municipalities are dealing with the same stuff we're dealing with at this federal level. So just a lot of concerns of people losing jobs and how that's going to impact things economically in communities, especially like ours that are small and we're trying to grow. And I didn't know this, but Colorado has the second highest level of or amount of federal workers outside of the DC area. And so certainly our community and our area is going to be impacted by that. I posted something on Facebook. I know this is not like the place to get all the information, but I will be going to Representative Crow's office, and I'm pretty sure Jonah Goose's office as well, but it's not confirmed yet. So if there's anything that you would like me to directly share or communicate, you're welcome to email me, or socials are great too, to let me know. I have a lot of stories. I'm hearing a lot of information from people that are losing jobs or concerned about funding going away because they're either grant funded or they work for organizations that heavily rely on federal monies. So please do share. I'm very comfortable and happy to share your stories on the Hill. And I think, thanks, Jason, for the shout out about the Korean barbecue. But I have to say, I think that the owners of the business are mutually excited to be in a relationship with the town of Superior. I'm just very much looking forward to seeing what we can do to support making that happen. So that's it. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Jen. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for being here. I know we've got a lot of people on Zoom as well, and a packed house tonight, so I'll be brief. Just a couple housekeeping items. This is our only meeting for the month of March, so there's no second meeting. We're off for BVSD spring break. Our next meetings are going to be April 7th. We have a work session, a continuation of our previous work session, and then April 14th will be our next regular board meeting. And that's all I've got. Town Manager Magley.
Nothing to report tonight, thanks.
All right, Town Attorney Nick Hartman.
Nothing here. Thanks, everyone.
And Town Clerk. All right, we're on to public comment. This is item 2E, public comment on our consent agenda, presentations, and non-agenda items. If you'd like to make public comment, we've got a sign-in sheet there at the desk. We ask you to write your first and last name and the town in which you reside. Public comment is limited to 5 minutes per person. If you're participating via Zoom, you can use the raise hand feature and we'll call on you in the order in which we see your hand raised. If you are interested in speaking about items 6 or 7, which is the North and South Pool projects and the Rock Creek Parkway, Coal Creek Drive intersection presentations, we'd prefer you keep your public comments until those items are reached, and the agenda is just a little more cohesive if we hear the public comments during that period of time. But it's not a public hearing, so I will allow it if you need to give your public comment now and be elsewhere. I know that there were a couple people that were potentially interested in sharing some time, so I will allow banking of time. Just let us know who's going to be banking your time. So
Yeah,
First.
I didn't list that on here, but Diana?
Good evening. Larry's graciously agreed to give me an extra minute of his time because I'm preparing a speech on behalf of Sagamore, and then we'll have some follow-up comments. So I'm Diana Liker, Sagamore resident. We're here this evening to bring public attention to the issue of town-approved violations to the Sagamore PD for the new build at 363 Cherokee. These issues were first brought to staff's attention last year when staff approved a 5-foot intrusion for foundation walls that ended up protruding into the adjacent property. Due to the 10-foot spacing between our homes, the side setbacks in the PD were set at a maximum of 3 feet. Common sense should have indicated it's impossible to install a foundation at the property line and not trespass onto adjacent property. This new homeowner has been given carte blanche, exceptions to the PD requirements when Marshall fire victims have been strictly held to all PD restrictions. As of 2 weeks ago, we are now looking daily at a 16 to 18-foot elevator shaft that was also permitted by town staff. We vehemently contest and take great exception to Mayor Pro Tem's response yesterday, stating we created a relaxed PD, so there will always be room for variances. Members of our neighborhood worked extensively with staff to provide reasonable changes in setbacks and heights, and that still maintain the aesthetic nature of the neighborhood and recognize that setbacks are required to protect adjacent properties during construction, to maintain aesthetics, privacy, and of course, to mitigate the possible spread of wildfire in an already densely populated development. The term variance itself is not even discussed in the PD. Everyone present at this meeting who lost their home had to comply with and oftentimes modify their builds to comply with the PD limits. We're also suddenly being told that staff has no authority to enforce the PD, and they have no authority to stop work for non-compliance, even though that was done for Marshall fire victims. Ms. Ritchie finally responded to the fair housing accessibility variance was granted for what was supposed to be a 6-foot elevator shaft, still ridiculous. And then later we were told no variance was even required. We also learned this approval was granted without prior legal consult or communication with the mayor or board of adjustments, which is required, we believe, in the town charter. We demand further explanation as to how the town analyzed this variance using the reasonable accommodation guidance in the FHA, which does not allow for violations to local building codes or regulations. The town municipal code does not even have reference to accommodations. Of course, Sagamore residents believe we have to care for those with disabilities in our community, and you're talking to somebody who's been doing Special Olympics for 25 years. We are champions for these people in our community, but we cannot quite wrap our heads around why this homeowner is the only resident in all of Superior that was given this variance for an elevator shaft complete with a rooftop party deck and future jacuzzi. How do we know this? Because he bragged to multiple fire victims about that in the last week. Approving these PD violations using FHA feels like a slap in the face to others in our community that have serious physical disabilities and were never offered the same accommodation. We have another homeowner in the neighborhood that's on the north side of Sagamore that has an elevator, and his entire footprint magically was constructed within the PD limits. So what else are we to conclude? That non-Marshall fire victims are given preferential treatment by the town of Superior? Why did the town staff not seek legal counsel from an FHA expert when this violation of the PD was requested? Why was there no consideration or assessment of the potential damage and loss of property values for adjacent neighbors? Why wasn't the design evaluated to come up with other alternatives to keep the build closer to limits? Did the town bother to review structural engineering for the elevator shaft? We realize we have frequent lightning and up to 90-mile-an-hour winds. I think that's kind of a critical question. Was Mountain View Fire consulted to determine if this variance would affect fire survivability for adjacent neighbors? Simply requiring this homeowner to substantially reduce the height of his enormous garage may have resulted in less intrusion into the height restrictions in the PD while still accommodating his need for an elevator and ensured the home is accessible, which is all that is actually required by law. We feel that there's some members of the town staff and some of the board members who have decided to place most of the blame for this issue on the owner of 363 for being, quote, unneighborly. But the town is not going to be able to avoid liability for the reckless and catastrophic decision-making that allowed for these egregious violations of the PD that, let us be clear, have resulted in private property impacts. Imagine if something like this occurred in Rock Creek without proper review. Do we think that this would not have gone to the HOA if this were in a different neighborhood? There continues to be completely different and discriminate treatment and standards for residents of Sagamore. We very much appreciate that the mayor and Councilmember Shaw were the only members of town leadership that reached out immediately when this issue was raised. And after seeing the home, immediately understood our concerns and seemed to agree that this house is completely outside of the PD limits. We are asking again for a stop work for the elevator shaft at a minimum, and we believe we have legal recourse to demand a complete stop work of this home due to the egregious violation of the setbacks until this matter can be discussed at a public hearing. We want to work towards short and long-term solutions to remedy this matter and prevent anything like this from happening ever again. Requests for any form of modification should go to public review, and we are asking that building heights and setback requirements will be strictly adhered to for all builds moving forward, no exceptions. And why? Because that is what town staff required of Marshall fire victims. Sagamore is made up of amazing, resilient, and compassionate people, and we deserve to be recognized and treated in an equitable manner. We thank you for your time this evening. And if everybody could stand up really quickly that's from Sagamore and maybe raise your hand on the Zoom. Just want council to be aware of how serious this is. And we've got quite a few neighbors that couldn't attend today, but they will be sending emails. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Thank you, Diana. Sonia?
I'm not a Marshall fire victim, but I moved into Sagamore and I have great neighbors. I'm here to support their concerns. If you go and look at this house, it's really ridiculous. It has a huge turret on top of it. I think that the rules should be consistent and that this should be looked at again. And I appreciate that Diana presented this today.
Thank you for your comments.
Next is Chloe Ingolby.
So I'm Chloe Ingley. I've been a resident of Sagamore since 2012. Our community is incredible. We worked all together, despite not having an HOA or other formal group, to build a PD and to rebuild and work together as neighbors to rebuild this neighborhood. The amount of work while people were in mourning without other support, everyone lost everything. And we were able to come up with a PD that made sense, that was logical 20 years after this neighborhood had been built and then destroyed. The fact that this PD was just ignored, in my opinion, by the town with regards to this single homeowner this far after the fire is just unbelievable. Apart from the unneighborly behavior and the fact that I can't have my children at the park because the GC yells racial slurs at his workers all day, apart from things like that, the fact that they had unsecured lumber and plywood on top of the roof on a weekend where there were known 80 to 100 mile winds that blew off and damaged neighboring structures, could have killed someone. We're lucky that happened overnight. Despite all of those things, I don't care who moves into that house. I want someone who's respectful of our neighborhood. And this individual has clearly shown that they do not respect the town of Superior, the Sagamore neighborhood, or any of their neighbors. that party deck will impact the quality of life for everyone on that side of the neighborhood. You can see it from every window on the west side of an entire street of houses. All of Shawnee, that's the street I live on. You can also see it from multiple houses on Cherokee, the street that it's on. This impacts dozens of neighbors forever. Apart from that, the rest of us were held to these standards. We followed them. We had delays for silly things. For instance, my water standoff in my front yard was 1 inch too low on an inspection. They didn't have the part anywhere in the Denver metro. We waited weeks to be re-inspected for 1 inch relative to grading on a water standoff in my front yard. We were denied our occupancy because of not having straw wattling when we already had our landscaping scheduled and less than 2 weeks away at the time of inspection. And now I feel like the town, in response to these emails, is saying that they just have no power to look at this home and restrict this builder and this homeowner to the 6-foot variance that was inappropriately given. I don't understand what's happening that this individual is being given free rein to do what they want. It feels like they're going to simply ask for forgiveness and be able to continue on their merry way, despite the fact that the rest of us had delays due to things as simple as an inch on an exterior thing that had no relevance to the PD, to the building, anything else. I hope that the town takes this seriously and does something about this, because even if this owner doesn't stay, even if whatever happens with this home is going to be part of our neighborhood forever. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your comments.
Cassie, you can't read the last name. Cassie, yeah.
Hi there. So I am also not a Marshall fire victim, but living in this neighborhood, it didn't take long to realize like how connected everybody was. There's been a lot of emails going back and forth in response to some of the communication. I'm just going to read here off my phone. I know Jason had said, that he was an architect. And as an architect, someone with a background in marketing, I would expect, visual concept. That's one of the first things we learned, like when navigating through a community, a storefront, whatever it is, that it should be seamless. And this is definitely not something that's seamless. It's very much an eyesore. You can see it from the park across from Target. Like it's not cohesive. It's pretty upsetting to think that there's going to be a jacuzzi and to have him bragging about, having that up there. The other thing is, I know everybody keeps talking about, having another surveyor come out. I'm just going to read off of this. The challenge is that, the city planners and the people we've been going back and forth, nobody's really addressing the ADA and the FHA. They keep saying, that they have to be compliant. However, both the ADA and the FHA clearly state that the accommodations need to be reasonable. I would think that why maybe we're bouncing around this were the proper channels. Did he actually submit the request in the proper way that he was supposed to? Was the paperwork, the chain of command, everything followed? Because, rooftop lounge and a jacuzzi does not seem like a reasonable accommodation for a disabled person. We've simply asked for construction to halt until these concerns are addressed. But this concern continues to be unanswered as to why we're allowing this elevator shaft. So it just seems like a lot of empty words, and I think that's why everyone's so frustrated. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Next is Micaiah Minich.
Hi, Makia. It's all right. Everybody says it wrong. I also live in Sagamore over on Cherokee. First, I wanted to express my appreciation to the town and the community. After the fire, many of us were lost trying to figure out what the next steps were, and overall, we were all in way over our heads. Over in Sagamore, we bonded together very quickly and forced whatever momentum we had remaining to try and get our little neighborhood at least on some kind of track. One result of this was a fair amount of PD changes to help rebuilds move forward in spite of the chaos. I was witness to many of those local discussions as we attempted to weigh fire-wise rebuilds, available insurance proceeds, and working with the small footprints we were all dealing with, looking to keep things as fair as possible. For some, like myself, this helped us start rebuilding as fast as possible. In some ways, a guinea pig, my production builder had to go back and revise various plans to deal with setback requirements or other unforeseen changes that were never that were needed to keep us within the PD regulations. Over time, some rules changed as reality helped iron out what truly was needed, but we saw many houses start breaking ground and families move back. But now we're here because it appears that the pendulum swung the other way. It seems as if new builds aren't being as held to as strict requirements as previously, or appear to be willing to ask for forgiveness while moving forward. We've seen existing foundations exposed and damaged, gas lines damaged, resulting in emergency vehicles on site and calls to stay inside, property damage, unsafe build practices after hours in high wind situations, and that's just all on my street. With more builds still yet to break ground, and one literally next door to my house, I'm concerned about all these laxed handlings of permits, inspections, and the ongoing builds. In all honesty, I'd hoped that when I rebuilt and moved back my family back, that was the end of all of this and I could go back to being a normal introverted person. But I'm worried that even after 1,166 days since the fire, I still have more problems to be dragged into, and we just want to get Sagamore whole again. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments.
Jessica Anderson? Jessica? Oh, okay, all right. Patricia Alito?
I just want to say that I agree with everything that's been said.
All right, thank you. Melissa Minio, thank you.
Good evening, I'm Melissa Munio, Heartstrong, Rock Creek. I'm here to address some initial concerns raised by our HOA regarding the single hauler shift for the waste disposal. And I heard the council member Miller mention in her opening comments about some of the information being incorrect, but what I would like to reflect is what I understand current day. I pay $14 a month for my trash. And current day, the town's contract for outside of Rock Creek is 180% that. It would roughly triple our rates. So if there is some magic number that you've negotiated or you guys know about in the future, how this shift will affect the Rock Creek neighborhood, I'd like to know that if you have some information you're not sharing. But overall, I would just like to flag that I understand some of the background, that there's some green waste initiative and efforts to shift in this direction, which I think are all very positive. But if an ordinance is shifting the power away from the HOA and impacting those that are used to that governance without full information being shared as far as costs, that'd be pretty helpful for us to know now to make informed decisions versus waiting for something that you believe is going to be bargained in the future. So I just like to flag that concern that those of us in Rock Creek are listening. And I did go back and listen to the meeting in September of last year, and just kind of tuning into this topic, there might be some discord between the HOA and the seated council. As a resident, I really don't care. I just want efficient services and I want them to be economical, and I don't want to get caught in that fray, and I really don't want to see it presented here. So, and thank you for serving. I appreciate your time.
Thanks for your comments.
Next is, it's either Don or Dan Cole.
Hi, I'm Dan. I'm a Sagamore resident. I lost my house in the Marshall Fire. I want to start by saying the thing that I want to address is not unneighborly behavior on the part of any of my neighbors, or my neighbor's etiquette, my neighbor's behavior, none of that. The thing that I want to address is a failure on the part of town staff and the board to enforce the PD. I know folks on the board recall how much care and thought and time and process went into revising this PD after the Marshall Fire. to enable us all to get back into our neighborhood and rebuilding our homes as quickly as possible. And that makes it particularly confusing and disappointing to me that this homeowner didn't receive the proper feedback from the town about the relationship between what they were proposing to build and the restrictions that they were supposed to follow. And that responsibility rests squarely on the town. My neighbors can submit whatever building permits they want, and it's the town's responsibility to enforce the rules. And those rules are there for safety. They're there for safety in future wildfires. They're there for safety in windstorms. These are real concerns, and they have real impacts on people. I'll call out that this house clearly violates the PD in several ways. It's not I don't think this is questionable. It clearly violates the 4-foot cantilever that's allowed into the front setback in front of the garage. Clearly violates the side setbacks. The elevator shaft is just ridiculous, and I would not be surprised to learn that it also violates the restriction on mass above 28 feet, just by looking at this house and comparing it to its neighbors. The last thing I'll say is that it's really disappointing that a member of the town board takes the time to educate us on what counterforts are and fails to educate himself about the fact that they're allowed to protrude only 3 feet into the setback in our neighborhood, again, for safety reasons. I think I and my neighbors are justified in expecting better than that. Thanks.
Thanks for your comments.
Is Stephanie Bear?
Good evening. Stephanie Bear, also a Sagamore resident and Marshall fire survivor. I do want to thank you for what you guys do. This small town was hit with catastrophe, and it's no easy task. But I have to say, here we are 3 years later, and just the emails that we've had back and forth have just added to the exhaustion that we all have faced. We're not getting the answers that we're looking for. As many of my dear neighbors have spoken to the point of they are insulting, and we just want transparency, we want equity, and I really do encourage you to push for an investigation of Safe Build to make sure that their survey, everything was done correctly. These are not unreasonable requests that we're asking of you guys. We want this resolved, and I really hope that we can stop this back and forth, and that you actually answer the questions that we're putting forth with legitimate answers. So I think that's all I want to share. And Sagamore people, you're awesome. I just want to add that. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next is Larry Pateo. Larry?
Larry Peters?
Yeah, Peter.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm also a Sagamore resident, and I wanted to, first of all, thank you guys. I think that the job you guys did to get us back in our neighborhood as quickly as we did is fantastic. We've been bragging on you guys everywhere we go. And I think this is why this is so confusing to people, because it's like, you guys have been so good at what you've done the whole time. All of a sudden, it's like a 180 as far as this one neighbor. And so we're just confused and don't understand why it's happening this way. And we're just looking for some answers. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Andrew Martin. No Andrew?
I don't have it.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Brittany?
Hi, everyone. My name is Brittany Vital. I'm the Director of Philanthropy at Coal Creek Meals on Wheels. Just wanted to start by thanking the mayor, the trustees, the town staff for the proclamation that you'll be reading for us tonight for the month of March for Meals. We're extremely grateful for your support. Since 1972, Coal Creek Meals on Wheels has supported independence and quality of life for Lafayette, Louisville, Erie, and Superior residents by providing nutritious meals and social connection opportunities. In 2024, we provided more than 70,000 meals to our neighbors in need, including more than 3,200 to Superior residents. The intention of March for Meals is to raise awareness for the services that we provide in the community and to help raise funds so we can continue to serve our neighbors regardless of their age, income, all of those different circumstances. You can learn more about our organization, sign up to receive meals, learn about volunteering or donating on our website at coalcreekmow.org. We would like to remind the Superior community that we have no age or income requirements for any of our programs. Anyone is eligible to receive daily meal deliveries, and anyone can join us for lunch at the Coal Creek Cafe in Lafayette. Please help us spread the word and ensure that everyone in need has access to a nutritious, ready-to-eat meal and a daily visit from a caring volunteer. Thank you again for your incredible support over the past years. We're honored to partner with you to improve food access and combat social isolation for the town of Superior. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Anybody else in the boardroom like to give public comment? Come on down. Ryan Hitchler.
Sorry, I didn't see the sign up for him. Ryan Hitchler, 550 Superior Drive. Just in here for general support. I know you're not voting on it tonight about the grant for BBQ chicken in downtown Superior. I think it's a wise investment. I think the disappointing part for me is to hear how little comes with the Carmel build in the first place. I don't know if that's part of the plan, but now we have to help shore that up again just to get people in the door. I saw the report and how expensive it is to get started. It's pretty bad. And I'm wondering if Carmel has any liabilities or hooks that we can pull on them to get more businesses in, because it seems like a big shortfall. Again, not my area of expertise, but I wonder if that's been looked at. And so I think, when will these stop, these grants? I don't know, but I think we got to get at least a non-sweet restaurant in there to start that chain of thought for people to invest in the community. And I think it'll be a great thing overall. So I'm in full support. Talked to a lot of people in downtown who are also in full support of it. So I know you're not voting, but just wanted to give that comment. Thanks.
Thanks for your comments. Anybody else in council room? Mr. Guffner.
I'm George Kuffner, and I'm just across the street from Sagamore. I come to the town board tonight. I'm kind of disappointed on our town manager and our public works director. They do a job or get a job ready to go out to bid, and then if some little work comes in with it, such as the 5 manholes that need to be dug up for our storm sewers and cleaned out up by the water plant, instead of them guys putting a job out like that for a littler guy like us can bid on it and get it, they just tack it onto the big contract. That ain't right. That's the same as blackballing me. I mean, if you keep taking all these little jobs and tack them on a big one and tack them on a big one, hell, there's never nothing for a little crew that lives and tries to work in Superior that they won't let. Our public works director knows it. Our town manager should know that. I mean, if that's the case, he should have to move to Superior and work. I mean, come on. And then they say, oh, we're not blackballing you. Well, hell no, you're not blackballing me. You're putting everything in such a big package that I'm not interested. So we need to do something about this. Maybe you guys like to pay my taxes. I mean, all I'm doing is being a straw broom around here. But this was ridiculous. And it starts at the top, and he okays Brandon okays whoever he has put him out. It's just right on down the chain. It's like you guys don't pay no attention to none of this. I wish you would start paying attention to it, because I don't think it's right. It's kind of like the backhoe deal you guys took off tonight. It should have never got that far. Our town manager should have said, no, we don't need one. We had a contractor here for 30 years, and I think I used one once that saved me a little bit of hand digging. Once in 30 years, and he's ready to spend, what, $80,000, $70,000? And then he's got in there, if you keep reading, he wants an asphalt roller. Come on. When you hire guys like us, when you don't have nothing for me to do, you send me home without pay. When you get a crew down there of 10, 12, 15 guys doing asphalt, doing this, doing that, hey, when there's nothing to do, we still pay them. We don't have a mechanic. And the backhoe, they were our little excavator they're looking at, it's a 2023, which means it was built in 22. We don't have a mechanic. I mean, and then that's like buying a car. When you buy the car, you lose 10 grand. Well, if you got a car that's 3 years old and it's only got 9 or 10 hours on it, when you sign your name on that paper, you lose 9 or 10 or 15,000, you lose 20 or 30 grand. Come on. It's our money that they're pushing down the creek. I don't know about you guys, but I like to keep it in my pocket. It's easier on my butt when I sit on it. It's a cushion. But here lately, I ain't had much cushion because all we can do is spend it. We get a vote for more money, tax us more, give them more, and all they can do is spend, spend, spend. We've had this down here for 30-some years without building. Now we're going to spend $5 million or $7 million, whatever, on a building. Is it really necessary? Who are we trying to keep up with? The Joneses? Come on, guys. Let's put a rope on them tax dollars and keep it home. Thanks.
Thanks for your comments. Anybody else in the boardroom?
Hey, my name is Amita. Sorry to miss the sign up, but I'm also a Sagamore resident here. My house is bang opposite 363 Cherokee. That's the house in question. I bring an interesting perspective here. I've built a passive house, which we spent enough resources, time, money, lots of calls with the architect to optimally design the doors and windows locations so the energy gain of the house is maximized such that we don't have to put a real HVAC system. We have mini splits and such. And all of that done within the PD's prescribed height and all the setbacks. And here we are, 363 Cherokee puts up this elevator, which is 6 foot or so higher, and has now shaded whatever solar gains the architects had calculated, the passive house consultant had. And to the seasonal calculations are down the drain at this point for us. And so I had written down this email highlighting this issue, and I want everybody to be aware that this is what you get when all of us do not follow the same PD that we all worked from, worked for, and worked with. So that's what I wanted to highlight today. Thanks. Yeah.
Thanks for your comments. Anybody else in the room like to give public comment? All right, seeing none. Okay, come on up.
I want to say I support our Sagamore neighbors. So.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? All right, seeing none, I'm going to turn to Zoom. And first up, we have Jeff. If you could give your first and last name, please.
Hi, Jeff Cody, Andrew Drive in Superior. Hope my mic is working okay.
We can hear you.
Great. Just here tonight to give a quick word about Town 15. Out of respect of time and many other issues facing Town Council, we're just trying to consolidate voices and comment tonight, just representing Ajax, Andrew, Alpha, and Bristol. And just once again, voicing our concerns about Town 15 in any potential direction as we oppose housing on Town 15. We really want to make sure we give voice to the fact that we appreciate town staff and council for listening, being willing to engage and in conversations regarding intended uses per the comprehensive master plan update and potentially any subsequent rezoning. We also appreciate Mayor Lasis at the last town council meeting saying that nothing is imminent, yet we just feel still it's extremely important that we stay informed, engaged, and proactive, as timelines we all know can move really, really quickly. We just want to continue to encourage all citizens to look into the comprehensive master plan update and opportunity areas and intended uses. But once again, we thank everyone for engaging, listening, and taking the time to consider the residents and our needs. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Next up, we've got John's iPad Air M2. If you could give your first and last name, please. You're recognized for public comment.
Hello, this is Erica Solove joining from John's iPad. So first want to thank you all. I mean, what an exceptional and resilient and proud community we live in. And I would like to reiterate, so I've been a Sagamore resident since 2014, and reiterating the really thoughtful, collaborative, and diligent process that the Sagamore and the town went through in the months following the fire to complete a PD and create something that would be adhered to by all. And as we went forth and vetted our builders and made our floor plans and rebuilt our neighborhood from ashes, it was all according to that PD. And as some of my neighbors have already shared, this includes houses with both elevators and rooftop decks. For those of us who participated in this process and rebuilt our homes according to this PD, which was strictly adhered upon and collectively agreed upon, the exception being made today is just blatantly unfair and honestly unacceptable. So you've now heard very eloquently from many Sagamore neighbors about our concerns. Thank you to Diana for starting the conversation, and thank you to Mayor Lasis and Councilmember Shaw for taking us seriously. And I want to just say, okay, never mind COs being withheld. So we had a dream always pre-fire of building a top deck as we back to the open space. And in November of this year, we built that top deck. And we have kind of an irregular, funny shaped lot. And we we had to build this deck in a really funky, irregular shape because we had to adhere to the PD down to the inch for our top deck. So this is even remodels following certificates of occupancy, and we were still held very strictly to those standards that we had all collectively agreed upon. So we are just asking for basic fairness and common sense, both of which have been seriously violated in the case of this currently in progress home.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have Eugene Schwartzman.
Hey guys, can y'all see and hear me?
We can hear you.
Almost got the camera going. All right. I wanted to talk about the issue that Ryan brought up earlier, the barbecue chicken restaurant in downtown Superior. I'm also very excited to have finally a real restaurant on Main Street. I think it'll be a great addition to our neighborhood, which is why it's difficult for me to say that I would ask you guys to vote against giving them the $350,000. Not because they're bad or because we don't need it. It's because I think that by doing so, we're subsidizing Carmel Partners, or whatever the developer is called. We're subsidizing their completely unreasonable rental costs. We're subsidizing their completely unreasonable build-out costs. So in a normal market, if their cost is too high, nobody rents from them, and then they have to lower their prices. If we just keep offering these grants to every business that wants to open and subsidize, their build out, we're really just telling Carmel Partners, like, yeah, you can keep your prices as high as you want. We, the taxpayers, will simply subsidize the business in order to allow them to open. So as much as I want a restaurant there, I don't think that us giving tax money to every restaurant so that that money can go to Carmel Partners is a fair way to do that. I think that honestly, I'm not an economist, but something like a vacancy tax makes more sense, where like you want us to pay for these businesses to open up and, set up shop. Great, we'll charge you, I don't know, a 10% fee or something on every vacant commercial lot that you have there, and use that money to subsidize the build out. But without something like that, we're really just, telling them, yeah, you can keep your prices as high as you want. We're just going to keep paying out of our pockets to help businesses move in and open up shop, which, as much as I would love for us to actually have businesses downtown, I don't think it's fair or right. And I don't think that it's a good long-term solution, because they will see that we're paying for this and they will just keep their prices high and never actually have a need to lower them to a reasonable amount. So thank you very much for your time.
Thanks for your comments. Up next, we have Elizabeth. If you could give your first and last name, please.
Did I get it? Yes. Elizabeth Thompson, 238 Mohawk Circle in Superior. And I will start the video too. I am here as a Sagamore resident as well. And I think you've heard pretty much from everyone, and they've all included things that I support. I've been a resident of Sagamore since 1999. So I'm one of the elders in the community. And I think what you're hearing is the sort of feeling of broken trust in the process that we all believed in after the fire. And that's important. These days in particular, I think that's important. So I think we're asking for more transparency. You've heard it all before. I don't really even need to say it, except that I agree. I've got 2 lots across the street from me. I will want to pay close attention to what's built there, and hope that that's going to be true, that it'll be easy to do going forward with more planning and a clear process of what needs to be done to make our community as succinct and clear as possible in our plan development. Since we don't have an HOA, we're lucky that the community is full of wonderful people who have worked hard, even though in many ways we haven't agreed on one thing or another. We've come together and chosen to do things in a way that works for the community. And that's what we're asking for the town to do for us as well, as to be part of that working together process, so that we can have this wonderful community stay cohesive. Thank you so much for all of your time, your work, both the residents of Sagamore as well as all of the town folks who've helped us so much after the fire. It's been quite a process, and we greatly appreciate your support.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Ben. If you could just give your first and last name, please.
Hello. Thanks for having us. Ben Page in Sagamore as well on Cherokee Ave. Just want to voice my support for my neighbors that are out there. Don't have anything else much to add than that. And thank you all for being considerate and working with us.
Thanks for your comments. Amy Becker.
I'm Amy Becker. I am also a resident of Sagamore on the south side with Elizabeth on Mohawk.
Yep, we lost Amy.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yep, and then we can hear you now.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm challenged. I'm a resident of Sagamore at 230 Mohawk Circle, and I've been a resident since 2001, and I really just want to support all of my neighbors on the north side. The new build that everyone's discussing is visible from my home, which is on the east side of Mohawk, almost the furthest south, and it really is an eyesore, and we have 10 open lots on the south side, and I'd really hate for this to happen to us as well on that side. We have a wonderful community, great neighbors, wonderful people, and really we need to bring back our neighborhood to what it was before with, more similar homes, similar sizes. That's really what we want, our old neighborhood back as close as we can. Thanks.
Thanks for your comments. Anybody else on Zoom like to give public comment? Now's the time. Use the raise hand feature. All right, Thomas Carey.
Hello, it's me and my wife Sarah here. We're over on Blackfoot Street. And thanks for everyone's time, and especially thanks to Diana for so clearly communicating the concerns and needs of the community this evening. We really just wanted to echo what others have said, and like to request that the rules that were enforced for the rest of us are also enforced for the new build going up. As others have said, it truly is a ridiculous structure. You just have to see it, and it's obvious. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have AN. If you could give your first and last name, please. You're recognized for public comment.
Hi, my name is Ainsley Noon, and I live at 332 Fox Lane in Sagamore. And I just wanted to say ditto to all my Sagamore neighbors. I appreciate people who've moved in post-fire too, and are already a part of this community, which, as you know, we've all gone through quite a bit. It would be great to keep the cohesiveness and fairness. All I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Anybody else on Zoom like to give public comment? Brad Walker.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Very loudly.
I'm not sure. Is that a good thing, Mr. Lasis, or not?
No, it's just deafeningly loud. I don't know if there's something cranked with your microphone.
Tell you what, I'll just, I'll make my comments next month. You have a good evening.
All right. Anybody else on Zoom like to give public comment? All right, seeing none, public comment is closed. Thank you all for being here and speaking up. We're going to move on to item 3, which is our presentation section for tonight. And we have a presentation from a future business on Main Street in downtown Superior, BBQ Chicken. Welcome.
So I don't need this?
No, because this one is more up to date.
He's got the last one.
Are you sure?
There was an update, so I'm bringing up the update for you now.
Okay. Yeah, that's the PDF. Okay. Then we just use this.
Okay, you can just scroll with this right
Okay.
down.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for having us here this evening. My name is Cynthia Pham. And
This is my husband, Tim Roman. We moved to downtown Superior last year from the Bay Area. We currently live in downtown Superior, and we have a 2-year-old daughter. One of the reasons why we chose to move to Superior is just the schools, also how family-friendly the area is. Also, Tim's parents, they live in Louisville, and they've been such a big help with us and our little girl. And we love, like, there are a lot of open trails, so we love that we could just walk anywhere. Also, when we're walking downtown, it's so nice and clean and beautiful. But there is a lot to do in downtown Superior. You see posters on the buildings showing people eating and drinking, but there isn't a place to go and eat and drink there yet. So that's how we came up with the idea, like, hey, we need to open up a restaurant here, specifically a Korean fried chicken restaurant. It's a franchise, and it's called BB.Q Chicken.
So BBQ is actually best of the best quality as far as their name goes. They were established back in 1995 in Seoul, and about 20 years later eventually got over to the USA. So far, yes, they're in 31 states and 57 countries. One of the things that make them unique is the way that they fry in the olive oil. It makes it very crispy and light. It's a really, really nice flavor. And they were ranked as best fast food fried chicken in front of Chick-fil-A, Wingstop, KFC, and Popeyes in 2024. So in the U.S. right now, they've got about 300 locations, of which 3 are here in Colorado so far. And we've got 2 more upcoming locations, one in Littleton, one in Fort Collins, none of them up here up north. Here is kind of a lineup of their standard menu. Shows at least a dozen flavors that they usually have on available, and they also have seasonal flavors on rotation. And you can order by whole chicken, half chicken, it's also sectioned out, and boneless wings and bone-in wings. And then the tteokbokki and some sides. And we also have the lunch combos Monday through Friday. And we were planning on doing a kind of sports bar build-out, which would include beer, wine, liquor, and soju. And as you can see on the left picture there, it kind of shows some of the side items would be available, as well as the beer tower. And then a couple of the side items on the right there.
Yeah, so all that sounds great, but it's really, really cost prohibitive to move forward and to build this out. So what we did here is a table showing what some of the costs that we'll be incurring. It is a franchise, so you see the franchise fees. And then I don't want to go through every single line item, but you can see it here. Our biggest cost is going to be the build out cost, the lease home improvements. So Carmel is going to be delivering to us a gray shell. We have to put in the HVAC, the plumbing, the electrical. All that's already at least a third of our the estimate cost there. We had one of our contractor bid this out in December, and he was estimating about $750,000. Then we put on 10% for contingency. And since that bid in December, he's also mentioned to us that, hey, we probably need to rebid this out because possible concerns with tariffs. And then these are some of the rest of the items that we're going to be incurring. Altogether, it's about $1 million to $1.2 to build out. And that is why we're here today. We're asking for a grant for $350,000. The business will be incorporated as Superior BBQ Chicken, LLC. It will be a partnership between myself and Tim. We're looking to sign a 10-year lease for the spot right next to Menchie's, suite number 1101. The space is 1,948 square feet. We'll be putting in our personal investment of $550,000. The restaurant will create at least 10 to 15 new jobs. The foot traffic from the restaurant will help to attract new businesses and also support existing ones that we have down there. All of this will help increase the sales, and this will boost our annual sales tax revenue for the town, therefore contributing overall economic growth.
Okay. So we do have, in order to figure out the financial numbers for our site, we wanted to pull some financials from similar sized restaurants with similar diversities. So we have a 1,948 square foot place that we're looking to build out at. In order to determine the localized population density, I took the 80027 and the total population divided by the square mileage, landed about 4,270 people. And we have a median household income of $153,000, and it's located in a mixed-use residential. And so we located 2 restaurants in Austin that had very similar build-outs and layouts and economic diversity that we have here. Restaurant A is about 25% bigger, a little bit higher population density, very similar median household income, and they are located in a strip mall with an H Mart. So it's a more established. Restaurant B, about the same size as the one we're looking to build at. Roughly same population density in their area. The median household income is a little bit lower due to it being in an industrialized area. And also they are in a strip mall, established strip mall with 99 Ranch. So Restaurant A, they opened back in July 2022. They have 1.56 million in yearly net sales in 2024. 2023, they made about 1.3. And that is about $128,000 in yearly tax revenue that went back to Austin, with $117,000 of gratuity and tips that went back to the employees. They pull in about 148 people a day, of which the dine-in and to-go is about 50-50. And now Restaurant B, which is a little bit more similar to our build-out, was opened in August 2020, and they actually make 2.3 million in yearly net sales. And it was similar numbers the year before that in 2023. And they also pull in $194,000 in yearly tax revenue that went back to Austin. So they pull in about 250 people a day. But there is a big difference here where they have 62% dine-in, which does account for the higher yearly net sales. And generally, when you're in a sports bar or restaurant, you tend to have a little bit higher bill because you tend to be there longer, and the bills are generally larger.
Okay. So to achieve those numbers, we know we're going to need to focus heavily on our marketing strategy, just because there isn't, besides the sports stable, there's not an anchor for people to come and eat here. We're going to be doing heavy social media marketing, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. We have a list of over 10 local food influencers that have large followings. We'll be working with them to create content, just to kind of expose people to what is Korean fried chicken, some of the terms as well too. We'll do a drip campaign, probably new content every week or every couple of weeks. Just for them to be interested in our product, also to be interested in the area. We want to change people's behavior. People are so used to when they're exiting 36, if they're going southbound McCaslin, that they stop at Marshall to go shopping at Costco or Whole Foods, but they don't go one block further south to go to Main Street. So that's why we need to focus heavily on our marketing strategy and have them drive a little bit more south just to come visit us. Besides working with the social media content creators, we also want to capitalize on the popularity of Squid Game. It's this show on Netflix. They're going to have season 3 coming out in the summer. We want to do food challenges. Some of our wings, they range in heat intensity from no heat to very, very, very spicy. So we want to do like a hot wing challenge. Also, there's a lot of drinking. Korean culture has a lot of different drinking games with soju. So again, we want to do these and post it up on social and just get the momentum going. Also, your basic search platforms such as Yelp and Google, and paying to boost our visibility on those sites. We also want to be heavily involved in the community, market to local sports team, have them post on social. Especially with the summer markets coming, we have the farmers market, the festivals. We want to go ahead and be participating in those, giving out swag, just so people are aware of our brand. Because again, we only have 3 stores in Colorado. People don't really know what a BB.Q chicken is. They think it's just Texas barbecue, right? So we want to create that brand awareness. We also want to work with some of the local publications in the area and have them write articles about us, and also collaborate with some of our existing business owners and see if they want to do a joint marketing campaign together. So what we did here on the table is kind of showing what we think our revenue will be. The first table is without any help from the town. The bottom is with the help. So you can kind of see where our projections are for the first 5 years. For the first year for revenue, because there is a lack of foot traffic, we chose a store, our franchise location that's also in a less traffic area, and that's how we're estimating for the first year. We're expecting to do about $750,000 in sales revenue. We increase that up to $1 million the second year. 1.25 the third year, and then, years 4 and 5 and onward, we want to maintain at least 1.5. How we came up with the 1.5 is that's the average sales for most of the franchise in the company, with the top 25% making 1.9 or more. So you see an example, restaurant A was on average, and restaurant B was one of those top 25 producing stores. Next column is you have occupancy expense. That is our rent and our triple net, and also how the rent increases per year. We have our labor costs, food and alcohol, franchise fees, marketing, utility. So without any help, we'll be breaking even at the end of year 5. With help from the town, we're hoping to break even at the 3.5-year mark, which is the industry standard for our franchise restaurants.
Cool. And we do realize $350,000 is a lot to ask for, but we wanted to kind of lay out some comparisons to show that it was quite a bit more to build out in downtown Superior as opposed to some of the neighboring commercial vacancies that we were actually looking to build out at. All of the other ones that we were looking at were a bit bigger than the one we have here, up to 2,500 square feet. They're all in established retail areas. 2 of them actually contain a lot of the equipment we would need for restaurant build out. So we wouldn't have to buy additional equipment. The rent is all less per square foot on all the sites. And doing all the estimates, it was at least $325,000 less just on the construction side to build out at all of these locations.
Yeah, so if we're able to get your help with our grant request, this is the timeline we're looking at. We're hoping to start everything next month and then open by the end of the year. So that concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions you guys have. Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. Thanks for being here, both as residents and potential commercial tenants. So questions from council? Mike?
First of all, thank you so much. I too am very excited about the opportunity that your business presents for Superior and for opening up restaurants in downtown, because I too am a downtown resident. Would love the ability to walk down and grab some food. I'm curious how Carmel is helping you with the build out. Are they offering to contribute anything at this point, or is this all on you and potentially a grant from the town?
We haven't finalized an LOI yet. They are offering some for tenant improvement, tenant allowance, but it's not nearly what we will need. Also, another challenge that we're facing is the spot that we're looking at that's next to Menchie's. We go there quite often. We talk to the contractor. The shaft that we need to access the roof is on their side. And they're closing up their walls in the next 2 weeks. So that means not just us, but whoever decides to go in next door to them, we have to go through the Menchie site and pay to refinish the whole thing. The contractor was estimating about $30,000 to $40,000 once they wall everything up and they're built out. Yeah. So this was something that Carmel's actually aware of, because we've been talking to the general contractor and the subcontractor, so they know that we might be going in there, and so they had let the general contractor know, and the general contractor mentioned that to Jared at Carmel. He said, well, there's not an LL signed, so just go ahead and continue closing it up. So that's been our experience with Carmel.
I'm sorry, that doesn't sound very helpful.
Yeah, we still have some conversations to be had.
On a more positive note, what's your anticipated seating capacity for dine-in?
I think off the initial estimates, we were able to do like 88, and we're looking to also do an outdoor railing that is under that overhang.
Yeah, because there's overhead on that Menchie spot, so we want to put a railing there and then use that for outdoor seating as well.
Yeah, of which I estimate, I think 24 seats, if we can get enough space in there.
That would be very exciting.
Yeah.
And going back to your revenue projections, it looks like you're forecasting a 33%, 25%, 20% revenue growth over your first 3 years. And I was curious, how does that compare to the other Colorado locations?
The other Colorado location, they're doing right about that amount, except for the location on Capitol Hill. That one is, I think they're going to close it soon just because the owner's retiring. But other than that, we're on par with the 2 other locations in Colorado.
Okay. And then I'll just...
But their location's larger, so that's why we didn't put them on here.
Okay. And then I'll just give a selfish plug for Superior over Boulder. I've heard time and time again from businesses in Superior, as well as our economic development director, that Superior is lightning fast when it comes to permitting compared to some of the neighbors to our west. So
I like that.
Shameless
That's good,
plug.
Thank you.
So I will wrap up my questions there. Thank you.
Others?
Sorry, just a very quick one. And don't take this the wrong way. I think this would be great. I think it's, and you've probably heard this from others, we've never given a grant this big. The biggest was about 1/7 of this size. Like even that Costco got 0. So the question to you, as I look at your pro formas, and we only get 2% of the sales tax revenues back to the town. So, best case, year 5, we're pulling in $30K. Would you be acceptable to a loan or something else that's, reduced capital outlay from the town? $350K, it's going to take, plus 10 years to recoup that. If you guys hit your, 2 million, 3 million faster, fantastic. I'm just trying to think of how do we ensure that the town has sufficient capital to fund all the businesses? Because this becomes, somebody emailed us, the recipe for like future deals.
Yeah, I think on our side, we projected where we wanted our break-even point to be. So especially with the 10-year lease, if we go too far into that 10-year lease, does it make financial sense for us to pursue this project?
Okay. Understood. Thanks.
Okay.
Others? Anybody? Yeah.
I just wanted to say thank you for sharing and transparency beyond. I mean, all of your numbers, all of your investment. It helps us get a bigger picture too of what's going on. And I think helps us design what we can do to help the business owner. So it's very impactful. And I just wanted to say thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I've been working with you guys on this, and thank you very much for presenting this fantastic presentation. I live in this area between downtown and Old Town, and this would be a fantastic addition to the Main Street area. And, Neil, to your point, I get it. This is an ask that we're not used to. But we're also looking at, we need some sort of beacon that's going to start the rain to fall and to start the other businesses to come in, because other restaurants I've talked to are just sitting there waiting for something else to happen first. They don't want to be the first wave because the first wave takes it the hardest, the startup costs. We've got Bigsby's Folly who, we've given them a considerable grant, not the same way, but they still haven't landed yet. And there's still an issue after an issue after issue. So I'm looking at, hunter-gatherer type of mentality with this. Let's get the first thing we can get in here, get it started, show other people that we're successful at these restaurants. So I definitely want to work with some way to get them started in downtown and Main Street and to begin the quest towards being a successful business, because Main Street's been sitting there for a while, and we've got some fantastic, Menchie's is great, Sweetness. Crack Boba's is a great sweet shop. Boulder Bake, same thing. We don't have a restaurant yet. We may never get a bar. We may never get something else like that, but I think it's important for us to really take a deep dive and look at this and try to figure out, what can we do to get the ball rolling, because the first one's gonna be the hardest. And after that, I think, if we talk about a tiered system, and the first one gets quite a bit, second one a little bit less, third one less, fourth less. After that, done. You don't get anything, because the first ones to come take the risks are the first ones that are really putting a sacrifice in. So I really liked your presentation. Thank you. So I definitely want to see what we can do to get you in, but I'm very optimistic about this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Kind of a follow-up question to the point that Jason just made and Councilmember Shaw. Would you be amenable to looking at some sort of incentive payment, like there's an upfront cash infusion, I'm going to make up numbers, like 1/3, and then like a couple of months before you're supposed to open, there's another 1/3 payment, and then let's say 9 months after you're open or 6 months after you're open or something like that, the final third payment, is that something that you would be amenable to?
Yes.
Absolutely. I think that was our original discussions as far as kind of just a long-term reimbursement type of thing, just to make sure that we're getting all the initial bills paid off, create this machine so it can now generate the tax income.
Okay. Great. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Cowish, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to say annyeonghaseyo and 감사합니다 for your presentation. I'm really happy to see this being explored. Most people don't know, but I lived in Korea for 8 years, so I have a personal vested interest in this. To be able to have any kind of Korean food that close to our home would be amazing. And I think we have the community to support the business, definitely. I do want to remind anybody who's watching that we as a council have discussed that there are going to be business incentives that are going to be required. Most cities offer this as a package. It's something that we've been talking about at our work session. We discussed it with Jill about the fact that we don't have anything laid out for people to see that. So this isn't like a big surprise or something new. We knew that we were going to likely need to be providing support for people to make that initial investment into the spaces that we continue to hear are just not any kind of entry level cost to just come into these spaces because of the situation and the way that they've been left from Carmel. I love the person who mentioned, he called in at the open comment about seeing if there were any way to do vacancy fees to Carmel. I'm sure the contract is tight and there's probably no ability for us to charge for any vacancy rates, but I did already email staff to ask about that. We also discussed that in the beginning, in response to the comments about it setting a precedence, we discussed that in the beginning, this would likely need to happen for the first companies, for the first businesses that were coming in to get it started, and that would taper off, and that wouldn't be something that we would continue doing. So I just don't want people to think that we would do this now and then that's just the way it's going to be for everybody moving forward, because that's never been the plan. It's never been intended. So I think that's it. But I just thank you guys for being here. I heard a rumor that there might be food, and I was really disappointed that I was going to be out of town. So I'm kind of glad that nobody else gets to have any either right now. So maybe another time. But thanks.
Thank you, Jen.
Yeah, we won't tell you about how delicious it was. Stephanie?
First, just want to thank you guys for coming and presenting and being a part of the community already. This is fantastic. I've never actually had Korean barbecue until you brought some. It's amazing. I could eat those fries like it's my job. So exceptional product. And I did a little bit of digging. There's nothing like this in the area. So I think in addition to serving our community, it would be a regional draw, which helps support not just you guys, but all the businesses downtown. So I really, really like that. To Jen's point, the discussions we've had around this, you do need to typically give some sort of incentive for the first few businesses coming to any project. So that's not, out of the norm. I will tell you that firsthand experience looking at spaces down there, there's no HVAC, there's no plumbing, it's a shell. Yep. It is exceptionally expensive to come into a shell like that. So thank you for being, to Heather's point, so transparent with the numbers. I think that really helps kind of show what it takes to get going. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stephanie. I'll close by just saying thank you, Cynthia and Tim, for presenting tonight. I'm certainly open. I'm always open to any discussion with the business that's willing to come into town to invest in our community. On something like this, I'd certainly want to have a conversation with Carmel, a real robust conversation, not just related to you, but just in terms of the entire project. I think we are mutually aligned in the success and completion of downtown Superior. So kind of fully understanding kind of what their plan is. They don't want to sit on vacant storefronts forever either, right? Like their business is to sell or lease those places and get them full so they can recoup their investment that they spent, obviously, which was considerable. So having a conversation with them, I think is something that we should do before we make any final decision on this, and then separately engage a conversation with Louisville as well to have a discussion. We have a cost sharing revenue agreement with Louisville that precedes all of us here on town council, where Louisville shares in some of the sales tax collections in the downtown Superior development. So Louisville has already in the past agreed to share some of those sales tax collections to incentivize businesses that are opening in downtown Superior. So I think that this would be consistent with that past practice, and I think we're all better off with economic investment in Louisville, in Superior. We're not just isolated communities, we're a regional economy. So I think working together to try to put something together is kind of where I'd like to see this head, and talk to Carmel, talk to Louisville, see what we can do, see if that works for you, and then have the conversation and try to do this as quickly as possible, because obviously time's money, and we'd like to see you guys open up as quickly as possible as well, because I do think that supporting, first mover advantage, getting those early businesses into downtown gets the snowball rolling, and gives other businesses the confidence in investing in a project, because they can already see other people have come in there as well. So thanks for being here. Thanks for dinner. Jen, sorry that you didn't get it. But you'll just have to wait till next time. And we will be talking to you in the coming weeks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, everyone.
All right, we are on to item 4, which is our project updates. We've got a Public Works and Parks Operation and Maintenance Facility update.
Hello.
Welcome.
Oh, this is not me. Let's see. Is there a PowerPoint? Nope. Oh. Oh, like open already? There it is. Thank you. All right. Good evening. I'm Christine, for people on Zoom. And I'm here to present on the Public Works and Parks Rec and Open Space Operations and Maintenance Facility, give a design update. So we started with a design build contract back in January, and so we've moved forward. So just a little project overview. You guys probably know this, but just if it's been a while, the proposed facility will be in the Vargas site right next to the wastewater treatment plant. And we'll kind of bump out that yard waste facility, but it'll still be there. So we have some updated elevations based on the new design. Well, it's not new, it's pretty much the same, but updated. And so we'll have these more in color and things like that later. But we also have an updated floor plan. I don't really think we need to get into it right now, but if you guys have questions, let me know. So we really wanted to talk to you guys tonight about LEED and sustainability options, because I know we had a lot of questions from you guys about that, and get some of your feedback so that as we move forward in design, we can make sure we're hearing what you guys want in this building. So LEED certification, formal certification, it's like actually having LEED third-party verify, would cost about $180,000 to $215,000 in design costs and take about 3 to 4 months to put that package together and get the verifications. And it would cost about $100,000 extra in construction costs, but would be minimal delays. So LEED has 4 certification levels. So if you go for LEED certification, you can get certified, silver, gold, or platinum. And so I asked the contractor and the architect, what LEED points would we get if we did the current design? And they came back with 47 points that they feel confident that we could get. So that would put us at the LEED certified level. So they put together some additional points that we could pursue if we did want to reach for silver or gold. The biggest one that we're already planning to do is installing a solar system on the building. So that can get you up to 6 LEED points. So once we have that solar on the building, will be the equivalent of LEED silver. If we wanted to do actual certification through LEED, we would have to do it as part of the project so that it would be all certified, upon completion. But if we're doing, if we're going for the equivalency points, we would have LEED silver once we had completed that project, and we're going to actively pursue solar. So we're looking for grants or purchase agreements. Alexis told me what it's on another slide. I forget what it's called, but there's different funding mechanisms that we can use if we don't do it as part of this project. But if we did, we're thinking it would be about $200,000 to $250,000 added to the budget and take about 1 month of extra in design. The other one that has a big point bucket is the indoor water use. So you can get up to 6 lead points for this category. It has several upgrades. So you could do metering of each fixture or upgrading fixtures to the highest efficiency. You know, we're already looking at putting in low flow and, water efficient and energy efficient appliances and things like that. But there are other ways that you can upgrade it. And then potentially, a big one would be like adding a recycle, like gray water system into the building. And that's where the big price tag would come in the added design. So you can kind of pick up points here and there as you progress with more and more options for that indoor water usage. Some of the smaller point like buckets that we could pursue, we could add bike facilities. It only picks up 1 point and it doesn't, nobody bikes to work for this facility. So it really wouldn't add much for the price, but it would be a minimal impact and we would pick up 1 point. So it's an option. Reduced parking footprint. Part of that lead category has adding car share vehicle parking spots because we wouldn't want to reduce the parking footprint because part of what we're trying to do is increase parking for our staff. So, but adding car share parking, nobody car shares to work. So it's just, it doesn't really make sense, but it is a way to pick up some points with minimal cost or scheduling impact.
Christine, and I appreciate your thoughts on that because my head explodes. Can it be a joint use parking spot, car share, or anybody else who gets here first and still get the points? Or does it have to be like a dedicated car share spot? Wow.
It has to be a dedicated car share spot. Realistically, no one from LEED is going to come out in 2 years and say that's not a car share person. Yeah. But,
Thanks.
in the, spirit of being, sustainable, that's what that's for. The other one is electric vehicles. So we're planning to put 1 in, but to pick up the lead points, you need 2. So we could add in an extra, and that's where that 35,000 comes in. Right now, we're planning to run conduit to other spaces so that we can pull electrical cables through to hook up easily in the future. You can pick up this point if you run actual electric cable and have it terminate at that place. What I was worried about in that installation is it's not like we're planning to install these in a year, right? We're waiting until the technology catches up for the trucks and the public works equipment to require charging and be electric. So we don't know what that future technology is going to require. So if we run it now, we might need something different. So we figured running the conduit, so it makes running that easier in the future. But we didn't think that it made as much sense to run the actual electrical because we don't know what we're going to need.
To get the points, is it 240 line or can a 120 qualify? In terms of the voltage?
We're going to do the level 3 charger.
Wow, that's insane. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. We could look at level 2.
Wow.
We need something fast.
Yeah.
240.
240.
Okay, so level 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, level 2?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say
to get the points.
Yeah.
To get the points.
Get the point. I mean,
Okay.
if we want to go higher than that, because it makes sense for the facilities, fine. Just more a question on what do you need for the points?
Yeah,
if
it's 240 to get the point.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we're talking about a level 3 though,
Correct.
but the purpose behind that is if that car needs to be out plowing or whatever it needs to be doing, we want a quick turnaround for charging. So that was the thought there. The other question we got was on electrification. So I apologize. I told you guys that it was an all gas HVAC system the last time. When I went back and looked at what we had in the proposal and what we procured, we actually have zoned electric heating and cooling in the office spaces. So we only have gas heating and a gas powered makeup air unit for the bay spaces. And the reason for that is the efficiency is just not there for these large spaces to be heated with electric at this point in time. In the future, that might be available, but it's a big price tag. The other thing is, right now with the current power usage, the contractor estimated that we would need about an 800 amps main service, so we're still nailing that down. But once you get bigger than that 800 amp service for electrical, you start to need a custom built panel. And that's where that big 5 to 6 month delay comes in, because that can take, they're doing another project right now, and that was an 18-month lead item. So we would get it ordered in May or something, but it would still push that schedule back. So we could still build the building in the same amount of time, but we can't get a CO to move into the building until we have permanent power. So it would just sit empty for a while. And then we just wanted to note that there is an additional cost to electric, all electric systems, but once we get solar on that building, we'll start to see some savings. We can't quantify that yet because we don't know how much solar we're gonna get on the building. And when we work through the process with a contractor to install it, we'll understand more how many panels we can get up there, that kind of thing, and be able to quantify that for you. But we will see some savings once we have solar up there. So Alexis, the sustainability manager, looked into rebates for electrification. And you can see on here that some heat pumps and the electric hot water heater do qualify for some rebates. They're not the biggest, but we'll definitely pursue everything that we can. And she's actively working with our rep for Excel to make sure that we're picking up every point we can, every rebate we can get. And she's also looking at federal rebates and programs as they pop up. She'll definitely be on top of that. So we also planned for future for electric. So we upsized the electric building or the electrical room on the building so that in the future, if we did need to add panels, we have the space for it. And that was something we had changed for this round. We are also installing those empty conduits that I talked about before for future EV charging. And we're also going to run some in the building too through the slab so that we can run extra power without having to drill into the slab or trench later. So that'll save a lot of money in the future if we do want to run more power. And we are planning to have enough power to charge our all electric equipment. So especially Pros is moving to all handheld electric equipment. And so we've been talking to the architect, and we'll talk to the electrical engineer about making sure we have good shelving, easy to plug in, just make it really easy for our crews to plug in and have the outlets they need and the power they need.
Christine, I've got a quick question on that. Mm-hmm. You're planning an 800 amp panel. If all of this equipment is being utilized at the same time, is this working or is circuits getting broken?
So we need to talk to the electrical engineer.
For what's For what's designed right now, 800 amps will work. For future electrical use, we just don't know what that is. So it could be a 1200, could be whatever amp panel that future use would be. But for everything that we have going now, for electrified HVAC, plumbing, mechanical, including electrical, 800 amp panel will suffice.
And all equipment being charged, any vehicles, any?
Correct.
Okay. Because one thing I'm noticing with the new energy code, which is everybody's darling, if you're doing a residential house, you have to put 2 panels in. No longer is the 200 amp panel going to work. You have to have a 400 amp panel, because if you have everything going on, you blow the circuits and it doesn't work. That's a problem that nobody ever thought about when they go to talk about amps. Oh, we got a 200 amp panel, we'll just build the house. No, now you're having serious issues. Now you're talking about a massive upgrade in electrical system that a lot of homeowners are just kind of juggling, well, should I even bother building now? I just want to make sure that if we do go down this road with trying to chase the LEED certification and the other things, are we actually going to be getting the value that we're going to be investing in this building, or are we going to be constantly chasing after the latest thing that the government's going to tell us that we have to do per energy code in order to be sufficient to get whatever rebates we're chasing in the future? Just something, it's not an answer, just food for thought, something we have to think about going forward with that.
Yeah. Thank you. So we put together some staff recommendations. We definitely want your guys' direction. But our recommendation is to design to LEED certification standards. So go for those equivalency points just for save cost and schedule. And like I said previously, we would be pursuing equivalency of LEED silver once we have the panels up on the roof, which we plan to pursue directly after the building is up. And as I mentioned earlier, we're looking into options for financing for on-site solar, so including grants, direct pay, or power purchase agreements. So Alexis and Brooke are in communication, and I'm talking to them too, so we're constantly on the lookout for that. And we also recommend we just follow the electrification plan for the building. We have a lot of electric, everything that makes it, that's efficient to be electric is electric right now. Those large gas heaters in the big bay spaces, just that technology just isn't here yet. So I think for efficiency, we recommend the current system. So just a brief overview of what our schedule is looking like moving forward. We have our design workshop on tomorrow morning. And so we'll take any comments that you guys give us here. We have people from that design team here tonight. So we'll incorporate that into the next phase of design. And then we get the next phase, which will be kind of that 50 to 60% design level at the end of April. And we're planning to have a public meeting in the middle of May. We might push that up a bit, just depending on how fast these plans come in. We're hoping to target Saddlebrook and Bell Flatirons so that they can see what's being planned with like more of a 3D and be able to like really visualize it. And our plan is for the next council update to be the last meeting in May. We're happy to give you guys more updates as you request them, but that was kind of the next plan when we'll have the initial GMP and we'll have feedback from the public meeting to present. And then we'll go into that 90% design when more of the details are done for the project. And they'll bring us that review. They're hoping to submit for the town permit. I have a mistaken date up there by the end of May. And they'll submit those 90% documents so that they can incorporate any building permit questions and comments into their 100% construction set. We're still hoping to break ground in November. That does depend on the FEMA Clomer F process. And in speaking with the civil engineer, the Clomer F should be ready for submittal in the next couple weeks. So we're hoping to get that in and get that process started because that's what's going to drive the breaking ground. Any questions?
Thanks, Christine, for that presentation. Anybody want to go first? Yeah, go for it.
So for the LEED silver, for the solar, I know for residential, and I don't know if this is true for commercial or not, but it would be another avenue for financing. A lot of companies will offer a leasing option as opposed to purchasing the solar, which has several benefits, not the least of which is putting on a solar system that's going to end up being outdated. But in addition, typically, when you lease it, they cover all the insurance and they do all replacement and repair. So if there's a hailstorm, then you just call them and they come fix it, which then is one less cost to the town. So if we could maybe explore if that is an option for commercial, because it might be a way to get it done quicker and more affordably. So
okay, yeah,
that's one thing. Are we doing comments on things yet, or is it just questions?
Oh yeah, no, comments, questions.
So my only comment would be, I'm 100% on board for all the sustainability. I think that's fantastic. I am not somebody who's impressed with labels, so to me, if it's going to cost an extra $300,000 and cause construction delays, I would much rather put that money into other places and just do the things that make us sustainable without like the Gucci label of sustainability.
Black.
Yeah, exactly. Especially for a building that's not even, resident facing typically. I want us to be sustainable, but I don't necessarily think it's a wise use of funds to just go after a label when we're already doing the things. So that would be my only comment there. That's it.
All right. Others? Thanks.
Well, I appreciate all the work that town staff has done to go back and take a deeper look at sustainability and LEED and sharing the results that you've found. So I appreciate that. It's really helpful. The town board approved a sustainability action plan in 2022, which lays out ambitious goals for our community to eliminate fossil fuel use and achieve net zero carbon reductions by 2050. We need to get to 60% reduction by 2030. And we have a massively long way to go, according to the town's sustainability dashboard. When I was on ACES and presented the sustainability action plan to the town board, I made it clear that there were no silver bullets that would get us to our goal. Instead, it was an all-the-above approach, with every little action adding up over time. Trustee Shaw then made a comment about hold us accountable, and tonight I'd like us to do that. The town does not build very many buildings, so every time we do, we have a massive opportunity to demonstrate leadership to our community and set the stage for achieving success with our sustainability goals. If the town doesn't demonstrate leadership in this space, who will? In my experience working on dozens of LEED projects, when you take an integrative design approach, you don't delay the project, but often you find synergies that lead to efficiencies and a better design. We also need to stop only looking at the first costs of doing something. We've done this in society for decades, and look where that's gotten us. By going all electric on this building and offsetting with solar, we will essentially be zeroing out a significant operating cost for the town over the life of the building. Our consultants should view this as an opportunity to make a compelling business case for sustainability. And to echo Councilmember Miller's point, when looking at solar, we need to stop looking or thinking about the town buying this outright because yes, they are expensive. There are many other options that do not require any capital outlay that could easily get us the same goals that we're trying to achieve with sustainability. So I brought this point up at the last time this was presented. Again, I'd really like to stress that we look at leasing systems rather than paying for them outright.
Okay. Yeah, I believe that's what the power purchase agreements are. And I'm not super knowledgeable on those, but Alexis knows a lot about those and is directly involved with the project. And
power purchase agreements are a little bit different than leasing a system. A power purchase agreement is could work a couple of ways, but one of those is there's an offsite system where we agree to purchase some percentage, like the building use, energy use of that system to offset our electricity use in that building. A solar lease actually puts panels on the building and we're using that electricity.
Okay, great. Yeah, we'll definitely have those conversations with Alexis, and we've talked about this a lot, and she's heavily involved, and she'll be at the workshop tomorrow, so we'll definitely have that conversation, and I appreciate that, yeah.
Thank you.
I think one of the benefits of not pursuing LEED certification is that the town can install the solar panels using a different funding mechanism than if we were to pay the contractor to install them. And we need to have the panels up when we get our CO or whenever we get our certification for if we were to get an actual LEED certification. So we would either have to expedite it or and try to work like alongside the contractor, which might get messy, or I think we'll just have a lot more options once we have the building up and they can see the surface area of the roof and that kind of thing. So, yeah.
I just had a question, Mike. So I understand you want to go all electric for the building. Are you also advocating pursuing the LEED certification?
I'm not pursuing LEED certification on this particular building just because it's a maintenance building, but I think we should do everything that we can to maximize sustainability in this building. And if we have the ability to go all electric, because that's what's outlined in our sustainability action plan. And again, This building's going to theoretically use a significant amount of gas to heat the space, and we don't have very many facilities from a town buildings perspective to zero out natural gas usage. I think doing that at the wastewater treatment plant is going to be operationally challenging, and so we have to look at every other opportunity that we have, whether it's a new town hall or a maintenance building or remodeling an existing structure to reduce natural gas use and go all electric. So I'm begrudgingly willing not to pursue certification on this particular project. But I do think that moving forward, as we start to contemplate new buildings, that sustainability needs to be part of the conversation from day one and not an afterthought.
Yeah, and I apologize for that, my misspeak at the earlier meeting. Alexis did help me put together the requirements for when we went out to procure a contractor. And so we do have that electric heating in the office areas. So the only area that's gas is the bays. And we can the technology is out there. We can heat that space, right? Yeah, with electric. It's not quite as efficient and it has that higher price tag, but I understand, we put this note on here, like there is efficiency costs once we put solar on the building. There is some payback there because we'll get that solar power.
And if we're no longer purchasing solar, that's going to free up 600,000 or whatever the number was, and that savings could be shifted to the all-electric heaters in the bay.
Well, so we didn't include the solar panels in the initial procurement. We just have it as a solar-ready building. So they'll have all the conduit and the structural loads will take into account panels. So we would need that extra funding to put the solar panels up if we were to do it during part of this project. But if we pursue leasing options and that kind of thing, we might be able to move away from that. So that'd be great.
I have a question about kind of the solar panels, the interplay with lead credits and then lead equivalency without pursuing the actual certification. But correct me if I'm wrong, but we are already purchasing all the electricity in town through Excel, through their wind source program. So I know that's not natural gas, but all of our electricity is already green because it's renewable and it's purchased through Excel. So what's the benefit of throwing a solar array on from I understand if there's a loop and we're actually powering ourselves, but from a kind of LEED standard certification perspective, if we're already getting our electricity from green sources, what's the point of spending an extra $250,000 for a solar array if that's already taken care of?
Okay, great. Thank you.
I'm Cody Holland. I'm our senior estimator at Buildings by Design, so I'm working on this project. So with LEED, there is actually points available for off-site renewable energy. And I believe that point differential is the off-site, you get 2 points. And if you have the solar array on-site to power the entire building, then you get the full 6 points. So it's like a 4-point swing on that kind of. So you go from 49 to 53 points, which makes the difference in certified to silver, but you do get points for the off-site electrical as well.
Okay. And I don't understand how the economics work with Excel, and you're purchasing electricity that's technically green. You're paying an extra, and it's subsidizing the construction of wind farms or whatever they're doing. And it's something that you can then put on your sustainability action plan and say to the voters that we're doing the responsible thing from an environmental perspective. But if the wind's not blowing and it's nighttime, it's not coming from renewable, you're getting your energy from non-renewable sources from the grid anyway, at that point in time. So I guess my thought on all of this is I agree with Councilmember Miller that I don't see a point, especially with a non-public facing building, of pursuing a plaque on the wall, especially when it's going to come with a $200,000 to $300,000 surcharge. I don't think that, well, I appreciate everything you're saying, Mike. I think the design limitations of this building with having the bays there, I don't think that it makes sense for us to try to have that powered by all electric means, especially if the technology is not there. I think we're going to need to live with gas for those type of, when you have a big warehouse, big garage bays, the electric heat's just not going to work. I guess I'm questioning whether it makes sense for us to spend the money on a solar array if we're already paying the surcharge to Excel for the wind credits. Right now, it's easy for us to take a $5 million building and add an additional 5 to 10% on the total project, which is not insignificant, to move us closer to these particular goals. But I feel like if we did the wind source credit, so why isn't that sufficient to kind of get us there? I know that we're going to get 2 points versus 6 points, but all things being equal, it's renewable energy.
And that's also a decision we don't have to make right now. We can add solar at any time. However you guys want to go with solar, that's fine. We just are keeping our eye out for grants, and we can definitely present to you different options for paying for it, and then you guys can decide later. But that's also not one that needs to be decided today. It's just, it is an option if we want. It was really presented if we wanted to pursue LEED and get the plaque, if we wanted LEED silver on the plaque, that's something that we could install during the project and get that formal certification. But if we're not pursuing that, then we have a lot of time to make that decision, and we can present different options of how much it would cost, what, the cost savings, that kind of thing. And you guys can decide, if it makes sense to move forward at that point too.
Just a couple of quick comments with where this is going, and to Councilmember Foster's point. We adopted that plan, and it was a very thought out plan, and I completely agree. We got to go all electric. This is an opportunity to do so. If not, we may as well just repeal the plan. If we can't adhere to the plan on our own as a board with the specific decision that we're making, then the plan has no value, because the rest of the community is going to look at it and say, you guys don't even follow it. So that's question number one. Do we truly believe in the veracity of the plan? And if not, then it is what it is. I don't really have, I'm in the same spot as opposed to LEED certification. I want to make it a LEED equivalent building. There's tons of other certifications out there. It doesn't have to be LEED. It could be, Green Star and DMBU or something. There's others out there that do the same thing with maybe not the same cost. But the key thing is that you're, in terms of getting the certification, as long as we design it to the same criteria, I think that's a great idea, a great direction to go. But I think going specifically back to Councilmember Foster's point, if we truly believe in our sustainability plan, this is the opportunity to embrace it. If not, then the next building is going to be well, you didn't do it with the last building. Why are you going to do it with this one? And so on and so forth. This is the first thing that we've built since we adopted that plan.
And I'll just add that, again, in my experience in working on LEED projects, and I completely respect the conversation around not pursuing LEED certification and, equivalencies. It's been my experience that change orders come back and you eliminate this sustainability element and you eliminate this sustainability element and you want to reduce the size of the HVAC system to reduce $500,000 of expense, and all of a sudden you now have a super inefficient HVAC system heating and cooling the building because we weren't holding our feet to the fire to actually pursue certification. That's, I think, one of the benefits of certification is we follow through on the design elements. So I respect the conversation about not pursuing LEED certification, but if there are change orders that eliminate things that could be considered LEED credits, I'll be asking some really tough questions.
Okay. Yeah, and at that May update that we have planned. We'll have that initial GMP cost, so we'll be able to present if there's any value engineering going on, and be able to get your guys' your feedback and your direction at that point too.
I know you said that there was technology out there as far as being able to heat the bays with electric. And I don't know if this is a question that maybe you come back in May and tell us, but I would be curious to know the cost of that technology and then the reliability, because I know with our sustainability plan, we wanted Vargas to be using all electric, and then their all electric kept breaking down, at least the larger equipment. So sometimes the technology isn't there, and I like I said, I'm 100% on board with the sustainability and wanting to do everything we can. But I also don't want to cut off our nose to spite our face and, be pursuing something that now we've got a system that's breaking down. So I would just be curious, because I don't know as much about it, to know more about what are the alternatives, how reliable are they, how efficient are they, what's the extra cost, what are the benefits of it. So it's going to cost us more, but how much are we saving? And I don't know if that's something, offhand, or where you could point me in the direction, because I don't expect you to do all the research, but.
So like Christine alluded to, so the entire office space is electric already, with split air systems. The only place that we have it is in the service bays. We have radiant tube heat that is kind of similar to what you'd see any other maintenance facility. But there are electric radiant tube heaters. They are just about 3 to 4 times the cost of a single. In this building itself, you'll probably have, there's 4 bays, so you'll probably have 10, give or take, radiant tube heaters that are about 20 foot long. You kind of see them, the shield and the tube. They do have those in electrical, but each one of them is about 3 times the cost of a gas-fired unit. And then the MAU unit, the makeup air unit, we have been talking to our HVAC contractor and our MEP engineer, and they actually don't know at this time. They think there's an MAU that's large enough that's electric, but it's not readily designed, be more of a custom thing, but they think it can be done if that's the route we want to go down. They just don't know exactly what it is because they haven't seen it, so.
Always love being the guinea pig. I mean, I'm with you where we have a plan and we should be sticking to the plan, but I also recognize the unique aspects of this project where there are large bays. I mean, if we're building out other buildings like town hall expansions or whatever else we're looking at, that's probably a little easier to do all electric than large bays. So that would be my only feedback is, I certainly want to do it if it's possible. If it's going to be exponentially more expensive and we're a guinea pig, I'm less excited about that.
Yeah, we're estimating, like I said, I think if I don't think it makes sense to do the radiant tube heats and not the makeup air unit. If you're going to go all electric, then go all electric. That MAU unit itself is about a $100,000 unit. My HVAC contractor is estimating that delta is about 125, so he's thinking that's about a $225,000 electric makeup unit, excuse me. And then the radiant tube heats themselves to go from to go from gas to electrified over 10 units would be approximately $100,000.
So I have a kind of a follow-up question about that. So during the wintertime, gas prices go up, and we'd be likely using the gas heaters in the wintertime, when gas prices are the highest. So how much, if we go all electric, yes, we've got 125,000 additional upfront cost for all electric, but how much does the town save by not having to pay the higher natural gas prices during those winter months when we're cooling the bays? And I'm not expecting you to answer that question right now, but if that could come back when we have the GMP in May as part of your cost analysis, that would be really insightful.
Yeah, so I think we'll really have a good idea of what that cost looks like if we start engaging a solar contractor who can tell us how many panels can get up on the building, because we'll need that to understand how much of that electrical cost we can offset. We can estimate how many panels and get an estimate, but we could get more specific numbers once we engage somebody who can start really laying it out and showing us, okay, you can have a panel here, here. Yeah.
So the electrical GC is not able to provide some?
We can definitely get estimates. I mean, I'm sure our electrical engineer could say, you know, we estimate that you could get this many panels. We'll talk to them about that tomorrow during the workshop.
Again, I don't know how much we would be paying a month to heat the bays, several $1,000s. I have no idea. But if there's a ROI of 8 to 12 years for local government, that seems pretty reasonable. So again, having that information would be, I think, helpful, at least for me, so we could see what the first costs are and what our reduced operating expenses are.
Yeah, I want to reiterate, it's going to be like an estimate. Yeah.
But it's a number that we can then have a conversation of, hey, this is within the ballpark of reasonable, or no, we are so far outside of reasonable. Yep, we're not going to go forward with that.
Okay.
But you'd still have to pay for the electricity, right? So it's not like you're just powering it. You know, like I understand there's if you're powering it with a solar array, and that's giving 20% of the electricity based on the numbers here. You know, so, you know, and I don't know what the math's going to be, but
neither do I.
Right.
And
yeah.
That's my question. Is
so you need to
math.
figure out what the savings are for the gas bill, but then net out your electricity costs.
Correct. Yep, exactly. And then that gives us a bottom line number of, is it net positive, net negative?
And if you have a forward pricing agreement on electric, you've locked in that rate for
theoretically
5, 10, 15
Excel's
years.
electricity rates are going to continue to go up 3.4% for the next 20 years. And if we, again, to Councilmember Shaw's point, if we lock in a rate at whatever today's rates are, then we've avoided that cost increase over the next 19 years.
I mean, this is the same, you know, and this is, lots of municipalities are going through this, right? You know, California's been going through this. We don't have to reinvent the wheel, right? Like this has been done everywhere. I think Mike actually has experience doing this, and we need to leverage that so that we do this and think about this as what you called it, the life cycle of the building. If it's a 30-year building, let's think about our energy and cooling costs for the next 30 years as opposed to the upfront cost, because if this is spread out over the next 5 or 8 years, it's just like every other analysis that we're doing.
I probably should shut up when I'm ahead, but I'm going to be the heretic on this one. I used to be very, very in favor of LEEDs about 10, 15 years ago. I thought it was a fantastic thing, but then watching it actually becoming practice and the costs and what building owners actually think about it, I don't see the bargain in it, and I don't see the bargain for chasing a title. I definitely am in favor of creating as much of an environmentally conscious building as possible. Chasing the LEED basic certification without going for the name, I think is a really good start. But I have a real problem with this electricity Shangri-La that's going to save the world, that's going to save the environment. We are still run on natural gas as the number one fuel, followed by coal, and solar and renewable energy doesn't even come close to doing anything. And we are expecting a building to run on electricity, excuse me, which is going to be powered by gas and coal. So we're trying to have this lip service about doing the right thing environmentally, and it's a political thing, and hey, it might get me votes, it might make me look really good, but the truth is, we're still using fossil fuels, and we will always be addicted to fossil fuels in this country. There's nothing that's going to stop this. I don't care what kind of certification we put on this. And if we have bays where the doors are open in the wintertime and trucks are going in and out, that electrification cost is going to be out the freaking window. It's going to be crazy. I mean, gas is bad enough, Mike, and I get it during the wintertime. It costs more because it's utilized a lot more to heat. I don't see pursuing full electrification for this building to be a proper thing for this town to do, given how much it is going to cost us in the long run. And, you know, we're eventually going to have to take that step off of fossil fuels and do the push, but we're never there when it comes to technology. The electrification is this holy grail that we never seem to be able to get to. So I want to be very, very careful about following this political bent of look at us, we're doing electrical and we're saving the environment when we're really not. You know, one of the things you have to think about, part of electrification is the heavy use of batteries, right? We're using batteries in a lot of things. The trash truck that we're trying to get is going to be a battery-powered trash truck. We're going to talk about using battery for more things. What kind of thought is ever actually given into where that battery comes from? You know, you get an electric vehicle, hey, great, I'm saving the environment, I'm doing the world, but every time you plug it in, you're charging, you're creating emissions. That's nothing, unless you've got full solar. All the minerals and the elements that go into those batteries come from conflict countries that have human rights violations. So, I mean, let's really go all the way down the food chain and think about what we're doing when we talk about electrification and this feel-good mentality that we have and patting ourselves in the back. And we're doing the right thing, but are we really doing the right thing for our residents with the cost this building could come in at and could continue to charge us going forward? Heat pumps are a big sexy thing, and I'm sure the heat pumps are what we're talking about in the bays, right? They're going to heat the bays?
No.
The office spaces, the heat pump, the electric heat pumps.
So how much more efficient
What would
is
be-
how much more efficient is the electrical units you're talking about in the bays?
They aren't more efficient, to be honest with you. They're just different. And like I said, the technology for powering an infrared heater via electric just is not especially on that level with that big of space and those big of heaters. Like I said, it can be done. There's a cost to it. One thing to your point is you're not truly powering this thing by itself. Number one, you have to have batteries to do that, and you're not powering the batteries to charge your system. You're taking that energy from the solar and putting it back into the grid itself. So you're not fully. It's not fully electric because you're not storing the electrical on site. So I guess I just thought I'd mention that.
Yeah, I mean, I remember this article in the 90s, and it was this beautiful campaign about trash, right? And what do you do? And it was just like, when you throw something away, what does away mean? Nobody thinks about what happens when it goes in the garbage can, it gets picked up by the truck, it goes to a landfill, or it gets put on a barge, and it gets dumped in the middle of the ocean. Now we have problems with plastics, and we have all these other things we're doing. We create so many consumer byproducts and waste, and a lot of that is electrification, electricity. We waste so much that we don't get back, and we don't understand how we're actually able to conserve unless we start cutting back, carpooling, which is a really good idea, bicycle riding, but it doesn't make sense a lot of times, right? I mean, if we were in a holistic society where everything goes in the town of Superior and there's no reason to ever leave it, yeah, it might make a lot of sense to do everything where we're actually going to be gaining by creating something that is almost like I don't want to say the word cult, but I want to say something like we all believe 100% in what we're doing and we don't deviate from that. I mean, that is the mentality you really, truly need for an environmentally conscious movement to take place. Problem is, I'm concerned about the budget. I'm concerned about what this building is going to cost us. I'm concerned about long-term cycle. I say LEED certification is not something I want to see, but I want to get to LEED levels where we're actually showing the residents, say, hey, we're chasing it, we're doing it, we're trying to do everything we can. Heat pumps in the office, fantastic. In the bays, I just don't see it. I don't see that as being a benefit. And yeah, I know the town did approve this idea of becoming completely sustainable, but I think we have to be honest with our residents, and there's a problem that I see a lot of times in politics. We're not honest. We tell them what they want to hear, and we hope they go away because we don't want to deal, right? The problem is that we are going to create more problems with this because we're going to be running up how much it's going to cost to run these buildings, and I just don't see the benefit for going full electric on this building. I would rather we pull back, we be honest with ourselves and the residents to what we can do within reason, within cost constraints, and then go from there. Because if this is what we're going to do and we're not going to put the electrification into the bays, I think this is an incredible first step for a building like this compared to what we've done in the past. Is it where you want us to be or where we said we'd be by doing this plan? No, but it's a first step. Maybe it's a baby step, but it's a step in the right direction. And maybe the next building that we do, if we're fortunate enough to do a town hall, we can take more steps on that, because now we're not talking about open spaces being heated and cooled. We're talking about a closed environment that the heat pumps might actually be able to generate more of a cost saving. So I just, excuse me, I don't mean to be like the doomsayer up here saying this is going to be a bad idea. I just want to be very, very frugal and understanding of what our costs are going to be, because nothing's free in construction and prices always go up, and we have to figure out, can we get to the finish line with a number that the residents were told at the beginning and that they're going to be happy with at the end.
Councilmember Serbu, I respect and appreciate the perspective that you shared on batteries and minerals coming from conflict countries and things like that. And electric cars have really been around only 10 to 15 years. How long have oil spills been happening around the world, in the Arctic, in sensitive wildlife habitats, marine life wiped out? So I can appreciate the argument that one has about the environmental impacts of electrification and battery use, and we often forget the environmental toll that oil has placed on this planet. Exxon Valdez, Deepwater Horizon. I mean, there are a lot of examples where there is just massive environmental degradation because of oil spills. So I just don't want us to forget that perspective as well, because I think that's an important point to make sure that we keep in part of the conversation.
And point taken, Mike, and I appreciate you bringing that up because, you mentioned last time you talked about nuclear, right? And nuclear, is it clean energy? Yeah, but the problem is you've got waste that's lasting for 30,000 years or so that you can't do anything with. So the problem is, we just are creating an energy need that we can't control and we can't get our hands around because consumption is what it's all about. I just want to be careful going forward with this because we always promise residents we're going to do something and we tie it up with a really, really good movement and a reason why. And if we can't deliver on that, there's going to be, well, what are you guys doing up here, right? And, I don't think there's any, like you said, there's no silver bullet. I wish there was. I wish there was a way. I wish solar panels were much more efficient. Then we'd buy them outright. And if they're 100% efficient, great. It's going to power the building. We don't have to worry about it. But I don't know. And forgive me, I don't mean to be pessimistic about this. I was a true believer like you were a little while ago, but just from seeing enough of these things not coming to fruition or not providing the promises that was made, I'm a little bit leery about putting all of our hopes in one boat on this one and trying to cross the vast ocean of change that we're trying to get to.
Heather?
Between very passionate people. I love it. No, it's good. It's good. So I'm going to come into the kind of seat of don't know what I don't know. Is there a potential where we use the electric to start the building or gas and then reverse or change at some point? Because I do not have confidence in the product. I might be a little bit leaning closer to Councilmember Serbu's hesitation in going. I love the true idea of going that direction. I'm definitely not on the lead path. I think we can do all of that without the glass plaque on the wall. I sit in a desk that I sit and look at that plaque every day in my building and know what it took. So I guess, is it possible to make a change in 2 years? Or
Absolutely. Anytime, it's renovating the building when that technology comes out. That's one thing that we were making sure with this design is we're making the electrical room extended for future panels if needed. So essentially someday, if you guys ever choose to do this stuff, that electrical room will be big enough for the panel to come in from your transformer and feed that larger disconnect, and then you can feed the rest of the building from there.
Okay, thank you.
Jen, did you have any thoughts?
I am definitely not wanting to spend money on LEED certification when we can, the level, the higher level of stuff for ensuring that we have the plaque on the wall. I don't see the point in that. But I do appreciate Councilmember Foster's point to also, we don't want to let it slip away because it isn't a target that has to be met by a defining final inspection. But I think that's it. I did also have the question about the bikes and whether bike racks were necessary at this particular location. So I'm glad that you brought that up. But otherwise, no, good.
All right, so where are we then? So we've got two passionate members who support all in electrification, and it seems like the rest are
with a caveat. I feel like we need some more math, right? I think Foster feels the same way, that just understanding the economics is going to drive the discussion. If there's no payback in 30 years, it's a non-starter. But if we see that within 8 years or 10 years, there's a payback, then I'm absolutely in support of the sustainability plan that we adopted.
Okay, that's a fair point. Brandon?
Sorry. Hey, good evening. I know, hiding.
Smart.
So in talking to the contractor, I do want to make it clear, we're not sure that make air unit exists for this size facility. So he said he's done 150 facilities and never done electric in a bay type area, and his HVAC plumber hadn't either, but they will check into it. We can get some costs for gas facilities because they've done a lot of facilities, and we can reach out to those municipalities. And I think we talked to Meade or someone that has similar facilities, so we can figure out what they're paying for gas, as long as they did electric inside and get a good comparison for what the bay cost would be. So we can definitely get that. The difficulty is going to be, obviously, if we go all solar, it could fund itself. But if not, I don't think we're going to be able to throw a efficiency number on a unit that we're not even sure exists yet for a make air unit. So that would be the challenge in giving that electric cost of that. But the gas, we can definitely give you a gas cost, and probably later this week in the weekly digest is something we could probably include.
And when you do those calculations, if you can look into kind of the premium that we're paying right now for electricity already with our wind source credits, because we're paying, I don't know what it is, a couple percentage points above what our...
We can work with Alexis to get that information.
Okay.
For you.
Yeah, and I think Alexis is on. I don't know if she wants to chime in on this discussion. Definitely welcome it. I don't have Zoom in front of me, but I think she's on. If she has anything to add, and encourage her to raise her hand.
Oh, hi, I'm on here.
All right.
Let's see. Sorry, I can't figure out the camera here, but I mean, we're happy to get you all that information on Renewable Connect, which is what WindSource has been rebranded to with Excel. I think we can run some of the math numbers here and talk about these things. Really helpful to have direction on the lead equivalent versus the lead, and definitely agree that, you know, we'll want checkpoints as we go to make sure that we're incorporating these pieces into the project and they don't fall off. Oh, here we go. I can start my video. Hello, everyone. And then just, curious to, you know, continue this conversation on electrification. I do think it's important to hopefully bring that back to council sooner rather than later, just because I know that it's going to have implications in terms of both that project timeline that Christine spoke to a little bit, and the panel sizing, and just, you know, delays potentially from getting a custom panel if we need that, as well as working with Excel on that piece. But happy to continue to explore that with our public works and park staff.
All right. Thanks, Alexis.
Yeah.
All right. Any additional questions from council? Did we give you sufficient direction to at least move the...
Yeah, I think yes, so I definitely hear the feedback from council. We were hoping to get a decision, obviously, because we're in the middle of design. It sounds like leaning toward gas for the bays from the majority of council, but we will definitely run those numbers and provide that data, and I guess determine if this unit can be made for this facility and give you the gas cost for sure. So I think at this point in time, we'll probably keep moving down that gas road. We'll get you that information. Unfortunately, we don't have another meeting in March, so we would like feedback when we send it out in a digest or something. And obviously, we're not asking for a council vote via remote or anything like that. But if we need to bring it back up, we'd need to make that altercation pretty quickly since we're in the design phase.
Yeah. Well, I think, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that there currently is a majority on the council right now that supports moving forward with gas powering in the bays, because whether it's a cost question or just feasibility or not, the unknown of not knowing what the feasibility is. So we don't want to slow this process down, recognizing that we've got this sustainability action plan that we want to meet. But if it's not possible to meet, and it's never been done before with these types of, you know, technologies, and you know, independent of what the costs are going to look like and the payback period, I think that there right now is, there's direction to move forward, not slow this thing down, not add $200,000 to $500,000 in addition, in additional costs to this project, just from a design and install perspective.
Thanks. That's what I heard as well. So we'll include it in an upcoming digest, and we'll add it as a project update for the next meeting, just to give you that verbal update that goes along with that too.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all. All right. We're at 8:27. I do want to take a break, but if we could just do our consent agenda, not the items that were pulled, but we'll do our consent agenda. We'll do our proclamation, because we've got our friends from Coal Creek Meals on Wheels who've been so patient to wait here with us. So we've pulled item 5D off of the consent agenda. We have pulled, and that's not being heard tonight, we have pulled item 5E, 5J, and 5K. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent agenda 5A, B, C, F, G, H, I, and L.
So moved.
All right, we've got a motion from Councilmember Craycraft.
Second.
Second from Mayor Pro Tem Serbu, and we will do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Foster,
Yes.
Councilmember Cowish,
Yes.
Mayor Lasis,
Yes.
Councilmember Shaw,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Councilmember Craycraft,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Serbu.
Yes.
All right, passes unanimously, and we just passed our proclamation for Cold Creek Meals on Wheels. So we had a proclamation proclaiming March 2025 as the 23rd annual March for Meals Month, whereas this year Meals on Wheels programs from across the country are joining together for the March for Meals awareness campaign to celebrate its success and garner the support needed to ensure these critical programs can continue. And whereas Cold Creek Meals on Wheels has served Erie, Lafayette, Louisville, and Superior for over 50 years, delivering more than just a meal to seniors, individuals with disabilities, and anyone in need who is at significant risk of hunger and isolation. And whereas Cold Creek Meals on Wheels works to address food insecurity and malnutrition, combat social isolation, enable independence, and improve health for years to come. And whereas in 2025, Cold Creek Meals on Wheels will surpass 1 million meals served since the organization's founding. And whereas Cold Creek Meals on Wheels provides a powerful opportunity for social connection for hundreds of seniors to help combat the negative health effects and economic consequences of loneliness and isolation. And whereas the senior population is increasing substantially and action is needed now to support local Meals on Wheels programs through federal, state, and local funding, volunteering, donations, and raising awareness to ensure that these vital services can continue to be delivered for years to come. And whereas Cold Creek Meals on Wheels continue to serve anyone in need of a nutritious meal, regardless of their age, income, socioeconomic status, or other factors, now therefore be it proclaimed, the mayor and the council members of the town of Superior do hereby proclaim March 2025 as a month celebrating Cold Creek Meals on Wheels and urge every community member to take this month to honor the programs, the individuals they serve, and the volunteers who care for them. Our recognition of and involvement in the National March for Meals celebration can enrich our entire community and help combat hunger and isolation. So thank you to Cold Creek Meals on Wheels. We do have a proclamation, and if you wanted to come up to the dais and we can take a photo with you guys, that'd be great. And I'll just say that I've eaten at the cafe and the food's delicious. So thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience.
All right, and it's 8:30 now. Why don't we take a break for 9 minutes, be back at 8:40?
Thank you.
Yeah, I gotta
impact to damage the space next to you, majority to be able to like assess. They're incurring $40,000 that was fixed because you were decided it poorly.
Doesn't make sense.
Their incentive was something like $200,000 or like $150,000. So that's like
Yep. Yeah, I think so. All right, we are back, and we are on item 5E, which is consideration of resolution awarding a construction contract for Rock Creek Parkway pedestrian bridge project. Neil, you pulled this?
I did. This should be pretty quick. I just had a couple of questions about the project and project management. First one is the bike lane detours. There's a lot of good narrative around what the plan is for pedestrians. What are your thoughts for the detours during the work on the bike lanes?
Like, oh, when the underpass is closed?
Yeah.
So people who would have used the
No,
underpass?
no, I'm sorry, for the Rock Creek Parkway, like when we're cutting it to 2 lanes on one side, we're going to try to squeeze the bike lanes in there. Where I'm headed is we consistently just say bikes merge with traffic, which to me is a standard sort of, I don't know what to do with the bikes, we'll just shove them over here. The main thing I want to do is, we have just expanded the bike lanes on Rock Creek Parkway, and a lot more people are riding on Rock Creek Parkway, and as we head towards summer, I don't want to shortchange that and sort of say, oh, we forgot about the bikers, get on the sidewalk, or there's not a lane for you, just merge with traffic. So I'm just, if you haven't thought about it yet, that's fine. It's more a question, I want to put this on everyone's radar of like, how are we going to manage bike traffic so they can get over to the Metal Arc Trail as planned?
I'll definitely note that. I'm not sure we addressed specifically bikes, but we do have approved, we had to get approval from CDOT for our detour plans for all trails.
Yep.
So we do have detours set up. I'm not sure if we included bike signs. I would have to go back and look, but if we didn't, then we'll definitely get those on there.
Okay.
And on the western bound Rock Creek, so they are to exit Rock Creek before they get to the underpass, I believe, with our current ramp situation.
Yeah, what I'm actually thinking is the folks that ride over the bridge and then cross over to Superior Point to access the Metal Arc entrance.
Okay, so the eastbound traffic. That's
No, the westbound, they're going up the hill, they go through the stoplight, but if we've merged the traffic, on top of the bridge, where's the bike lane?
Yeah, so we try to send those, okay, yeah, so they could come back up the path to the light, but yes, we can look at that.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, as long as it's contemplated, because, and we've seen this left and right, bikers are an afterthought, and that's what caused the accident in Louisville, 4 years ago and led to the fatality, right? Because the biker didn't know where to go, car didn't know where to go. This is a very short stretch of pavement, but it's the kind of thing, as we try to create more reasons to ride your bike on Rock Creek Parkway, I don't want it to be an afterthought.
And your point's a valid one, because we're going to have 3 active projects really within a couple hundred feet of each other with the intersection and the water main project, so they'll all affect bike lanes.
Okay, so that's the easy question. The harder one, remarkably, is the lighting for the underpass. And thankfully, Leslie's here because I saw it noted in the construction drawings, and I know it's an ask from CAPS. Like, what is the plan for the upgraded lighting in the tunnel? Is it planned? Because I got the feeling from the CAPS emails is that it's like an ask for next year, but is it going to get upgraded?
This project was including reusing the lights that are currently down there.
Okay. Is that going to be good? Okay, that's fine. I guess it's not good enough for a mural, but it's good enough to walk through, and we still want to upgrade it. An issue for the board is I've got 2 sets of emails, upgrade the lights, and I'm looking at these drawings, the lights look fine, so.
So contemplating a mural there would require additional lights. We did the retrofit in the tunnel here behind Town Hall under McCaslin, where we have lights not just shining straight down, but that we backed off that shine onto the mural itself.
Okay.
Roughly $10,000 to $15,000 retrofit to do that.
Okay. All right.
Shouldn't we just do that during this project?
That's where I was headed.
Just do it as a change order?
We would have to ask CDOT, because it's not, we would just have to ask CDOT if they would allow that change order, or they're pretty picky about what they allow to add
I mean,
in.
we'll pay for it. We don't need CDOT to pay for it.
So we probably don't want to tack it onto this contract because it is a federally funded contract, so everything's going to get scrutinized and integrated. Leslie and I have been talking about it, so I think we can probably set up a separate contract with one of our own calls and get that lighting in there right after they're done, but just tacking it on just with the federal.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, it just seems like while the work is being, during the project from the perspective of the public, right? And like the residents and the inconvenience, right? Like you might as well just like deal with it once.
Everyone's out there.
But Leslie and I have talked about it. Everything lighting wise can be exterior to the underpass, conduits attached to it. It shouldn't affect the construction of the underpass itself, but it'd be an easy attached to.
Perfect.
Yep.
All right, and then sort of the gorilla in the room, actually, there's one more before the gorilla. At the entrance and exit to the underpass, there were some lighted bollards. I think they got knocked down like 15 years ago, and there's just like electrical box and a circle for where the bollards went. I don't know, I mean, this whole stretch of Purple Park has these bollards, lighted bollards along the pathway that have been knocked down over the last 10 or 15 years. Some have been replaced, one's got a cone over it, but both ends of this tunnel, you've got the electrical box and the pad where those bollards are going to be. Are we planning to ever replace those? Because again, we're here. Is this part of a planned upgrade or anything relative to the rest of Purple Park?
I'll have to look at those exact locations, but we did just order some new bollards. We replaced one over by the playground, and we have 2 on the shelf ready to go in. So we can definitely take a look at those, and it should not be.
I think we're already short because there's one that's cracked, and there's 2 that haven't been at both ends of that tunnel for 7 or 8 years. So
we'll take a look at that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, since everybody's there, it's kind of like, well, let's just throw everything at the bridge that needs to get fixed. And now my last question, which is really the elephant in the room, is do we have solid visibility on the CDOT funds? And I know that CDOT funds are, no one from DOJ or otherwise has sort of suspended DOT funds from the federal government, but what are you guys hearing from your other municipal partners? Because this is a reimbursement contract. Like, we're going to go spend the money, and then they're going to give us the money back, right?
Yes.
Right, so there's like a holistic risk for every municipality that's got Fed dollars coming their way. Have we seen any issues to date on DOT funds from the feds?
We have an IGA, so we have a contract
it's great, but I mean, as we're seeing, the IGA doesn't mean anything if CDOT has no money. And I don't know how that part's going to play out.
So I can speak to what I've had conversations with the other public works directors, and we've had some conversations with CDOT. So from everything we're seeing, the funding that's been funded has not been taken back in any avenue yet. So that's the good news. The other piece of this project is this bridge is rated poor. So even if the funds were clawed back, I think we have to do something with this underpass because there's structural issues with it. But I don't currently have any concerns with that funding being taken back. Now, we also, our other federally funded project, the EDA grant, we've been holding off on that formal announcement, just waiting, and we finally got word from the EDA that they got word from their federal representatives that funding is good to go. So that makes me feel even better about this CDOT funding that we're getting for the bridge too.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, no, I appreciate hearing all that. I think this is a consistent question that every government's asking about anything that had a Fed bill on it. Because everybody I know is hearing it get delayed, questioned, and honestly, professionally, I got some stuff going through the DOD. Everyone's running around with their heads, not sure.
If you can tell me what's going to happen tomorrow, I'll keep it.
Fair enough. Okay, no other questions from me.
Thanks, Neil.
I just got a real quick softball. A couple of residents wanted me to ask this. I promised them I would. The wildlife that take up residence part of the year in the pond to the north won't be affected?
We plan to continue the water flow through. So part of the contract is to pipe that water. So we'll just dam it in that area and pipe the water through.
Okay, good. That was, I told them it wouldn't, and I'm glad you proved me right. But yeah, that's just, there's a lot of people that absolutely love the Canadian geese in this neighborhood. So I want to make sure that, their concerns are addressed.
Yeah.
Great. Christine, thank you.
Okay.
All right, anything further? I'll entertain a motion to approve Town of Superior Resolution Number R-14, Series 2025, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Superior approving the construction contract with Dietzler Construction Corporation for the Rock Creek Parkway Bridge Improvement Project.
So moved.
Got a motion from Councilmember Shaw.
Second.
Second from Mayor Pro Tem Serbu. Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Serbu,
Yes.
Councilmember Shaw,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Councilmember Cowish,
Yes.
Councilmember Craycraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Foster?
Yes.
Mayor Lasis?
Yes. Passes unanimously. Okay, we are on to item 5J, which is consideration of resolution of the town and Superior Urban Renewal Authority approving a financing plan for the Superior Town Center Metropolitan Districts numbers 1, 2, and 3, and declaring the proposed Series 2015 bonds to be bonds under the 2013 cost sharing agreement. And Neil, you pulled this as well?
I did, and part of this is I just want to make sure everybody's cognizant of what's being asked here, because it's a 300-page document, and it's only on about page 300 that you really get, for me, the meat of what's being requested and everything else. Like, so just, sort of in layman's terms, we've got about 120 million outstanding in debt. We're going to we're going to issue new bonds for 132 million, which is going to bring in $13 million of additional cash. What I was trying to understand is what's the additional cash proposed to be used for? And why go to the bond markets now as opposed to the possibility that they may get a little bit better, since today's bloodbath in the market didn't bode well for interest rates.
Sam Hartman with the Davidson's here to speak to this item tonight.
Perfect.
Yeah, sure. Well, good evening. Thanks for having us. I'm here with colleagues, Kyle and Tim, who will probably chime in here on some of these questions as well. Your first question, remind me, I think
That's
yes
fine.
too.
Yeah, I jumped into it. So we got about 120 million of outstanding debt. We're going to issue about 130 million or 132 million to pay down the existing notes, but then bring in some additional capital.
Yeah, so that
obviously some of that's going to pay bond counsel and DA Davidson and all that. I get that.
Yeah, there's a little bit of nuance on that new money piece. So the developer kind of acquiesced to not filling up some of their C bond and D bond when they could have, which actually saves the district interest savings, right? Because as soon as they fill that up into that note, it starts accruing interest.
Sure.
And so because they knew this transaction was coming down the pike, they agreed to just not fill up certain bond proceeds. So that new money component that I think you're alluding to, that is effectively will just repay what would have otherwise been filled up in the D bond. And so while it's characterized as new money, it's a little bit of a nuance and a wrinkle in this transaction that was done to save the district money, so they weren't accruing extra interest, and to save the district money because to process that cost has an administrative cost to it. And I think there's just kind of this general consensus of keeping O&M and admin costs as low as possible. And so that, upon the refi, those 12 million will effectively pay down what would have been D bonds. Does that make sense?
No, it does. Yeah, actually. Okay. Yeah, and I think we'd ask staff to sort of embed, what is on page 305 in the staff memo, so you're not like reading through it, in terms of just so we know what is actually being asked here in terms of, actual capacity of financing and everything else, but it is what it is. Yeah, I don't have any other questions. It just, from the cash forecast, it does look like there's gonna be a pinch point in year 2027, and, just in terms of, you're gonna be just below the sort of debt level, but, I think that's just, standard management. The real question we keep hearing back from the district is this debt is onerous. They may have to raise rates, but you guys feel comfortable that this is serviceable debt?
Yeah, in fact, I think this is a really critical step in the overarching plan for the district, financing and district debt. And so I have a couple of numbers here that I'll just pull. So in 2019 and 2020, at the time of the issuance of those bonds, there were 117 homes completed to date, as well as the sports stable, medical office building, largely, and the assessed value at the time was about $18 million. So here we sit, fast forward 5 years, and the assessed value of the district is 2.5 times that amount, so $46 million, right? So what that does is it creates a district that's more credit worthy to the bond investors. And so even as rates have actually ticked up, obviously, as we all know, since 2019, the net effect of having a more credit-worthy district offsets that interest rate risk, or that, I'm sorry, those interest rate increases. And so we could now actually go back with this refinance the existing 2019 bonds at a lower rate, refinance the existing 2019 B bonds at a lower rate, and then the 2019 C bonds, which were at the highest rate, get wiped out entirely, including a portion of the 2020 D bonds. So by taking out the highest rate debt, it allows for significant savings to the district now, right, in this financing. And then I would suggest that there's, as soon as the district continues to reach full build out, that's when, we could come back again, right, and refinance again into an even lower rate. But I think it's a critical step to lock in these savings now, and then allow the project to continue to build to full build out, and then come back again and ultimately drive it down even further. All to save the district, I would say a material amount of interest cost over the course of the debt.
Two questions that I have. Thank you for being here and for the presentation. We had a meeting with the metro districts talking about kind of their operating expenses right now. And the conversation that we had with them was essentially due to the loss of the Element Hotel, the decreased tax rate, because there's no structure there that's producing and collecting, that has compromised kind of the financial wherewithal of the district right now to prepare to deliver the services that the district should be delivering. So question on whether that issue could be kind of rectified with this debt issuance. And then separately, in that conversation, one of the things that came up was the way that Metro District 1, Metro District 2, Metro District 3 are set up, where I think Metro District 2 serves as essentially the decision maker, and then 1 and 3 just they're pass-throughs and they fund Metro District 2, but the pool of applicants for membership on Metro District 2 is like artificially constrained, and there's like nobody that's able to run for the board. So if that's a problem that needs to be solving, should we be solving that? I don't want to allow these bonds to get refinanced if that's like a impediment to getting that issue solved. Like maybe it would make sense to solve that issue in conjunction with approval of the bond issuance.
Yeah, I'll speak. I think Jen is maybe on the phone. She represents the district, so she can chime in here as well.
I am. And Sam, if you don't mind, I'll just go ahead and jump in. This is Jennifer Ivey. Apologies, I couldn't be there in person. I didn't realize I'd have as much time to get there in person this evening based on the agenda. It's a great question, Councilmember. To answer that, the operating mill levy and operating functions of the district are actually completely separate under the service plan from the debt service mill levy. So redoing one does not really impact the other. It doesn't free up additional costs or change the nature of those costs by doing a refinance. The district is continuing to look at, to your point, its operating and maintenance expenses, ways it can save on those, and then also mechanisms for how to make sure those funds are balancing in future years. The district does have a balanced budget for the year 2025, but being mindful of some of the legal changes from a legislative level, it is looking at potential fees and working with both residents that are interested in serving on the board and resident board members that we currently have. So I hope that answers your question. I didn't hear all of it, so if there was something that I missed, please.
Yeah. I mean, I assume that would be the case, that the operations and the debt service is going to be separate issues. However, what about the restructuring of the membership on the boards of the district? So District 2 right now is having that issue of not being able to basically have applicants to serve on the district, and it's the decision maker, whereas 1 and 3 are the pass-through funding sources where all the residents actually live. So, is there appetite to restructure kind of how the membership of those districts operates to make the districts operate a little better? And is that something that needs to be done in conjunction with a bond refinancing?
I mean,
and I think,
I'll defer to Jen on that one as well.
yeah, and I think that's also a good question. It's a little misstated. There are residential components, I believe, within the boundaries of District 2 as well as District 1.
Yeah, there's just very few people who live there. It's like one block and there's like 10 people versus like 1,000 people who live in the other 2 districts.
Yeah, and surprisingly, management has been reaching out to the residents in all of the districts, so the collective districts, and we are still not able to find any applicants who want to serve on any of the boards. So the district is sort of charged management with trying to find applicants to sit on the boards so that we can work through the exact things that you're talking about, which is sort of a restructuring of how the districts operate together. But unfortunately, at this point, there's sort of a dearth of resident interest in serving on any of the boards. So that's really an ongoing issue that we're working through, just trying to garner interest in serving in the community boards.
I think that's something that it sounds like Jen is proactively trying to resolve. And so, like, I think in the reasonable near term, I think I would expect to see some of those kinds of structural changes occur. I do know that when the board meets when District 2 board meets with 1 and 3, I mean, I don't know all the details, but from my experience after having been involved in this, like, there is certainly a deference paid by District 2 board members to listen to other districts and making sure that the collective community is kind of being taken care of. So I think what you're suggesting is kind of in the works, and certainly I think the overall arching idea is the health of the district, having homeowners represent the boards, having a say in in all of this. I think this refinancing is a critical path to kind of help unlock all of those opportunities to do that as well.
Yeah, I just seem to recall from that discussion that night that one of the concerns raised about the current structure of the metro districts and the board membership on those metro districts was that we couldn't fix them because there were bonds that were issued. So it just seems like if there's going to be bonds that are going to be retired and then refinanced with a new bond issuance, maybe the time to solve it is all at the same time. But it sounds like that's at least not on the table right now. So the question is, should it be?
And I'm sorry, I can't speak to, I wasn't in attendance at that meeting. I know district management was, and we've had a number of conversations. I'm sure as the town council can appreciate, there's a number of balls in the air at any given time. And so if we had our perfect world, would we solve all of those problems at once? Potentially. But at this point, given the level of interest in the other boards and the membership of the other boards, there really isn't an appetite to make those changes at this point, although those are in the works. And I would hate, to Sam's point, to see the district miss an opportunity to, get some cost savings and get the bond program moving forward and refinancing these, waiting for resident interest so that we can move forward on other items.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Question, this is more for Matt. This was a very complex topic for me to try to digest, given the 318-page agreement that was shared with us. And so I would like to echo Councilmember Shaw's point, which is if we could provide an executive summary of what we're being asked to approve, I think that would be super helpful, especially given the fact that really the most important pieces that we're making a decision on are at the very end of the document, and having to wade through the first 302 pages to get there was a slog.
Yeah, I made a note of that. And also, I offered up to anybody on the council Jeff and I and whoever is happy to sit down with anybody prior to something like
Yeah.
this as well. But yes.
I mean, digging into this over the weekend, obviously, I want to respect your weekend time and not call you, hey.
Call me anytime. Don't matter.
So it's a request, but thank you.
All right. Any additional questions from council? All right. Thank you. We've got two resolutions.
Can move to approve Town of Superior Resolution Number R-16, Series 2025. Resolution of Town Council of the Town of Superior approving the financing plan for the SDC Metropolitan Districts Numbers 1, 2, and 3.
We've got a motion from Councilmember Shaw.
We haven't heard from you tonight.
I'll second.
Second from Councilmember Miller. Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Lasis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Serbu,
Yes.
Councilmember Cowish,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Councilmember Shaw,
Yes.
Councilmember Foster,
Yes.
Councilmember Craycraft.
Yes.
Passes unanimously. And now we have a resolution from Urban Renewal, right?
Yeah, the Superior Urban Renewal Authority, Resolution SURA-2, Series 2025. A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Superior Urban Renewal Authority approving the financing plan for the SDC Metropolitan Districts Numbers 1, 2, and 3, and declaring the proposed Series 2025 bonds to be bonds under the 2013 cost-sharing agreement.
All right, we've got a motion from Commissioner Shaw. Second
I'll second.
from Commissioner Craycraft. Roll call vote, please.
President Lasis,
Yes.
Vice President Serbu,
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner Cowish,
Yes.
Commissioner Foster,
Yes.
Commissioner Craycraft.
Yes.
All right, passes unanimously. Congratulations. Thank you. Good luck with your bond issuance.
Thank you, council members.
All right, we're on to item 5K, which is consideration of a resolution amending the 2025 fee schedule. Mike, you pulled this?
Super quick question. Do we charge a franchise fee for roll-off? I know we're getting rid of the permit, but do we charge a franchise fee for waste haulers coming in to use our streets and haul away trash?
I'll have to double check. I don't believe so.
I see Jeff shaking his head yes.
Jeff's.
I believe there's a hauler's license.
A
You're not
license or
talking
a
about-
franchise fee?
He's talking about a franchise fee.
No franchise fee? Okay, but we're doing away with the hauler license.
Yes.
I'll entertain a motion to approve Town of Superior Resolution Number R-17, Series 2025, resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Superior adopting a revised fee schedule for 2025.
So moved.
Motion from Councilmember Foster.
Second.
Second from Mayor Pro Tem Serbu. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Councilmember Craycraft,
Yes.
Councilmember Foster,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Serbu,
Yes.
Mayor Lasis,
Yes.
Councilmember Shaw,
Yes.
Councilmember Cowish.
Yes.
All right, passes unanimously. And we're on to item 6, which is consideration of a resolution approving a contract for design of the North and South Pool projects.
Thanks, Mayor. I think Jordan Hayes and Leslie are going to introduce this item for us tonight.
Good evening. I'm Jordan. I think I've met some of you, but maybe not all of you. I'm the Parks Project Manager, and I am here to talk to you about the design contract for North Pool, as well as the public engagement for North and South Pools with Barker Rinker CCAT Architecture. So just a little bit of background on this project. I think it's been on the radar for years and years. Superior North Pool was constructed over 30 years ago. It didn't become a town asset until, sorry about that, until 2004. I think I could do it.
Can you?
I think I could probably see it better. Let's see. Here you go. Yeah. All right. The pool is a 165,000 gallon 8-lane pool. It's a big hit with Superior residents, as you all know. It's used for open swimming, swim lessons, swim team, various aquatic programs and events over the summers. With it being 30 years old, we've put a lot of work into replacing and repairing mechanical and sanitation systems over time, ensuring that the facility meets aquatic safety standards, that it's ADA compliant, things like that. And now we're recommending a full renovation of the pool. And this is North Pool specifically. We'll get to South Pool later this year too. And then we're looking at a full renovation to look at the operation and safety needs of the pool, as well as introduce more efficient mechanical and sanitation systems. So we'll have those sustainability goals in mind, looking at potentially upgrading the pool house. Right now, it's not really insulated. It's, just a one season pool right now. So we're going to be looking at those items. This is on Alexis's radar. So we'll have her involved when we get into the sustainability with our consultant. Just wanted to touch a little bit. So there has been interest to extend the pool season with spring and fall dates, and maybe even consider year-round operation. So we'll look into that more specifically when we start the public engagement process, kind of see where the community's at, see where you all are at when we come back to talk to you, hopefully after community or after the public engagement piece is done. So as I mentioned before, the contract with BRS includes the public engagement for both pools. So we'll do north and south simultaneously. Right now we're looking at April 16th, utilizing the existing park committee meeting for that public engagement meeting, probably extending the hours a little bit just to hopefully get more people there. We'll also be looking at doing a survey for the community through shapesuperior.com. And then BRS will help us run a meeting with the swim team and then our swim lesson providers as well. So that'll be a separate meeting so we can get into more of the specifics of their needs. So again, that will be April. And let's see. We do have some of our pool attendance numbers here, which I think Leslie could speak more to if you're interested, maybe at the end. Just to give you all an idea of kind of how we procured this, we put out a formal RFQ. We had about 98 firms that downloaded the documents, so it was pretty good. We received qualifications packages from 8 firms. We evaluated all of those, the staff members did. We selected 4 of those firms to be shortlisted, and they did presentations for us and interviews formally. And then from there, we selected Barker Rinker CCAT Architecture as the most qualified firm. They've done a lot of similar pool renovations with similar budgets. They seem like they're going to be great on the public engagement piece, which is exciting. And we received sealed bids from all 4 firms and only opened BRS's bid when we selected them. They came in at $399,852. So again, that's public engagement for both pools. They'll do a site assessment of current conditions, so kind of see where we're at as kind of that front end piece of things. We'll get into the public engagement and then really narrow down what our scope is, how we're designing to our budget, all of that. And let's see, when we interviewed them, we talked to all the firms about the pool schedule. That's a big risk associated with renovating pools. You want to do it during that off season. So it is a risk. We did make sure that we talked to the firms about concerns with our schedule, our proposed schedule. BRS was on board with our proposed schedule. They did suggest in the interview that we might pursue a CMGC contract. So that's an alternate delivery method for projects to get the contractor on board during design. So it's a little different from how we typically do projects. But it could be great for the project as far as having them involved early. They can kind of help us with constructability, really accurate cost estimates throughout that design phase. They can do some pre-con items for us. start on things early if we have long lead time items. So we are hoping to go that route for the construction of the project. We would come back to you a little later in the spring with that contract if that gets approved. And then if we want to talk schedule a little bit, I'm happy to go more into detail on this if you'd like, but we're looking at design March through July. It's possible it might go a little bit into August, but again, that contractor would be on board, so it would kind of depend on how that relationship goes and kind of what their input is. We have procured the CMGC in May and June. They could get started on pre-con stuff June through August, and then just the typical pool schedule. For closure, typically we close September to May, which I think we can probably make that happen without having to close the pool early at all. Again, that's something that the CMGC could help us figure out when we get more into the project. And then hopefully reopen on time, 2026. So that's the hope. The budget for this is coming from the sales tax bond initiative, which was passed last year. And we're looking at the design at, sorry, there's a typo there. I wish it was 39,000, 399,852. Yeah. And then a construction budget around 5 million. And then talking about South Pool, we would go into fee negotiations with BRS, selecting them based on qualifications again, go into fee negotiations with them a little later in the spring, and then have the South Pool also designed by them before the end of 2025. So we're looking at like completion of that part of the project, I think in November.
Can I just ask you about the public outreach? So the plan right now is to do the public outreach in April, and in doing the public outreach, you're going to be doing the public outreach for North and South Pool at the same time. So you're going to poll the community. What do you want to see at the North Pool? What do you want to see at the South Pool? So it's a holistic experiment, and that process is within this initial contract award.
Yes.
When the contractor is going to be doing the assessment of the North Pole, so they're going to assess kind of the condition and what we can keep, what we can't keep, and what needs to be scraped, what needs to be redesigned. Are they going to do a full assessment of the South Pole at the same time? So when we go into the engagement, like, I guess my question is, I want them to be familiar with kind of the conditions of the North Pole, the conditions of the South Pole. So when we do the engagement, it's a knowing, engagement. And if they do the assessment of the South Pool and they say like, oh, it needs to be completely scraped, right? That kind of changes the calculus versus, if there are things that can be salvaged, so.
Sure, that's not currently part of their contract. We can talk to them about that and see if we can get something simultaneous. I will tell you that they're looking at as soon as March 18th to start their assessment. So they're already planning to start at North Pool. And we do actually have, I think, Corey from BRS virtually. I think, Corey, could you speak to that a little bit?
Yes, hi everyone. I'm Corey Wilkerson. I'm a project manager at Barker Ringer CCAT Architecture. I know it's a lot to say, so you can just call us BRS, and we're okay with that. So what we were planning on doing and what's included in the fee right now is a full assessment of the North Pool. So that would be the built structure, the pool itself, and the site. And what we were planning on doing, from talking with Jason Ringdahl, who is the principal in charge on this project in my office, is we would do kind of like a visual observation of the South Pool included in this existing fee. So it would not be a destructive kind of investigation or assessment, but it will be kind of done based on our professional opinion and kind of just like our experience of saying, okay, let's look at the mechanical systems. They're 20 years old. They need to be replaced. Your roof is failing, needs to be replaced, and a bunch of other things. It'll be kind of high level, but it won't get into the nitty gritty of like kind of getting all the engineers out, looking at all the systems, structure, and everything like that. But as Jordan said, like we'd be more than happy to include that in our fee. You guys would just need to let us know if you want that scope included in there.
I guess I'd like to know how much more that would cost, because it would seem like it would be helpful to know what the potential kind of universe of expenditures would be with the South Pool project as we're budgeting for the North Pool. Because like, let's just say, right now we said, this is like a not to exceed 5 million. And, we've got 15 million-ish from the bond proceeds. And some of that's going to go to Rock Creek Parkway. Some of it's going to go to the North Pool. Some of it's going to go to the South Pool. Some of it could go to Community Park, like go to a bunch of different places. But if the South Pool only needs, $3 million worth of work and the North Pool really needs $6 million or $7 million worth of work, and like what I just don't want us to do is like be penny wise and pound foolish and not spend the money where it needs to be spent. And like in order to make that decision, we need to, I think, be like fully informed of like what the potential expenditure is on South Pool as well. So.
Yeah, and I can kind of answer to that. So I'm looking at our fee proposal right now that was sent in to Jordan and Leslie. We have the assessment for the North Pool. This is including geotechnical work. So that's taking borings to see the soils and everything like that at about $42,365 for the professional services. That includes having the aquatics consultants out there, the electrical consultants, mechanical and plumbing, structural engineer, landscape, civil, and then also architecture. So it's a handful of trades that'll come out to assess the existing facility and site, give you our professional recommendations on things that need to be upgraded, replaced, repaired. Similar to, I believe, what you all had done previously for the North Pool over the last couple of years.
Right, I think it was 2015 or 16 they did.
Decade ago. Okay.
Okay. I mean, I'm open to expanding kind of if that work needs to be performed in any event, right? Like it's going to get performed, like I'd be fine kind of roping that into this contract award just to get the work done.
Mike, to your point, Mayor Liz, my question would be what budget covers that extra, let's say 42,000 for the South Pool assessment?
I mean, I'm assuming that all of this is coming out of the bonds right now, but I mean, at the end of the day, like the bonds also, money's fungible, and, this is an accelerant towards CIP projects. CIP projects are funded in the ordinary course of budgeting. So, I mean, doing the design work and the assessment needs to get done in any event, whether that gets funded out of CIP or the bond proceeds. I don't really care. So.
Yeah, I had to jump to the bottom of the fee schedule. So I think that is the thinking that the assessment that's being done to the North Pool at 42,365 is the same level of detail, or is this going to be some amount less than that? Obviously, we don't know how much less, but I mean, given that the South Pool is kind of in better condition, do we think the assessment should be the same comprehensive one or not? Like, I mean, I'm asking you guys because you guys know the pool is way better.
I don't think we've done a recent one for even 10 years ago for South Pool.
No, maybe Corey can chime in. I mean, although South Pool appears to be in better condition, the hourly rate for all of their engineers and folks to come in is probably going to be similar.
Yeah, it's not so much the hourly rate, it's, that 217 hours, whether or not it's potentially less on the South Pool. If not, I mean, at this point, I'm happy, per Mayor Lace's just bumped this thing up from I should say 394. This must have been the old version, 394, 852, to just bump it up to 437 and change, and just call it good to cover, the assessment of both. Because then when we go to the public engagement, let's just do it all at once and comprehend all the things that we need to do. I think it's a great ad.
Yeah, because I mean, then you kind of know what you're going to be telling folks needs to be done, right? Like if it comes out and the South Pool actually needs, 7 million or something like that, like, okay, like this is a different conversation, but.
Yeah. I'll speak up a little bit to this. If there, in our professional opinion, and this is kind of typical for any kind of architecture firm, is that if there has not been a facility assessment done within 10 years, you might as well go ahead and do a full assessment. Because typically for mechanical equipment and everything, you have end of life expectancies for those. So 20, 25 years is kind of max before you have to start doing replacing items and stuff. So if there has been no full comprehensive assessment, I would recommend to do that. Just so you have that information. You don't necessarily have to do any design project at the moment. That's kind of up to your discretion on when you'd want to kind of initiate that process. But I can say that if we have consultants out here already for the North Pool and say it takes like 4 hours, we can kind of do economies of scale and kind of just tag on the South Pool. So it won't be the same cost. It'll be a smaller increase, but it won't be an exact like let's just say $43,000 add to the project.
Right. You're only mobilizing once, right? And
correct.
And then, I mean, the assessments need to be getting done regardless. And the design on the South Pole can wait, but at least then we can have an informed public engagement with the benefit of a full assessment on both pools at the get-go.
And you have the same team on it, which is a really good idea, Mark. I think it's fantastic. We should do that.
Okay. I think my other just kind of comment is, obviously we had like preliminary, mock-ups of, options A, B, C, D, and very, high level kind of ballpark numbers and kind of rough discussion of how we should apportion those dollars. From my perspective, and this is just speaking for me, I'm obviously very interested in knowing what the public says at the engagement sessions, knowing what the lessons teams and the flyers teams, what they say, and in terms of what the ultimate budget's going to be for each project. I want these projects to get delivered to kind of match the community that they are going to exist in. So I don't want to just arbitrarily say each pool's getting $5 million and only $5 million. Like, I want to be pragmatic and flexible and understand like what is it going to take to make these pools up to the current standards. I don't want to spend $5 million and then have the public come and say, you spent $5 million and this is what we got, right? Like if spending $6 million would be like, wow, this is spectacular. So, that's kind of where my head is. I want to do it right rather than just artificially constraining it to like the buckets that we talked about before we had the benefit of the information.
A question. Will there be like multiple design options? The mayor kind of alluded to this in previous iterations, but in the formal design so that the community can look and weigh, yeah, we like this option, we don't like this option, we like elements from this option, can we incorporate that? And then we can sort of mix and match.
Yes, I think, and Corey, you can jump in here anytime. We will start out with some kind of broad concepts, and that'll probably, I don't know if you would have those at the public engagement yet, Corey, just something to kind of show people. I'm sure we will have visuals, but kind of getting that feedback is really going to guide us to where, we don't want to throw out something that no one is interested in, just to have something to show them. But yeah, so there would be early concepts. Of course, the community engagement piece is going to inform those concepts, and we would kind of drill down. So I think we would plan on coming back to you all before we really chose a very specific stream to go down. So that would probably be like May, when we would come back after the community engagement and have a much better idea of the options that we're looking at. But Corey, do you want to speak?
Yeah, I can speak up to this one. So kind of how our process works at BRS is we do community engagement. So that first community workshop, we go through national trends. So it's stuff that we see in the recreation world across the nation, seeing kind of what's up and coming. So, those Wibbit inflatable kind of obstacle courses that you can put on your pools, zip lines and stuff like that. We present a lot of information to the group. And it's just images. So it's not necessarily a concept design for your specific project. Then we do an exercise which we call ACE. So we want to see like what the activities the community wants at these pools. We want to see kind of like who will be using it and everything. And we give people dots to put on a poster. So it's like, okay, I want to see this at this pool or this or that pool. Like we can do it combined as North Pool and South Pool, or keep them separate and have kind of different amenities for those two different pools. We have our kickoff meeting with Jordan and the team tomorrow, actually, to kind of start discussing logistics on that. But that first workshop is kind of just getting input from the community on what basically the wants and needs. And then after that, we'll come back with kind of a prioritized list of what the community wants that will fit in with the budget that is proposed for this project. And then also as part of that, as Jordan alluded to, we have included in our fee proposal continuous cost estimating. We are a big advocate of trying not to have to do a giant VE exercise at the end of design development where you cut a lot of stuff out. I was listening to the meeting earlier, and that sounds like something you guys want to try to avoid in all your projects. So we do cost estimating at each design phase. So you'll have one at SD, one at DD, and one at CD. And then at DD, that's typically the one that's kind of you go out to bid on to get a GMP. And then at the end of CDs, it's a gut check to make sure that you stayed within your GMP, which is your guaranteed maximum price on a project. So we take all that into account so we take the ideas from the community and from stakeholders and steering committees through workshops that are separate from the private public workshops. We run that information through the community. And then from that, we'll present it to you all as a council to get your final approval to move through the different phases. So everybody has a voice in this. It's people who work for the city, the council, and then also the community members.
Great, thank you. I really appreciate the overview of your design charrette. Thank you.
Yep.
And when do we think that the actual contract approval would come to the board?
For
Or
the
come to the council?
CMGC? Or,
Yeah, for one, to approve the design and construction.
Oh, to approve the design. So I think we would probably be looking at the June date. But as we get, more into the conversations with BRS, and we can really come back to you with a specific date on when we think we'll have that as our goal, and when we can come back with that contract, put it out to bid. Obviously, that's like always adds a month, but we're going to do it during design, so it'll save us some time. So yeah, I think probably June for that contract, or I think June. Just not sure exactly when in June.
Okay, and I certainly remain open to the idea of closing the North Pool early, after flyers are done, after the lessons are all done, sometime in August or early August, if that means that we're going to be opening up on time in 2026.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, I mean, school starts usually August 12th, and then we're weekends only, and people are barely using the pool, so that totally makes sense.
Pool attendance drops off
Precipitously, yeah.
Packed in June and July, and then August, people go on vacation, they go back to school, and then, so.
A quick question, just kind of, and I don't even know what version of this memo I have, because it doesn't have the schedule and it's got different numbers, but I think I got it. This is what happened. I think I downloaded it on Thursday or Friday, and there were some changes, but because the schedule is very helpful. Can you because there's 3 different staff members' name on this thing. Can you kind of walk me how this is going to work, between going through the engagement, the procurement, and then the construction, and who's overseeing what and how that's going to work? Because as you can imagine, this is going to have a ton of questions from the community, and I just want to make sure that we can point to a single person, like you own this or you don't own this, or this is this person's now. Help me understand how that's going to work across the staff.
So I will be the project manager on it. So I think
everything. Okay.
I would be the main point of contact if everyone's okay with that. So that's kind of our internal plan right now. So I'll be the main contact for BRS. I would do the procurement for the CMGC. So I would be their main contact. So I think it's me.
Perfect. That's what I wanted to hear. Yeah, I don't have any other comments that haven't already been said because, when we went through the conversation of the work session in September, and then I couldn't find my notes, and thankfully Matt sent me the work session notes, we kind of honed in on like version A, which is up to $5 million. But I think we kind of also felt like if there's an opportunity to go a little higher, that we're willing to do that, because it wasn't a specifically hard number. Just like we don't know what the bond proceeds are going to be. It could be 15, it could be 18. And that gives us some wiggle room. There might be some savings in other projects, and I want to make sure that we optimize everything here, because this is going to be here for another 30 years or longer. So I want to make sure that we get all the, and again, we'll have to take that public engagement with a grain of salt, because everybody wants everything and they tell you what it costs. As we're going to talk about the roadway project in a minute, when you tell them what it costs, like, I don't want any of that. I just want like the bare bones. But it'll be good just in terms of understanding when we get to that kind of the incremental costs. Like you can go down this, you get heated locker rooms or not heated locker rooms, for example. So we can understand, and if we have to strip some things out or add some things back in, that's what we want to do.
Yeah, and I think they're going to be crucial in that BRS doing their cost estimating, because they can kind of lay things out as alternates for us that we can kind of mix and match and make sure we're staying within the budget, but also managing expectations.
And for the record, I do want heated bathrooms. I know that's been one of the issues the Flyers have had with that North Pool for a long time. So, but yeah, no, I love where this is going, and I do like upping this agreement with BRS to say $430K to comprehend the South Pool.
I do think that when we do the public engagement, though, so thanks for that point, Neil. Making sure that we're clear and transparent with the public, at least in terms of just like rough estimates of what things cost, because what you don't want to do is lead people on and give the wrong impression of like what we can actually deliver. Because some people might say like, I really want to have this be a year-round facility. But if that's a $20 million ask, that might change somebody's willingness to say, you know what, I'll just go to the Louisville Rec Center, or I'll join Lifetime, right? Like, I don't need a year-round facility. So long as like when we're doing the engagement, we can kind of set expectations as to what things approximately cost. That would be
Absolutely, yeah. And they're the pros. They've done this a million times, and I think they're going to be the key to the success of those public engagement meetings.
Yeah, I can speak a little bit to that, Jordan and Mayor Lasis. So at BRS, we have a tool which we call the card game. It's literally a card game. And it's any program imaginable that you would want in a rec center or an aquatic center, and it has a cost associated with that. We update that cost every year through our trade partners. So the trade partners are general contractors throughout the country. So Texas, Washington, here in Colorado, West Virginia. We kind of have a big pool, and we kind of see where prices are going in the different regions. We use that to kind of formulate the budget for the project, and basically creates the wish list and gives you a cost associated with that. And then from there, we go to our third-party cost estimator, who will actually estimate it for your specific project and get into the nitty-gritty of the costs. Generally, we are within 2% of the card game and the third-party estimate costs, so it's not that big of a change from what is presented to the public to what is actually presented to you guys to approve on. Now, only disclaimer I'll say is the tariff environment that we're all seeing right now could completely change things, but that's creating a lot of pressure on projects that we have ongoing, but that's just something that we need to keep in mind when it comes to costs. But we do typically do our cost estimates to the midpoint of construction to kind of get past that inflation-ness, and then also an escalator to it depending on what year it gets constructed in.
That's a good point. I think and this isn't just relative to this project, this is for all of our projects, but just a general direction to staff, like to the extent that there are some currently unforeseen but potentially real, cost escalator that could come with any projects based on something that is happening because of either interest rates or tariffs or otherwise, that might make, and that's, for example, like Brandon's memo for the Rock Creek Parkway project had about the timing of year when you're going to go to bid, right? And like the potential cost savings associated with that. So I think that that's something that's should be considered by us before we're making any expenditure decisions, because that might motivate. If all of a sudden the cost of plaster or concrete or whatever is, 50 times what it is currently, then maybe this is something that we wait on.
One request, and since we're talking about cost, and BRS probably has this in their database, because we've got an operating cost of X. It'd be good to know where we're going to end up. Like, are we going to have some incremental savings or just incrementally higher costs or whatever? I'm optimistic that that building and the facility is an energy hog, and we're going to have just natural efficiency gains across the board. So it'd be good to kind of comprehend that too. I mean, this gets back to simple things around year-round. There's a capital cost, but the operating costs are astronomical, and that's usually the reason why people don't do it, because you're not just staffing, just trying to keep the thing heated in the winter is insane. So those are the kinds of things too. I don't anticipate there being big swings, but it'd be good to know what some of the big operating cost buckets will be.
Yeah, to high level speak to that, Councilman, pretty much you upgrading the mechanical systems and lightings and stuff, you'll get kind of instant operational savings. The pool mechanical systems that we recommend are kind of regenerative media filters, so they don't use sand. We've had projects that have saved upwards of 1 million gallons of water on projects, and then also some electrical savings because it is a more efficient system. You use newer pumps, VFDs, and stuff like that. So the technology is there to decrease your operational costs, but I'll say just depends on what you want to have there amenity-wise. Most of your costs for O&M and your pro formas is labor, as we all know. So the more amenities you add, the more personnel that you have at the pool or the facility to run it, that will increase your costs more than your operations. It's about, what we see is about 50-50 split on costs.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Additional questions from council? All right. Thank you, Jordan, for the presentation. I'll open it up for public comment. Anybody in the public like to give public comment, either here in person or on Zoom? If you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. All right, seeing none, we'll go back to the board. Further discussion? All right.
Pretty cut and dry.
So right now, the resolution that is in our packet contemplates a contract award up to $399,000.
Is it 399 or 394? Because everything I have in here says 394, and the actual BRS agreement said 394.
It's 399.
Yeah, so they had $5,000 in reimbursables that got added during the contract process.
Okay.
So I had to go back in and
Okay.
correct all the earlier documents. So
thank
sorry
you.
about that. It's $399.
And that just happened like Friday afternoon, Neil. So if you might have missed it.
Yeah, no, I downloaded everything, I think, Wednesday or Thursday, and then I didn't refresh. So, I
So
appreciate
the
that.
contract's $399,852 as drafted. That doesn't include the assessment of the South Pole. So do we want to include the $40,000 addition or $30,000 addition? 440. All right. So why don't we do a modification to the resolution that just contemplates a not to exceed of 440? So I'll entertain a motion to approve Town of Superior Resolution Number R dash.
Is it not on there?
It's not. The fee schedule was R17, so we'll call this R18.
Yep.
R18, Series 2025, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Superior approving the agreement with Barker, Rinker, CCAT Architecture regarding the North and South Pools as amended with a not to exceed up to $440,000.
Second.
Well, so moved.
Sorry, yeah.
Motion from Mayor Lasis.
Easy tiger.
Second from Councilmember Shah. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Foster?
Yes.
Councilmember Cowish?
Yes.
Mayor Lasis?
Yes.
Councilmember Shaw?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Craycraft?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Serbu?
Yes.
All right, passes unanimously. Thank you for all your hard work on this, and we look forward to the engagement to come.
Thank you, council. Thank you, Mayor. Enjoy the rest of your evenings.
All right, thank you. And we're moving on to item number 7, which is the Rock Creek Parkway, Coal Creek Drive intersection presentation and design contract award.
Yes, good evening, council. I'll kick us off and Christine will take over. She'll be ultimately managing this project before she goes on maternity leave. Then I'll take it back over. So quickly, we're looking at construction limits. So we stopped the Rock Creek Parkway project from last year, just before Indiana Street, where this red line is. So the next phase will take us from Indiana Street through 88th Street. This section of roadway was completed in, I believe, 2019, 2020 timeframe, so we'll tie into where that previous construction stopped. We will be adjusting 3 intersections. So the first is Indiana Street, and I have a slide on this, but I'm going to touch on it while we're looking at an image. These right turn lanes on Indiana Street headed westbound have been blocked off, so this right turn lane will be physically removed as part of the project as currently planned. The right turn lane on Indiana remains, but we're not touching this section of road as part of this project. We will be discussing the Coal Creek Drive intersection tonight, intersection improvements there. And then we will be doing modifications to 88th Street roundabout to improve safety and enhance that roundabout as it is several years old as part of the reconstruction. And we have a slide on the 88th Street roundabout as well to show some proposed enhancements there. I'm not going to dive too far into this slide. So obviously there's 2 different methods we can look at for the roadway. We could look at a mill and overlay or a full reconstruction. We've been doing full reconstruction of Rock Creek Parkway at other sections. This section has the highest PECI score of any section we've done to date. It also doesn't show a lot of signs of subgrade failure. And you don't have, if you drive Flatiron Crossing, you know it's like a roller coaster. We don't have those expansive soils in this section like we've seen in some of the other sections. So we are leaning toward more of a deep mill and overlay, but we're not ready to make that recommendation tonight. I actually had a call with a pavement management specialist today. We're meeting with the Kimley Horn team. Tyler's here with us next week with their asset management team on site. We've shared the geotech information with them and also have a call on Thursday with another asphalt management specialist to get their opinion. So we'll bring that recommendation at a later date, but just showing you we have options. I touched on this already. So talking about the Coal Creek Drive intersection, so as part of the 2023 Rock Creek Parkway repurposing study, we did look at the max queues at this intersection during peak hour. And the day they looked at it, I think it was 2 days actually, the max was 3 cars. And those were your northbound left through and your southbound left, so turning left off of Coal Creek onto Rock Creek Drive. We saw a maximum of a 3-car queue. There's not a set number of seconds when you have 3 cars, but I think they experienced it. It was about 20, 25 seconds in that instance. Obviously, it could be shorter or longer depending on traffic volumes. The other thing we'll point out here is we haven't seen much speed reduction, and I know I shared that in a weekly digest, unfortunately, with the restriping. So we did see a little bit around the Pitkin Avenue intersection, about 2 miles per hour. But when we looked at Honey Creek Drive, we really haven't seen any. So roughly we're seeing about a 1 mile per hour reduction in speeds on Rock Creek Parkway. Not what we hoped to achieve with restriping, but we kind of knew that we wouldn't get massive speed reductions. I'll also touch about accident data, so I don't have this in the slide, but we did pull the accident data for this intersection. So there's been, in the last 5 years, there was 1 accident at Rock Creek and Coal Creek Drive. It was a single car accident where a driver hit a median and light pole. So can't really associate that with the configuration. Over the last 8 years, we have had 6 total accidents, including the one from 2021. In 2019, we did have a vehicle that was struck a cyclist. They didn't see the cyclist. They pulled out. The cyclist ran into them. That was the only injury accident we've had at the intersection over the last 8 years. In 2018, we had...
Hold on, Brandon. We had 3 people go to the hospital at that intersection.
In the last 8 years?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll have to pull that. So that didn't show up in my accident.
Yeah, it was one of the worst. I'll find it, because Troy was our chief at the time. I'll find the email and get it to you.
Okay. We did have a 2018 rear end accident where a driver stopped. The car behind it stopped, and the third driver didn't stop, but it was labeled as a non-injury accident on the injury report. They stopped for pedestrian, and they were rear-ended. And then we had a vehicle backed into a stopped car and 2 other single-car accidents in 2017 and 2018, but no injuries reported. So, yeah, Neil, if you happen to find that.
It was December 30th, 2020. 3 people went to the hospital. I'll forward it to you right now.
Okay. So we'll look at that and correct that information. So common measures we look at to reduce speeds and improve safety. We look at striping, obviously that has minimal speed impacts, and as well as signage. Enforcement can have some short-term impacts, writing speed tickets. Speed humps are great at reducing speeds, but not really something we'd want to put on Rock Creek Parkway. Raised crosswalks and intersections are similar speed humps. We have a lot of those in downtown Superior. They're great for low-speed roadways, but not ideal for Rock Creek Parkway. And then we can look at changing road geometry and roundabout. Kind of similar items, but those are effective at reducing speeds. So looking at level of service at the intersection, so that's a level of service is how a measure of how well the intersection is operating. So we broke it down into seconds to kind of put it, to make it a little easier to follow. So in an unsignalized intersection, you can have a level of service. What we typically shoot for in design is a C or D. So you won't, it's not like grade school where a C or D is really bad. A C or D in level of service is actually pretty good, and that's what you want to design for. So that means drivers are waiting a little bit, 15 to 35 seconds, which isn't acceptable for a driver. If you get in wait times longer than that, 35 to 50 or 50, that's when you want to start looking at making intersection enhancements because drivers get frustrated. We do see longer level of service or longer delays at signalized intersections. That's just the way they're designed. I mean, they usually have minimum hold times and based on traffic volumes.
Can you send this information to Broomfield on Colton? Because none of those lights are below a F.
We had a meeting with Broomfield last week, and I brought that up, but I don't think they're going to change it. They're trying to get folks to the mall, and it sucks. I drive Colton daily. Rock Creek Parkway as a road is operating a level of service A, so there's no delays on Rock Creek Parkway for any movements, really. Whereas Coal Creek Drive, turning onto Rock Creek Parkway, is currently operating at a level of service C. So it's in that ideal range, but there is some wait times. I'm going to turn it over to Christine to talk about some of the intersection options we could look at.
Hello again. So we had a public meeting on February 20th of this year to present a lot of the slides we just presented, and then also some options that we have for the intersection of Rock Creek Parkway and Coal Creek Drive. So one of the options is a one-lane roundabout. It'll reduce speeds, improve safety, improves turning movements, and we'll get into more of the benefits in the next couple of slides. We have an option for dedicated right turn lane removals. So where we currently have them flex posts where they're shut off with flex posts, we would move the curb and gutter. So it would reduce a lot of the visual aspect that we've heard from residents they are displeased with. And then traffic signal is an option as well. We designed a traffic signal back in 2015, I believe, and bid it out, and it was ultimately decided not to move forward. So we have that design kind of already looked at too. So for vehicle considerations, as Brandon was just presenting the level of service. So right now for Coal Creek Drive, we're looking at a level of service C. For 2035 projections, it's also going to be a C. We're not growing very much in that region, in that area. With a roundabout, we would bump up to a level of service B is expected. And with the traffic signal, we'd be looking at a D. As Brandon mentioned, just the way they're designed, you might have to sit longer during certain light cycles. And then turn lane removal would be similar to the pre-construction because those lanes aren't used very often. So we've also looked at, roundabout versus traffic signal safety. Both decrease accidents and are great options for safety. We've found from the AASHTO Highway Safety Manual that roundabouts can lead to higher reductions in fatal and injury crashes when compared to stop or signalized, but traffic signals can also decrease accidents as well. When we consider pedestrians, we're looking at lowering, a roundabout looks at lowering motor speed, which keeps pedestrians safer. And we would also reduce crossing distance And the lower speeds increase the likelihood that a driver will see somebody and stop. The value engineered roundabout would be the same benefit to pedestrians. We're just talking some curb and gutter changes. And then the traffic signal would greatly improve pedestrian safety. If you have a green walking man, it's much safer. You have a dedicated crossing. The right turn lane removals, it would bring us up to safety guidelines for the public right-of-way accessibility. Right now, the road is very wide. You're crossing 5 lanes of traffic with that turn lane, and reducing that by 12 feet will help reduce that crossing distance. We would also add a small refuge in the middle just in case you didn't see someone coming down on one side. So for bicyclists.
Would that refuge be on both sides of the crosswalk?
Yes. Yeah, we have a crosswalk on both sides of this intersection, and so we would add a refuge. The roundabout for bicyclists, you'll see in a future slide when we look at the actual image of what the 30% design of the roundabout. We're actually providing a separate on-grade bicycle path so that we keep them separated from the pedestrians, but they're also not as tempted to drive into the lane of traffic. There's some new studies out, and our traffic engineer has said that this is kind of the way things are moving, is to keep bicyclists in their own lane to move smoothly through. Value engineering, this would reduce some of the vertical protection, so we would use a lot more striping in that, and we'll look at that in one of the later slides. So that would diminish some safety, but we would have that striping, so we would still have that separation. The traffic signal, it'll just be like with pedestrians, they would push a button and be able to cross. And then right turn lane removals. One of the things that was pointed out in the 2023 traffic study is when cars would only intersect a bicycle in the intersection where people are paying more attention, as opposed to drifting into a right turn lane and crossing the bicyclists in that motion as opposed to a turn. So that can increase safety because people are just more aware in intersections. We also put an emphasis on exploring emergency evacuation. We definitely heard resident feedback during the Rock Creek Parkway repurposing study that, everyone has these vivid memories of evacuating on Rock Creek Parkway and going down to a 1-lane roundabout. We wanted to, really reassure people that we've thought about it and looked at it and are addressing that concern. So we'll look at that emergency evacuation plan, but the idea is we would put in a 2-inch curb, which has been proven to, people still treat it as a curb as opposed to our 6-inch regular curbs. But people can still drive up onto it if in the event of an emergency. The value engineered roundabout would be the same idea. And the traffic signal, there would be minimal impacts to evacuations and flow. It would just be like if you were going through Indiana. And then the right turn removals, there'd be no change to the capacity because I'm assuming people wouldn't be turning off of Rock Creek Parkway during an emergency, so. So we put in approximate construction costs. I do want to note on here that these do not include the cost savings of removing asphalt. So you can see here, like right turn lane removals, say 250 to 350. When we did the Pitkin right turn lane removals, we were looking, once we saved money on the asphalt that we were laying in that section, we were looking more at like 180 to 200 for that area. Oh, and the above, these estimates are on top of the road reconstruction costs, so this isn't the whole price of the project, unfortunately. So we'll take a look at the different options that are available that we just talked about pros and cons with. So this is the roundabout. So you can see it's 1 lane, and all of the orange is the raised 2-inch curb. And You can see there's the separated bike path all the way around, so they're not interfering with pedestrians, and the crossing distances are very much reduced. We would filter people in at, where it makes sense along between 88th and Coal Creek Drive, and then filter them back into a 2-lane between Coal Creek Drive and Indiana. So, and going the other way the same.
Go back for a second. So number one, before we leave it, I love this new design of the bike lanes. I mean, this has been one of my biggest beefs with traffic circles or bikes are like the afterthought. Like, oh yeah, they can just go on the sidewalk, right? Which at 88th Street is a nightmare because the sidewalks are like 5 feet and then it's a 2-lane roundabout, blah, blah, blah. So this, to me, is just the future of roundabouts. Bikes are protected the whole way through. The question I had is, can you kind of walk us through what the valued engineered version of this looks like? What concrete are we not putting in place and what are we replacing with paint?
Do you want to take that?
Oh, if there's another
we have
slide, then never mind. I'll just stop talking and wait till we get to it.
Yeah, this is the value engineered, but our consultant can definitely talk to this when we get to this slide too.
Perfect, that's fine.
So we've been asked, so some of the common questions we're getting is why a 1-lane roundabout as opposed to a 2-lane? So one of the big reasons is a footprint size. So a 1-lane roundabout fits in the current dimensions of the roadway. So we're not moving as many utilities that might be off to the side, and we wouldn't be widening the road. And we've looked at traffic volumes. I'll speak on this on the next slide, on the next couple of slides as well. But a 1-lane roundabout is designed to hold about 20,000 cars, vehicles per day, whereas a 2-lane roundabout can accommodate about 40,000 vehicles per day. So for comparison, the McCaslin Boulevard and Colton Road 1-lane roundabout has about 12,400 cars per day. And at this intersection, we're only looking at about 7,000 cars per day. So, and we have a more exact number on that, but you can see that we have significantly less cars traveling through this intersection. So a 1-lane roundabout will definitely move traffic smoothly through the intersection. The safety of a 1-lane roundabout is also, we have found that 1-lane roundabouts are safer. We've looked at the accident data over the last 5 years, and we've had 8 accidents at the South 88th Street roundabout, the 2-lane. We've only had 3 at the Colton Road and McCaslin intersection.
Christine, how many at Main Street in McCaslin, and do you have any idea what the traffic flow is?
I have traffic flow on the next slide. I do not have accident data with me for the other roundabouts in town, but I can definitely get that information.
Yeah, please, thank you.
Yep. So we did look at traffic volumes on Rock Creek Parkway. So the top two tables are average daily traffic. That's what ADT stands for along Rock Creek Parkway, and then the side street and like the approaches to the intersections. But we wanted to look holistically at how many cars come through the intersection. So we combined a lot of that data, and that's what the bottom table is. So if you look at Rock Creek Parkway in Pitkin, and Rock Creek Parkway in Indiana, and Rock Creek Parkway in Coal Creek Drive, they're all pretty similar for number of cars total that drive through that intersection. You'll see level of service on the far left there. And you'll see a big difference in them. So at Pitkin, we're looking at a level of B. At Indiana, we reach a level of F, and the reason for that is because it has to do with peak hour. So at peak hour at Indiana, we see a lot more cars per hour than we do at the other intersections. So it really has to do with not as much ADT, but peak hour traffic flow. Coal Creek Drive, as we've mentioned previously, we're at a level of C. Turning onto Rock Creek Parkway is what controls that. We also looked at the traffic volumes for Colton and McCaslin for the similar 1-lane roundabout idea. So you'll see the total intersection volume at about 12,000. And again, we have about 7,000 at Coal Creek Drive. So we'll definitely be able to move people through.
And that's 12,000 a day, correct?
Correct. Yeah. So we did have our consultant look at the evacuation plan. So with this 2-inch curb, and you can see the side view of it up above, where it has like a little ramp so that people are comfortable getting up there. This could be potentially turned into a 2-lane roundabout in the event of an emergency. It would require a safety official, like a police officer, a firefighter, someone out there directing that traffic, but it is doable in the event of an emergency to move 2 lanes of traffic through.
How does snowplows react to the 2-inch curb?
So our consultant has found that they don't pick up the 2-inch curb, so they're not going to lift it. And
But
yeah.
I mean, the driver's not going to get jarred when they hit the 2-inch curb accidentally?
So it's a great question. So what we often do is we'll put like a post or something, a flagger, so they know it's there. I mean, if they hit a curb, it's going to damage a curb 2-inch or 8-inch. But our concern was if they hit it, it's going to come out of the ground. But they've confirmed with other municipalities that hadn't been a problem. I did look up the accident data for Marshall and Maine, or McCaslin and Maine. We've had 22 accidents the last 5 years, so we average 4 or 5 a year. I think there was 3 years with 4 and 2 years. Yeah, so it's about 4.5 a year. And then I did find that accident. It was under Coal Ridge Drive in the database, so I corrected it. But it was a southbound car headed on Coal Creek Drive that did not yield to Rock Creek Parkway traffic and caused a 2-car accident.
It was a solid T-bone. Yeah.
Yeah. So, sorry.
Yeah, no, thank you. We did ask, just because we do want to be price conscious on this decision, to look at more of a value engineered option that would still provide a lot of that same safety aspect. So the biggest difference here is removing a lot of that raised curb and replacing it with striping. So for the bicyclists, you don't have the vertical separation between the cars and the bicyclists, and you have the striping. But we do have striping as the buffer between the cars and bicyclists further down the road. So this would also make snow plowing a little bit easier in those turn lanes. It gives us, we don't have that pinch point. So it would also be helpful from operation standpoint.
Yeah, actually, now that you've got this slide up and I've got the other one, I can actually see the difference, because I did do that. The big thing is you're getting rid of all the concrete that's here and all the concrete that's here, and maybe it's a caps mural in the future or something, but it kind of makes sense, right? Like that's a lot of concrete that you had in the other design. So yeah, okay, I get it now.
Yeah, and the idea behind the other design is to give that vertical separation, but I think, yeah, this would be a good option to explore as well. Save them some money. So the next option is eliminating the dedicated right turn lanes. So this is where we have them flex posted off, closed with flex posts already. This is what we did over at Pitkin. I have some pictures of what that looks like on the next slide, I believe. And you can see we're adding those refuges. We did receive during the public meeting a question about that bump out into the intersection to create that refuge, and we can adjust that. So we won't affect turning radiuses there, just to appease anyone who might have that question too. So that'll get adjusted, but this is just kind of more of a schematic, like to show what the thought process is. And you can see there's a significantly shorter crossing distance on both sides, and there is that refuge in the middle in case you do get stuck. We will put 3 of those RRFBs, the flashing light up signs with buttons. And we did hear at public comment that people would like a button for like bicyclists or something, so we're gonna explore if there's ways to do that. And then so that they don't have to come up on the sidewalk to press the button. And then all 6 will flash when you press one button on one side. So everyone on both sides of the intersection will see it. And they'll be timed for you to do the full crossing, so that the idea is that you don't get stranded in the middle, but there is a button if you do get stranded. Yeah.
Can I ask a question regarding the turn radius? Because we have heard that quite a bit, and I know that the bollards can feel awkward. But I know we took out right turns on Pitkin and Rock Creek Parkway. Is that a similar curve, or is that less aggressive? Because if it's similar, I haven't seen anybody hitting the curbs when they're taking that turn. So is this pretty much what that is?
So we'll design it to be similar to Pitkin, and then I have asked the fire trucks to drive it and to drive Pitkin and let us know their feedback, so that we can incorporate that into this design. If they're getting a longer truck, so I've been sent the cut sheet of that, and we'll have that for the engineers to incorporate in their design and make sure that they're included in that conversation.
Great, thank you.
So this is really quick, just pictures of the Pitkin intersection. So you can see all 6 of the flashing lights. There's that pedestrian refuge. And you can see this is that right turn lane removal. So we're thinking visually that's what we would go for with that stamped concrete and the rock. So why are we eliminating the right turn lanes? To reduce the crossing distance, cutting it by 12 feet. That's required to meet the right-of-way accessibility guidelines. And the traffic volumes on Rock Creek Parkway just don't warrant a right turn lane, a dedicated right turn lane there. So we'd like to improve pedestrian safety. And then we've heard a lot about the flex posts. The flex posts will not be there. We're going to move the curb and gutter. The other option is a traffic signal. Like I said before, this was designed back in 2015, so we would update the design, obviously. But it would just look like your standard traffic signal at a light. So we did perform a public outreach. We had an event and we took public comment, and we also had a survey posted. I don't remember the exact number we had at the meeting respond, but we had about 230 people respond to our one that was posted online. The primary takeaways that we got from those 2 studies, we combined the percentages, is there is a sizable percentage of residents that do walk and bike in that intersection. So we do want to focus on increasing safety for all 3 modes of travel will be important. The 3 biggest safety concerns are turning onto Rock Creek Parkway from Coal Creek Drive, pedestrian safety, and then excessive speeding. I did want to note that 21% of respondents did mark that they had no safety concerns with the intersection. So I want every voice to be heard. 58% of respondents marked not at all or somewhat when asked if they feel safe in the intersection. But then when asked if they would be more likely to walk or bike through the intersection with safety improvements, they were split. So, yeah. And then this last point we'll look at the next slide. We specifically asked, would you rather a 1-lane roundabout or a traffic signal? It was about 3-to-1 for a roundabout over the traffic signal. And then we specifically asked about a 1-lane roundabout or the right turn lane removal option. And it was about 2-to-1 for the roundabout. So to pivot slightly to 88th Street roundabout, the plan is to provide some minor improvements. We don't want to blow the budget on 88th Street roundabout, but we do want to provide some safety improvements through while we're there. And we would keep it a 2-lane roundabout, so that transition, we would have 1 lane and then it would open up into the 2 lanes, or the 2 lanes coming out of the roundabout would go into 1 lane. So we did look at this with some numbers from that 2023 traffic study and found that we do need the 2 lanes at least going on to and off of 88th. So we didn't want to mess with that.
Do we currently have the arrows on the pavement there? So my suggestion is we don't have an arrow like this right here, because I think it would, for somebody who's not used to it, they might decide to go like that.
Yeah.
So, we certainly wouldn't want to encourage somebody to not navigate the roundabout correctly. So.
That's a good point. Yeah, and we could, there's a
And same thing up
sign,
here,
right, at the
this one?
McCaslin and
Don't put that one
Main
there.
Street. Yeah.
You actually have this one here.
That's fine.
That one's there.
Like when you're in a dedicated lane and you're going in one direction, that's fine. If you're telling people, hey, you're in the left turn lane, but they have an opening, they might go for that first opening rather than navigate the roundabout. We do?
Oh, we do currently.
Take those flex posts and move them like right here.
Yeah, so we do have the right only arrow on 88th, but you're saying that's the same thing. We don't have the left arrow because it's not currently a left only, it's a through left for both directions. So both of them are through lefts.
Yeah, so I would not have a left arrow on either location.
Yeah, so we can make it more of a, well, this is no longer going to be a through left, but we'll make sure we meet MUTCD requirements on the striping and arrows. But I think that is what it does say currently. But yeah, I understand the concern.
Like a
Definitely something we can look
straight
at for
arrow.
design.
Yeah, you gotta put
Like,
like a big sign on the
straight.
pavement, like Rock Creek Parkway.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
what we do. But I mean, the note here is this would no longer be a straight and a left. It would be a left only. That was one of the safety enhancements we were looking to make, because most of the accidents we're finding at the right turn, well, I don't want to say most, and I hate using the word accident because usually there was a mistake in judgment by a driver when accidents happen, but it's a lot of times people in the wrong lane want to go a different direction than they're supposed to go. So that's what we're trying to eliminate.
And just for, I think those drawings off, because it's not 2 lanes, coming off here. This is 88th Street, right? It's just.
No, that's Rock Creek Parkway.
Oh, I'm turned around. I'm sorry. Yeah. All right.
Do we have, because I'm trying to visualize and I can't remember now, some roundabouts, I know especially in Europe, you'll have, like as you're coming up to it, it'll have a picture of the roundabout. And so it would be less confusing with the arrows if you saw, hey, I'm in this lane, this is where that lane goes, as opposed to when you're on it and you're like, oh God, I don't want to be turning left, I want to be going straight. And then you're trying to get over, and like maybe as you're coming up to it, if we could have some sort of visual aid to say, here's what the roundabout's going to look like here in a couple seconds, and this is where you're going to want to be, so they can get over before actually being in the roundabout and realizing they've made a mistake.
Yeah, I think signage is great.
Yeah, and just to note, I mean, we want to point this out. So if we did a roundabout at Rock Creek Parkway and Cold Creek Drive, we would recommend keeping it a single lane until you get to the approach of this roundabout. And conversely, going toward Cold Creek Drive, we would keep it a single lane. So I know that some of the public comments we got where you're trying to pull a fast one on us and go to 1 lane, but there's no connection between these 2 intersections. So it doesn't make sense to get people back out into 2 lanes and then bring them right back into a single lane. It's just going to create accidents. So I forget the exact distance. I think it's 800 feet or it's not a long distance. So we don't want to merge traffic because it's just going to create more accidents. But we do open it up once you get to the roundabout, would be the recommendation if we did a roundabout at Cold Creek Drive. If not, we would keep it 2 lanes up to this intersection.
Yeah. So if we didn't do the roundabout at Cold Creek Drive, where would you take this from 1 lane to 2 lanes along Rock Creek Parkway? Like 100 feet away?
We wouldn't. So we would keep 2 lanes and bring them into these 2 lanes, and then we would have. I mean, you might have this 1 lane immediately go into 2.
Got it.
About right here, going toward Cold Creek Drive.
Okay. The reason I ask, right, because that pedestrian crossing in and of itself is already one of those terrible ones. And if if we cut off this lane, you've at least eliminated a little bit of asphalt, for the pedestrians. And this is the one that I frequently terrified. The drivers, as you guys all know, are always looking the wrong way. And this one is it's classic because you got a lot of school traffic and everything else. Yeah. The kids are usually the best. It's the non-kids that are in the biggest hurry. So, but anyways, if there's something else we could do, like irrespective of what we do on Coal Creek Drive, if like, let's say we don't do the roundabout, I think we can still make some pedestrian enhancements here to at least make those crossings a little safer.
Problem is also coming off of 88th, if you're driving the speed limit and then somebody's just riding your bumper, right? They are, so I'm coming down here and I'm heading to Safeway. So I'm in this lane. This person's going to head up Rock Creek Parkway. They are looking to pass me as quickly as possible. They pass me. I'm blocking, they're looking over here and then they're accelerating right into this crosswalk. And I can see why that's, I've walked that a couple times, but I'm rarely over there. So I can see why that's a scary.
Yeah, and y'all bring up a great point. I mean, roundabouts do have their faults, and one of them is you're looking left and your pedestrian's on your right. So that's not lost on us, and we share that feedback with the public. They still were supportive of a roundabout, but that is one of the drawbacks. I mean, the benefit is cars are going slower, so you have a quicker, if you see a person, you can usually stop and have that interaction just because you've left the intersection. But that is a flaw of a roundabout, is you're looking left and your pedestrian's on your right. But yeah, and I think that's why we tried to pull them. I mean, we tried to pull them
you did move them. I mean, these are moved much further away.
Yeah, we try to pull them a little bit further away, but you also don't want to get too far away because then you're not looking for pedestrians. So it's finding that magic spot.
But that's one of the, Mike, you just made a comment. I mean, not out loud, but that's exactly the problem with roundabouts. They're not designed for left-hand driving. They're designed to drive on the right like they do in England, or drive on the other side of the road because you're right-eye dominant, and that's where most people look. So they're not paying attention. So, I mean, I think the problem is just systematically the way we drive in this country and the lanes that we use, these aren't really sustainable for the way we drive. So, I mean, and people don't signal. You're supposed to signal as you exit so the car is coming on, know which way you're going to go, and it just increases traffic flow. It just doesn't. We're not brained this way, the way everything, I mean, this goes back to the ancient Romans. Everything was right-hand dominant so that you could attack from your right, and then the French ruined it by putting it on the side of the road.
But like the roundabout at Colton and McCaslin also, like there's a ton of bikers that are trying to access the Colton Trail. But it's a fine roundabout for cars, but for pedestrians and for bicyclists, I've seen some very close calls there, and you're always just like, okay, like, you try to cross that, and that's a small one, right? That's a single lane roundabout.
But the benefit of that roundabout, or even this one, is you're only crossing one lane at a time, right? Like the exposure, not this one, the Coal Creek one. This one's still a problem. Is even the Colton one, you're crossing one lane at a time, and you've got a really wide refuge, so somewhere to stop and really wait. With 88th Street's a good example of where you're looking for two lanes of traffic and there's no real refuge. You're kind of like straddling the island and then you're like froggering it across to the other end. But I feel like the Colton one, there have been some near misses, but we only put that RFB in there like 2 years ago. Like if we're putting a roundabout in anywhere, it has to come like pre-installed with an RFB, and that one didn't. Same with the one back here. We had to get Boulder Creek Homes to pay for this one. But it wasn't part of our design criteria when we put these roundabouts in, is what are we doing for pedestrians?
And on this one, on the south side of the roundabout, are we going to be putting in the flashy lights as well?
So we have flashing lights at each
All
crossing
three.
point on this roundabout. But the new one, yes, we would include
Okay.
flashing lights, just crossing Rock Creek Parkway, not crossing, the plan is,
You don't need them on Coal Creek Drive.
yeah, I don't think we have them on Coal Creek Drive, but,
Other than the geese, everybody can cover
we're
that
showing
pretty
them on Coal Creek Drive, but I don't know if we would need them on
I-
Coal Creek Drive, but it could definitely be a conversation through design.
Yeah.
These aren't like construction drawings. These are visuals to,
Infographics.
yeah.
I mean, I know we don't want the crosswalk too far down because you're not looking for people, but maybe backing it off just a smidge so that people are no longer in that turn, because my concern is, and we kind of see it at other roundabouts, is if you're in the middle of that turn, you can see people that you're coming up to before the turn, but you're kind of blind to it until you're coming out of the turn and then you're almost hitting somebody. So maybe backing it off just a little bit to where people are at least through the turn and eyes forward again to see people.
Driving southbound in the morning, you get that sunlight, and it makes it really difficult coming out of the roundabout to see people in that crosswalk, the southern
Okay.
crosswalk.
This one?
No, sorry.
Yeah, and I know this wasn't an 88th
That
Street redesign, but like maybe when you push one RFB, it blinks the other one. Because I think, Mike, to your point, like when I'm crossing over here, some people are coming around this corner and they only see the lights when they get here.
Yeah.
But like when we have Pitkin, we hit the flashers, it hits all the intersections, so everybody's kind of aware of it. So it's just a way to kind of think about, because, the same thing, like if you're over here crossing, but somebody's entering over here, they don't see you till, they don't even see a light. But it's like a visual of like, oh crud, there's a human I got to worry about.
Someone's here.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah,
Because
it's-
regardless of where you're coming into the roundabout, if you're aware of it coming in, that somebody's walking somewhere, and to slow it down. Yeah.
Jen's got her hand up.
I was just wondering, why are the crosswalks so close to where, like, they don't have to be. They could be much farther away from the actual speed up points, and and maybe that's just standard and out of my lane of expertise, but they are very close.
So this roundabout was designed several years ago. So it's one of our older roundabouts. So we are looking at updating it. I can.
Hi, I'm Tyler Leffler. I'm with Kimley Horn, one of the design engineers that helped with this. So there's two reasons with this. So one of the things is just pedestrians. If you move the crossing further away, it encourages jaywalking. People don't want to cross further away. They're not aware of that crossing. So if we push it too far away, they cross where we don't want them to cross. The other is, so the design standard is usually between 50 and 100 feet, just kind of depends on the speed and the context. This one specifically, to Christine's point, this was a roundabout that was designed probably 20, 30 years ago. It's already oversized from what we would design it like today. And so we're trying to balance between existing geometry and, not trying to totally recreate, because as soon as we really dig into it, then we have to start touching the center of the circle to really pull everything together. And obviously that may have diminishing returns to the cost.
Thank you. So people are going to people. I appreciate it.
We also have concrete sidewalks at this intersection. So it's that pink colored concrete. So if we pulled it back, we would need to have that conversation if we wanted to replace it with other colored concrete, or if we wanted to just do pavement. That we can explore this. We were trying to keep costs kind of down while increasing safety and in a value engineered way at this intersection. Right. We're not trying to grow the project, but we're open to hearing, what direction council would like us to take this in. I mean, I think these are all great ideas, and this roundabout could definitely use safety upgrades. So just a summary of the cost estimates for construction. These are super rough. But just to give you an idea of kind of ballpark ranges, as Brandon mentioned in the beginning, we're still going between mill and overlay and the full replacement recommendation for council. And we just want to work with our design staff, our design consultant, to give you the best recommendation we can. So you can see that the most expensive option is obviously the full roundabout with a full reconstruct. And I didn't include the traffic signal on here because we heard from public feedback that just wasn't the residents weren't as interested in that. So I think these are the two, the roundabout and the right turn lane removal are the two we decided to really focus in on and explore deeper. Yeah. So this is just the addition of the two numbers.
In the 62 questions I sent Brandon last week, the one that I forgot is, what are we doing with the medians? Are we just going to turn them into xeriscape like we did with the upper half of Rock Creek Parkway, or are we going to turn that in, or just keep it as turf?
So we weren't planning to do the medians during this project. Okay. If we want to add funding for that, it's
So one component is, if we delay this to 26, then we maybe can factor in the xeriscaping of the median, or the
Potentially.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the long-term plan is to xeriscape those meetings.
Right, yeah, I knew it was a long-term plan, but it just, until right now, I realized it wasn't addressed because it's not in the budget. I got it. Okay.
There's also a Water Smart grant that Parks is currently pursuing for the median at the top of Rock Creek Parkway, but it comes up every 6 months, so we're hoping that continues. And we could pursue funding for these medians too.
Yeah, because the reason being is we're talking about 88th Street, the crosswalk on that one side of the roundabout is the one that's got all the water damage because it just runs down and it pools there and then it ices over and all that stuff. So it's one of those ones that we've just been, and I'm surprised the road is done as well as it has, but I guess it has less of the expansive soils because we just have a lot of runoff at that area. So it's probably something we should do. I'm always leery of pouring money into the roadway project if we haven't fixed the cause of some of the damage, and that's the overrun of the water.
How much do we think the medians would cost?
The medians on this last year's project cost, what was it? Like about 500,000, I want to say. And that included the right turn lane removals. So I think for these two medians, they're a little narrower, but they are long. So we'd probably be looking at 400,000 maybe for both. That's a rough number.
Yeah, if we're looking at delaying it, I would prefer to see us do that, just so, to your point, we're not pouring money into something that then we're causing water damage immediately.
Okay.
I have a couple questions, unless you want to go.
I just wanted to, can you speak to the slide about the timing and staff's recommendation?
For benefit, potentially moving it to 2026? Yes. So we've found on other projects that bidding late in the season can add up to a 10% cost increase just because people's schedules are full. We might not see as many bidders. People are really hungry. If you're bidding early in the season, they want those projects to line up. Striping late in the season can cause issues with the striping adhering to the asphalt. So what we saw when we striped Colton, I wasn't here, but is we striped in October, I believe, and we didn't have those stretches of some of those hot days in the 80s and 90s. And so when snowplows came through, it was picking up some of that striping and we had to replace it. The 2026 schedule, we could, I mean, we'll plan to have that design finished this summer. So we would be able to bid it out and kind of fit into whatever schedule we want. They have different, I put the 16 weeks, which is our estimate for a roundabout, but if we have the right turn lane removals, we might be looking something closer to 12 weeks. That could also depend on what kind of closures we're going to enforce on the contractor as well. So that we need to get a contractor on board before we have an exact, but these are good estimates. So, you know, we could close it starting June 1st, right after school. We would still be closed going into school just based on the timeline, depending on the project. But we are part of the design contract with Kimley Horn is to create some suggested closure and traffic control plans. So we can have apples to apples bids and have closures from the contractor that we're comfortable with as a town.
We still had some closures on Rock Creek Parkway when school started this past year, right?
Yeah, the goal was to have everyone, is to have construction done. But when we started meeting with the contractor, the goal turned into getting everyone on the right side of the road by the time school started. And we have closures out there now, unfortunately, too.
Yeah, well, these aren't bad because, hey, look, one lane works.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're thinking about this, but like in the event that we did delay this to 2026, I would recommend starting with 88th to Coal Creek Drive in June and then kind of finishing between Coal Creek Drive and Indiana. So we're not dealing with like construction on a roundabout once school starts and everybody's trying to get to Monarch.
So there Yes, I think that's a great idea.
I'm not an engineer and I'm not a construction professional, but I'm just, well, I'm a parent and I'm also just, I don't want to anger all of the parents that are trying to get to Monarch. So if we could phase the construction in a way that causes the least disruption to the people that are trying to get to Monarch, rather than like saving that headache for when they're going to school, like that would be my preference.
Yeah, and we've talked to Kimley Horn about making sure that roundabout stays, letting people out instead of closing the whole intersection, because it's hard to get around that intersection. So we definitely plan to keep, we're gonna really have to piece together how we're gonna do that. But it's gonna be part of this design effort, and it's priced in the design fee. Yes?
I'll just add, we're not asking for councils. If you have input on this, we're not asking for your recommendation for this year or next year. What we've talked about with Kimley Horn is we want to keep our foot on the gas. We want to finish design and see where we're at. So they gave us a schedule of finishing design June 6th, I believe.
It depends on which option's chosen.
Yeah, but I think even the roundabout was early June, aggressively finishing design. So we want to keep our foot on the gas, see how quickly we can get design. We want to come up with a road reconstruction method that we want to recommend to you, because that will affect the construction schedule too. So our thought is, if you have input tonight, we want to hear it. But our goal is to come back to you guys in May with a design and recommendation on what we want to do with the asphalt, what we want to do with the construction schedule timeframe. But we did want to share the information, the concerns. The other piece of information we'll have during that time is we will have the bids back on Rock Creek and McCaslin, so we can see how that compares to our last year bid, because what we have been seeing is we've been getting a large number of bids. The concrete bid you approved tonight, we got 15 bidders, which I don't think I've ever seen on a construction project. Happens all the time on design, but not construction. So the market's hungry right now, and we're seeing improved pricing for that. So we'll have that information in our pocket too.
Brandon, quick question for you. On the value engineered design roundabout option, how often would we need to restripe just for snow, because of snow plowing and other just wear and tear in the road?
Yeah, I mean,
like once a year, once every couple of years.
I'm adjusting to Colorado striping schedules, which happen a lot more than they did where I came from. I don't have a great answer for you, Mike. I mean, we're seeing that we're having to like refresh striping every two to 3 years. Okay. With that lane, we probably wouldn't plow. I'd have to talk to our snow plow folks to see if we even plow that kind of dead area there, or if we would just stack snow. But the problem is if we stack snow, it'll melt and cause icing. So we'd have to come up with a plow schedule for this and see what it's done. But if we're plowing it, we're probably looking at every 2 or 3 years.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
For that construction schedule, is it the same regardless of reconstruction versus the mill and overlay, or how much time do you save by not fully reconstructing?
No, we would definitely see a time savings without the full reconstruct. So with the mill and overlay, I mean, we're not removing all the asphalt. We're not doing the subgrade treatment. So we would save weeks. I don't have an exact number for you, but we would definitely save weeks through that.
Okay. And then on slide, 3, where you were talking about there's additional rehab options for the mill and overlay that could extend the life pretty comparable to a full reconstruction.
Yeah, so there's a lot of options out there. So, I mean, I attended the Colorado Asphalt Pavement Association's conference last couple weeks ago. I mean, there's fiber mesh asphalts we can look at. There's glass grid asphalt options you can look at, which I know we've done before, but there's full structural options. So I got some contacts with Fort Collins that have been playing with different asphalt types and doing half of a road with fiber mesh and half of it without, and seeing what kind of reflective cracking they're doing. So things like that we're looking at.
And
so all those options.
What does that do to the overall price? Because I know there's a bit of a difference between obviously.
You'll see an increase. So if you do like a fiber mesh asphalt, you're probably looking at about a 10% increase in the asphalt cost itself. But with a full reconstruct, I think it's 5 times what a mill and overlay is, 4 to 5 times when you look at that square yardage cost. So it does really increase.
Okay, so you're basically getting almost the exact same useful life, but
it's not going to be as good as a full reconstruct. But the key with asphalt is you want to turn it into a perpetual pavement. We want to maintain that asphalt. We want to treat it every 3 or 4 years and keep it fresh, not wait 20, 30 years for it to fail. So we're really focusing on that with our asphalt management, and council has been good enough to give us some more money for reclamite and slurry seals. So that's our goal long term, is pavement management, extending that life on that curve.
And then the only other comment or question I had is at Indiana and Rock Creek Parkway, when that obviously gets permanently striped, It's a bit chaotic right now, and we've heard some feedback that it's very confusing with, here's some green hashes and here's some white, and it's just kind of all over the place. Is it possible to almost combine those so they're like side by side, so there's not these two separate crosswalks and four sides where there's just hashes everywhere?
Yeah, so we, last year, we had our traffic consultant create a rule for green striping for the bikes. And we opted to, so the traffic volumes across Rock Creek Parkway, or was it along, I think it was along Rock Creek Parkway, didn't warrant them, but we decided to include them because they're next to the pools, they're near a school. So we could definitely have that conversation and potentially remove them. I believe we found, and I'd have to go back and look at the data, but I believe we found that they did, per this rule that we said, it's not like a formal rule, it's just to help staff decide where to put green striping, that it did require them, but I'd have to look to make sure, or if we just decided to include them because of the big public facilities there. I would have to get back to you on that, but we could definitely look at reducing the amount of green striping. Green striping is much more expensive than the white striping, so if we want to reduce green striping somewhere, it's it's a cost-effective measure, and if people are finding it too confusing, then we shouldn't keep it.
Yeah,
So
I've heard a lot of feedback that people think it's very confusing and chaotic. And so I don't know if it's removing it or if it's almost, and I don't know if this is a thing or not, but combining where there's green and then white around it. So you see it's a crosswalk and for bikes, and I don't know. I don't know what that looks like, but what it looks like now just seems really intense. So if
okay,
there's a way to
yeah, we'll note
simplify
that down and talk to Kimberly Horn, because we have a new traffic consultant for this project, so we'll have some fresh eyes on it, so that'll be good.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
I agree. I think that intersection, we raised some concerns about it when it was approved, but, went forward with it. But that intersection didn't get reconstructed, right? Like we stopped at the west end so it's just on the existing asphalt, which I think there's also remnants for what was there before. So it's just an ugly intersection, but it's, I think it's unnecessary. And I think Picken looks really good, and try to kind of preserve the consistency throughout the roadway is probably what we should do. So.
Great.
Unless there's any additional questions for staff, I do want to open it up for public comment. Public comment?
I did just want to note that we do have two different agreements for the board to decide between. We don't need both. Yeah, thanks.
Yep. Anybody in the public like to give public comment?
Yes, thank you. 10:40, I have a new appreciation for what it means to serve on the town council. So I wanted to address.
If you could just introduce yourself to the council.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Bruce Langer. I live off of Coal Creek, north of Rock Creek Parkway. So I appreciate you leaving this up here. I want to address this intersection. That's my primary concern. I've lived in the house I'm at for about 4 years. We moved there from a house south of Colton where our kids were born and raised. So I've been driving in and out of that neighborhood for 4 years, at least once a day, out and in, usually more. My wife and I also ride our bikes across that intersection to go to Safeway through Circle Park fairly regularly when the weather allows. My experience is that I have never felt unsafe driving through that intersection. I have never felt unsafe riding across that intersection. I know that there are a lot of people who have concerns. I came to the last presentation, actually there was a big crowd here that time, and a lot of people talked about feeling unsafe crossing that intersection. I felt like a lot of them were people with kids who walk across to go to school, that was a primary concern. And I appreciate that. Everybody wants their kids to be safe. But after experiencing what I've experienced, reviewing the presentations, listening to the feedback, looking at the survey, I just don't see a public safety issue that justifies spending somewhere in the neighborhood of $1 million to address it. One of the points I wanted to make, and this may not be a popular position, is that people who live on the north side of Rock Creek Parkway and walk their kids to school, there's a signaled intersection at Indiana that they could walk up to and cross as an option if they're concerned about safety. I don't think anybody wants to hear that because it's less convenient, but that's a fact. I'm also concerned beyond the expense. I feel like this is kind of a complicated traffic circle compared to the one at Colton and McCaslin, or the one at 88th even, and Rock Creek. I've driven both of them many, many times. And this just, I realize I'm only looking at a rendering, but it looks much more complicated. And my concern, as somebody mentioned earlier, is that traffic circles are designed in a way that people end up looking in the wrong direction when they're approaching them, and they may miss things. And I just feel like this design with the bicycle lanes just creates the danger of confusion that more than offsets the speed reduction you get from this. I'm concerned because, as I said, we ride our bikes north and south across this intersection, and I'm gathering from this that what we'd have to do is go over to the crosswalk and cross there with pedestrians, which I think might be a concern for both bicyclists and pedestrians that they're crossing kind of at the same place. So there are a number of reasons that I don't think this really addresses the issue, and the bottom line is that while I respect people's concerns, particularly for their children, I just don't think that the problem we have here, if there even really is a problem, is so significant that it justifies the expenditure that's being made. I fully support the idea of eliminating the turn lanes. I think that'll make it safer because, as you heard, it's a shorter walk if you do that. The difference between those two, even conservatively, is at least $500,000. And I just don't think it's justified, and I hope that you'll think about that. Oh, the last point I wanted to make, the survey, while it's certainly valuable, it's an opt-in survey. It's not a scientific survey, and I think a lot of the people who responded to the survey are people who have the concerns that I talked about. And so I don't know that it really reflects the town's view of this. I think the majority of people in town probably don't even know this issue is going on. So I just would ask you to think about that when you're making your decision. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Additional public comment here in council chamber? All right. Anybody on Zoom like to give public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll circle back to the council for further discussion. It's that time of night, right? Mike's a funny man now.
Can I ask a quick question to the staff again?
Yeah.
So one of the things we kind of glossed over is what's likely to happen to the speeds coming down the hill. Obviously with the upper half of Rock Creek Parkway, we repaved it and it was a terrible road before. Speeds haven't gone down. This road's not in as bad a condition. We're going to smooth it out. What are the thoughts on what's going to happen with speeds? Because right now, on Saturday, I just decided to hang up by the speed radar sign, and our speed radar sign is cool, but if you're going over 45, it just flashes like blocks, so you don't even know. And there's quite a few cars that are already going over 45. So what are the thoughts if we just don't have a physical way to slow people down?
So based on what we've seen from pre-construction versus post-construction speeds over by Pitkin, people did not slow down significantly. What we do see in a in a roundabout is we post a much slower speed. So I think at 88th, it's even 15 miles an hour. I don't know if people actually do that, but that's much slower than the 35 mile an hour speed limit on Rock Creek Parkway. So people would slow down in a roundabout. Yeah, so that's what I would expect to see.
So if we went with the remove the right turn lanes, basically keep it as is, more or less, we'd see the current 45, sort of 85th percentile, possibly higher with the smoother pavement?
We didn't see an increase in speed with the new, let's see, we have, yeah, we didn't see an increase in speed. If anything, we saw a slight decrease at Pitkin, but restriping at Honey Creek Drive, we didn't see any change, so.
Yeah, I would expect we wouldn't see any change in speed. I mean, we've already restriped it. We're gonna make the road smoother. You could see a slight increase in speeds, but I think it'll be the same speeds. Yeah.
All right, thanks.
All right. Any additional questions for staff?
With the suggestion of possibly moving it to 2026, is all of the materials that would be used in this project are sourced from the United States? There's no risk of importation and potential tariffs?
Yeah, the only thing I hesitate on is our RRFBs. I don't know where they come from. I'm pretty sure it's US, but it might be Canada. Anyway, our RRFBs I'd have to check on.
But the concrete, the asphalt, that's all sourced domestically, so the bulk of the cost would theoretically not be too impacted.
Yep, it's not local.
Thanks.
All right. Any additional questions for staff? Okay, so anybody have any strong opinions one way or the other?
I'll start, because this is my intersection, right? I've lived the entire time I've been in Colorado, or I'm sorry, the only time I've been Superior, this has been my intersection for all 15 years. Yeah, my kids actually had a bus to get to Superior Elementary, but we walked them up to Indiana, so they used the traffic light. I didn't let them cross the street. More people are crossing here now because they're trying to get to Safeway. People are wanting to walk more. I'm seeing lots of groups of parents walking their kids across at this intersection more so than I did before. I used to think everybody would just walk up to Indiana, but they don't. So the parents are supervising them, which is great. You know, at the same time, we shouldn't have streets in our community that we don't let our kids walk across just to get to the school playground. Like it's bizarre to me. And Rock Creek Parkway, we all know, was over-designed, and this intersection is the goofiest. Maybe I'm just a negative Nelly. I think the speeds at this intersection are going to increase because this is bottoming out from the Rock Creek descent. I know when Jeff was the police guy here years ago, he clocked someone doing 60 or 70 in here on, it happens, right? Because people just they take the foot off the gas and just, right? So my fear is we do nothing and we get a massive T-bone here, because that's the type of intersection we have, is that people will misjudge the speed of the car coming down the hill. And that's why that accident was so important to me, because I knew how catastrophic it was. And that was just 4 years ago. So when the road was still kind of crummy. So where I've come down is, and I was actually resistant to the traffic circle because I hate traffic circles as pedestrians. Like they just don't work. However, this design to me is phenomenal. It's the first traffic circle I've seen that's going to slow the traffic down and truly narrow the pedestrian crossings to like a very short stretch at a time. So I'm truly optimistic that this does what it's supposed to do, and that bikes are actually considered. They're not like, oh, right, just go somewhere. The bikes have a straight path, and the path. I will admit that the path from getting on Coal Creek to South Coal Creek is awkward as a biker. That isn't something I thought about because I usually don't ride that direction as a biker. I go up Rock Creek Parkway. So that is something that, as we think about going to construction level drawings, I'd like to see a better enhancement of how we handle bikes going north-south in this intersection. So I'm in support of the roundabout only because in the context of all the other work we're doing at the project, it's an incremental 300 to 400K. If we went down the path of not doing anything here, I think the speeds are too high. I don't think the Pitkin analogy works here because we have way more cross traffic coming off of Coal Creek Drive than Pitkin. Pitkin, I think, has worked great, primarily because there's very little cars coming off of Pitkin North. It's a dead end, and there's a finite number of cars that usually come out of there. This one's just more cars coming north-south. The roundabout is going to help ease that and keep it safe for pedestrians. So that's me. And also, last question, I am all in favor of doing the engineering this year, pushing off the project for next year. And the main reason here is I don't want this construction drifting off into the fall and truly affecting school schedules.
Do you have any thoughts on mill and overlay versus
Yeah, I actually, and I really like what staff had to say here. I think the mill and overlay is the right way to go, given that it's got less damage. You know, the other roads have had so much more damage, and I think this one is bad, but I agree with how bad the upper part of Rock Creek was. This one's been holding up pretty well, relatively.
Okay. Thanks, Neil. I'll give my 2 cents. I have a different kind of take on this. I think, generally speaking, with doing these really expensive road projects, I don't want to cheap out on the reconstruction versus mill and overlay conversation. I want us to have a real informed decision-making process in making that ultimate decision. At the upper part of Rock Creek Parkway, we needed to do the full reconstruction because doing a mill and overlay wasn't an option because the road was in such a poor state. So here, if staff is saying that we don't need to do the reconstruction because mill and overlay will work, I'm fine doing that. And I think that that's a good way for us to save the money. If after we do the engineering and the inspection of the road surface, if it's the recommendation that we do the reconstruction, I'm open to that. I want us to just make the right call. I don't want to spend the extra $2 million to do the reconstruction if it's unnecessary. So if we can do a good job and it's going to last 20 plus years, let's do the mill and overlay, especially with adequate treatment to it. In terms of which option here, if there's one thing that I've learned over the past 10 years is that this community really does not like change, especially when it comes to roads. So anytime that we tinker with the road projects, people are upset. People usually get used to it, but change is hard. I'm not convinced that the roundabout in this intersection is going to make pedestrian crossing safer. I think it would make the intersection safer for vehicle-to-vehicle accidents because you'd have side swipes as opposed to T-bones. So then the question is, is that worth the $1 million, the $800 to $1 million that the difference is going to be between the right turn lane removals and the roundabout? Because the right turn lane removals would be $200,000 once you factor in the asphalt savings versus the $800 to $1.1 million. So it's $600,000 to $700,000 more expensive for the roundabout, I guess, unless we value engineer it, and then it's.
Yeah,
I'm
only thinking value.
Okay, then it's we'll just say $500,000 addition. And so I guess the question that I look at it is if money were no object, would we do the roundabout? And I'm not so sure that I necessarily would recommend doing a roundabout here. I think having the 2-lane road going into then a 1-lane road and then hitting another roundabout, I just think the traffic volumes don't necessarily justify a roundabout when we were looking at the volumes that say it can handle 10 to 20,000 vehicles per day, and this intersection only has 6. Just doesn't seem like it's necessary. There are sidewalks on either side of the street that can take you up to Indiana for a signalized crossing. I do like the idea of the right turn removals with really nice, safe pedestrian refuges, and making sure that there are the rapid flashing beacons for both bicyclists and pedestrians. And I've crossed that intersection a number of times on my bike, also on foot. And I think that the problem with Rock Creek Parkway right now is really the width of it. But I think adding a roundabout into this intersection just kind of like, I think it makes it a little more dangerous. I think it makes it more dangerous for pedestrians, and I think it potentially makes it more dangerous for bicyclists. I think it certainly makes it more confusing. And I just don't know if having two roundabouts in quick succession, especially with a 2-lane going into a single lane, then going back into 2 lanes, is really the right design. So I think...
Mayor? Sorry, we're coming up on 11.
Oh, we need a motion.
I move to extend the meeting by an hour.
Second. We got a motion from Councilmember Shah, second from Mayor Lasis. Roll call vote, please.
Jen logged off.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
All right, then. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, passes unanimously. We're extended. Thanks for that reminder. So, long and short of it, I can get behind the right turn lane removals. I think that that's smart, gets the road in compliance with the safety standards for pedestrian crossings. But I'm not convinced right now that a roundabout is the right fit. And in terms of staging this project, love to get it done in 2025. But if it pushes up against the fall and is going to be a total headache for people getting to Monarch, and if we think that there's going to be 10% savings by going into 2026, that's a substantial amount of money, and I'd say let's wait.
So, Mayor, just so I'm clear, your preference then would be to do nothing with this intersection, no signalized intersection, no roundabout, just leave it.
I want to do the right turn lane removals.
Right, but I mean, no other.
I'm not in favor of a light. I'm not in favor of a roundabout. I am in favor of the refuges and the rapid flashing beacons.
I've got a question on this right lane removal graphic we have, just because I'm looking at the roundabout versus that, and removing the right turn lanes, you're still crossing 4 lanes of traffic. Do we need left turn lanes in the middle, or can we have a larger refuge in the middle so that it's tightening up the amount of space that people are exposed to vehicles and allowing them a larger, safer refuge in the middle?
So, I mean, I think people wait long, well, I don't actually have any. Can you?
Yeah, so with the left turns, the recommendation would be to keep those. With the right turn removal, because that's a movement where you're not having to yield to somebody else, it can happen in quick succession. Moving the left turn into the through lane, you would have the possibility of somebody needing to stop completely at the intersection and wait for other people. Knowing that there's speed concerns already with people going 15, 20 over, I would be hesitant to recommend removing the left turn lanes because that gives a vehicle the opportunity to pull off and not get rear-ended.
Okay. So it wouldn't help to like slow people down if people are having to slow down to turn left?
That's something that we heard about in the feedback was, some people noticed that even with the right turn removal, that is a contributing factor in slowing people down on the corridor is people needing to make those right turns. But the difference being you can still make that right turn at speed versus a complete full stop with people going 40 miles per hour is a little dangerous.
Okay.
Thoughts?
After talking to some neighbors or friends that live kind of in the 4 quadrants around this intersection, lots of good discussion, lots of good ideas, maybe on the older side, not as many kids. I'm leaning towards the roundabout more because I traverse the one on McCaslin all the time. And I have to say I love it. it feels safer for me from every kind of walking aspect, driving aspect, and think it would make a great improvement here. Mill and overlay would definitely be my direction based on the staff's recommendation. And if it can't be done in a timely fashion this year, obviously the savings to move to next year would be a great benefit.
I'll go 2 out of 3 in agreement with you. Definitely move it off. Let's save the money. Let's do it the right way. Mill and overlay, I've never been a real fan of that, but if that's recommendations that the staff can professionally get behind, I'm fine with that as well. But I have to agree with Mark. I've never been a fan of roundabouts. I really don't think they really improve safety as much as it's claimed they do. There's too much distraction. There's too much looking in the wrong direction as you're driving. If we look at historically at this intersection, at one time was it Weldona went out to 88. So you've got about 200 homes in that area, or I'm sorry, about 100 homes in that area, 2 cars per home. 200 cars are being forced down Coal Creek Drive that could have gone out South 88th. I'm making a judgment on that at all. That's just the way it is. More traffic goes on Coal Creek to Rock Creek Parkway. I see the new design. It looks cool, right? And the roundabout. There's no way a cyclist is going to do that loop all the way around. He's going to shoot straight through it. I see this constantly in Old Town. No one looks at the stop signs. Even if there's a car there, I've got the right of way, they blow right through it. Yeah, thank you. There's just no way. A cyclist coming down that hill, especially at that speed, he's going to go right through. They're not going to bother with that cyclist lane. And in one lane, that's an accident waiting to happen. And let's look at cost-wise. We're spending a lot more money on a roundabout than we would be by removing the right-hand turn lanes. We just threw more money for a consultant to look at the pools. We keep adding money to different things, and this is an opportunity where we can actually save money and still improve public safety, vehicle safety, especially pedestrian safety. I think removing the right-hand turn lanes actually gets us where we need to be. It doesn't put that additional, $500 to $1 million extra into this project, and we can use that money somewhere else in the town where we need to use it. I just think for me, mill and overlay is fine, delay the project is fine, but right-hand turn lane removal is probably the best bet.
Stephanie, Mike?
Yeah, I'm still mulling over the roundabout, but I would agree that pushing this to 2026 to see if we can get some better pricing feels right. And as far as the mill and overlay versus complete reconstruction, I'd really look to staff recommendation and what the analysis shows. My only concern with doing the mill and overlay is, does that then get on a different replacement schedule for the work we just completed last summer? And I know, Brandon, you talked about we'd be on a better maintenance schedule, so that could extend the life, but I just want to make sure that we're thinking about the entire roadway and what that replacement looks like in 25 or 30 years and the sequencing of that. So I don't know that I have a strong opinion on the mill and overlay versus the complete replacement, but again, I'd look to staff recommendation on what we think is the best option for the road. I do like roundabouts for all the reasons that have been discussed, but I absolutely hear the concerns that have been raised about potential questioning the increase in safety. My piece of feedback would be, it seemed like during the public meeting, there was a lot of public support for the roundabout. And I think if we made a hard turn and went in a completely different direction, that there'd be a lot of really tough questions that we'd need to answer. And so because it seemed like there's a lot of public support for the roundabout, I think I would be in favor of supporting that. Stephanie's a swing vote.
Oh,
Maybe not.
God, I hope not. Totally fine delaying until next year, especially if it gets us some cost savings. I would be very much in favor of that and making sure it doesn't push into the fall. Mill and overlay, I think is fine. I would love to hear about any sort of ideas around extending that with different things that you'd mentioned. So we'd be very, very interested in that. I am extremely torn on the roundabout versus getting rid of the right turn lanes. Personally, for me, I think the right turn lanes accomplishes it, and it's far less confusing. I'm with Mike, where I don't want to totally discount the public outreach, and it was overwhelmingly in support of the roundabout, even though that probably wouldn't have been my personal preference. Am I the deciding vote on it?
Well, you are if you vote for a roundabout. It's a 3-3 if you vote for a turn lane, in which case we call Jen.
She sent us what she wants. She wants a roundabout, but she's not here to vote, so it doesn't matter.
I'll just say, no, sorry.
No,
continue.
that,
When I was at the meeting, I've wavered on this. This is one of those decisions where like there is no right answer, right? Like, and you know, anybody that is in favor of a roundabout and then like a pedestrian gets hit in that intersection, like feels terrible. If we don't do a roundabout and we just keep with the turn lanes and there's a T-bone, then we feel like responsible for that situation. I left the meeting, the public engagement meeting, which was really a fantastic job to staff and our consultant here. It was a really great engagement. It was really well attended. I left that saying 100% roundabout. But I'm not in favor of the roundabout now. And I think that like also like one of the problems with having these conversations is, you know, it's not just a conversation about is it worth it here, right? Like, you know, we had the pricing for what the roundabout, what the value engineered roundabout would be, but we didn't ask the question of, okay, if we spend $500,000 or $1 million on this roundabout here, would you prefer us to do that versus spend $500,000 or $1 million on the pools? You know, because that's the real, you know, financial decision that we make as council here is to how to actually spend the proceeds from the bond issuance and to budget accordingly. We're making those value decisions. So I think it's not just a question of what is the roundabout cost versus what is the right turn lane improvements cost. I think it's really a question of like, where do we want to allocate the resources? Do we want to throw it at this intersection? Does the intersection justify it? Or would we rather prioritize some other infrastructure improvements in town? And for me, like, I think I would rather spend $1 million on fixing decrepit pool that has a hole in it, or fixing a playground down in the park down by Safeway, right? Community park, the playground down there. So
that's a good way to look at it. I'm in agreement with you on that because
can we jump to like just put slide 27 up so we're all kind of looking at the right numbers?
removing the right-hand turn lane gets you the safety that we're looking for. Yeah, we raise taxes for a certain reason, right? To do what the town wants, and the pools were a big part of that, and finishing Rock Creek Parkway. But
So I don't subscribe to the belief that the roundabout's $1 million, right? And maybe I'm misreading this slide, but I see it as a difference of 2.6 to 2.95 on the value engineered versus the right turn removals. I will tell you straight out, we already removed the right turn lanes with flex posts. It is not doing what we want it to. The cars are not slowing down. They're still zipping right through that intersection, and I'm having to cross 2 lanes at a time just to get across, as is every kid. The roundabout, which I've come around on, is 1 lane of travel to cross as a pedestrian before you hit a refuge. That does not exist in the right turn removals. But yes, there is some cost savings with the right turn removals in terms of asphalt, which isn't necessarily captured there, but I don't see it as a $1 million add-on. If we were doing this scratch, when we were talking about the extension of Coal Creek Drive to downtown, we tossed around 1.2, 1.4 for a roundabout then. Now, what staff has come to us with is a roundabout that's a fraction of what that would look like. My feeling is if we're not going down the roundabout, we got to put a traffic light there. I mean, we've had so many, the thing we don't capture are close calls, right? And that's the thing, you know, from a Vision Zero perspective, This is a known problem area that we have an opportunity to fix today. If we weren't doing the mill and overlay, is this worth, scraping and pouring stuff in? No, but we're doing work here. If it's not a traffic light, if it's not a roundabout, we got to put a hawk in here or something for some positive stop control. So, but again, going back, the reason I wanted this up here is it's not $1 million cost difference if we're doing the value engineered roundabout.
And people aren't slowing down in roundabouts. I mean, you can say the traffic data on Rock Creek Parkway, they're going the same speed limit.
You can't do 40 miles an hour in a roundabout.
They're doing it right now. The sheriff's deputies are nailing people at 45 miles an hour in this roundabout, and it's 15 miles an hour.
This is a 2-lane roundabout.
30 miles an hour over, 1 mile an hour. I mean, Neil, they're still going to be speeding. What's the difference between 15 and 25 miles an hour as a pedestrian? That's a minor injury to a major injury.
No, then let's go with the traffic light. I mean, at that level, that's really what we need. If the only way to slow people down is a positive stop, it's a stoplight. Right? Because, what you basically just said is we should not allow any pedestrians to walk because you're likely to get hit.
Roundabouts, yeah. I'm kind of torn because I understand the way roundabouts are designed in theory, the way they're supposed to work, and they do work in certain circumstances, but they don't work here because people aren't paying attention.
They have worked really well at the intersection of Colton and McCaslin. We used to have a stoplight, and we used to have people flying down McCaslin, 70, 90, whatever. That roundabout has been phenomenal at slowing people down. It doesn't get them down to 5, but it takes them from 60 to 30 to 15, because otherwise you can't make the turn.
One of the things is the traffic light's not on here, right? But
that's because staff took it off.
I'm not opposed to entertaining a traffic light just because it gets us a little bit closer to what we're trying to do, right?
The community was dead set against it, right? They saw the roundabout as a much better solution relative to what was trying to be accomplished.
Yeah, and I just keep going back to the scenario where you've got, my computer just died, sorry. You got these intersections, you've got Indiana, there's a light, and then you come down to Coal Creek roundabout or a light, and then you come down to South 88th roundabout. There's just a lot going on in a very short distance. And I realize it's all about safety, right? Yeah. But what's going to mitigate the fact that how do we get people to drive safer on a parkway that's still going to be 2 lanes in each direction, which is going to be paved really, really well. And people, just they, I don't know, man. I keep looking at this from, this isn't my money, or I look at the spending of the town as this is the taxpayers' money. The money that they give us is what we have to be very, very judicious with. And if we can save money in any of these areas and still get closer to a safe amount of pedestrian and vehicular interactions, then I'm in favor of moving in that direction because, like I said, we just raised the price to investigate the pools, to take a look at them. What other things are going to come up in the future that we're going to have to fix or throw money at? And where are we going to get that? Are we eventually going to, hey, we got to do another sales tax thing? We're already pushing 9 as it is. Where do we have to draw the line and say we have to be fiscally responsible to the residents and do the best thing? Roundabout, yeah, it looks sexy, right? You look at the pictures, wow, it looks fantastic, the curves and all this and the colors. I just don't see it as a proper application of safety here and cost savings. I'm not looking at one or the other, right? What gives us the best thing going forward for both? And I think removing the turn lane gives us safety, better safety than we have right now, and it also gives us a cost.
We already removed the right turn lanes with flex posts, right? They're gone, right? What we didn't do is add any friction. People are still hauling butt down that road. It's traffic safety 101. If there's no friction, people are just going to speed the rate they feel comfortable. And right now, that is still 45 miles an hour.
We think we should put speed bumps, or not speed bumps, but the rumble strips.
Something. The point is there is no friction, and removing the right turn lanes won't do it.
People drive to the speed that the road
can handle.
Feels. Or the car.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. And absent something physical, and this is why I had come around to the traffic light. The issue with the traffic light, unless it's red, people don't slow down, right? The traffic circle creates that friction. Mm-hmm. I agree. $300,000 is not free.
Yeah.
Right. But this would have been a much more expensive project if we weren't doing the mill and overlay.
Oh, no, I agree. And the traffic light, I get it. What's the old joke? Red means stop, green means go, yellow means go very fast.
Well, and what the issue for some of the neighbors are like, well, I didn't, because the issue we have with traffic lights is you hit the red light and it's the acceleration post the light. Everyone just like, oh my God, I'm 3 seconds behind. Mm-hmm. That's the bigger risk. The traffic light.
Well, the traffic light also had, when we looked at the grading of the intersection, made for a worse grade right? Didn't the signalized intersection grade like a C as opposed to a B, right?
Yeah, the traffic signal actually, the level of service decreases with the traffic signal, and that's because people wait longer. You're
Right.
forced to wait on the side street.
Right, when otherwise you wouldn't have to wait at all.
Yeah, and for a traffic signal, you typically do a traffic signal warrant analysis to justify a traffic signal, and this intersection doesn't justify a traffic signal. That doesn't mean you can't do one. Indiana does because of that peak hour movement becomes a F. That's what justified that traffic signal versus this location.
So Brandon, thinking about hearing the conversation that's happened from the dais about wanting to slow people down and there's not a lot of support for a traffic signal, is a four-way stop sign an option?
I would not recommend a four-way stop at this location. I mean, it is an option, and Tyler, you can chime in too. I mean, typically you want stop signs to, you usually use four-way stops when you have an equal volume of traffic coming both directions. That's what they're typically used for. And what we would see here is you'd see a lot of rolling stops and people just trying to get through it. Okay. I don't know if you have anything to add, but. Yeah.
I think the other issue with Rock Creek Parkway being 4 lanes, you have like blind spots in terms of who got to the stoplights. I talked about this with Brandon's predecessor because I thought we could do it because they've done that in Broomfield, but Broomfield's not a good example.
One thing, Stephanie, have you made a decision? Because we're sitting here arguing something, you could go either way. So if you pick one, we're done. Not putting you on the spot. Just
No pressure.
in fairness, you really didn't get an opportunity to express your opinion.
I've been mulling it over.
She's had the benefit of all the discussion.
Yeah. Definitely not on board for a traffic signal. I think the community doesn't want it, and my concern with taking it down to 1 lane when we initially had this discussion about Rock Creek Parkway is perception's reality. If people are having to wait, they're just going to start cutting through the neighborhood, which is not what we want to see. I mean, for me, if it was my own personal choice that had nothing to do with the community, I feel like removing the right turn lanes is sufficient, but I feel like because we've seen an overwhelming majority wanting the roundabout, even though I personally think it's a little confusing, you ask the community what they want, an overwhelming majority says that they want a roundabout. And because Rock Creek Parkway serves the entire community, it's not just some random street that only people in the neighborhood use, it's a major cut through. I feel like we need to listen to the community and do the roundabout. That being said, I would want a value engineered roundabout because I don't want it to be a fortune, and I don't think you're getting that much more out of a true roundabout versus the value engineered roundabout. That's kind of where I'm landing.
Okay. Brandon, could you put the value engineered roundabout back up?
Actually, Stephanie brought up a really good point. One of the things that we consistently have is a lot of cut-through traffic on Rock Creek Parkway. And I think this has come up a lot of times because people are using the mapping software. They just bust through here. Those are the ones that are speeding more often than the residents. And this becomes another way to sort of dissuade people from driving on the road. It's a good one.
Cleared out the room.
That's late.
Oh, yeah, just stay up here.
Yeah, I don't see cyclists taking that route as prescribed in the design. I see them shooting right through it.
I actually don't worry about the cyclists coming downhill or going uphill on a 1-lane road. I think they have an option here. Where it's worse is when you're going in a two-lane roundabout, like at 88th Street. Like, as a biker, I have no problem with the Colton and McCaslin roundabout. I have big concerns at 2-lane roundabouts. Those are the ones where you don't know what the car is doing. So 88th is a nightmare as a biker because then you got sidewalks. On this one, Jason, to your point, if I'm coming down the hill, then maybe I just stay in the main lane of traffic, which is okay. But if I'm going up the hill, because I'm going slow, then I will probably take that bike lane. Right.
I think people coming off of Coal Creek are going to come into the roundabout.
That was a really good piece of feedback.
But the people coming down Rock Creek, I think because of this spread, will probably feed into this.
Yeah.
So I think you're going to have a little bit of both.
Yeah.
But is that just going to be paint, or are we going to have curbs on that, the 2-inch curb? Does a 2-inch curb come with a value engineer?
Over there it does.
The orange. Everywhere you see orange would have a curb.
Okay.
All right, well, I think we're at the point of ready to make a motion.
Call a question at least. I'll move to approve Town of Superior Resolution Number R-17, Series 2025. A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Superior approving an agreement with Kimley Horn and Associates Incorporated for the Rock Creek Parkway improvements from South Indiana Street to 88th Street with a roundabout at Coal Creek Drive.
Value engineered.
It doesn't say that, but yes, value engineered roundabout at Coal Creek Drive.
I'll second.
Okay, we've got a motion from Council Member Shaw and a second from Council Member Foster. Let's do a roll call vote.
Mayor Mark Lasis,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Serbu,
Yes.
Councilmember Cowish, Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Councilmember Shaw,
Yes.
Councilmember Foster,
Yes.
Councilmember Craycraft.
Yes.
All right, it passes 5-1.
I guess we didn't give any direction about this being a 2026 project, but that'll come back to us later, right?
Yeah, so
All right.
staff's recommendation is to come back to the council with the pavement rehabilitation in 2025 versus 2026. We are going to push Kimley Horn to do the design as efficiently as possible without jeopardizing quality. So we have an option. So we'll be back in May, likely.
And let's not, like, seriously negatively impact the school traffic.
Overarching.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, everyone, for, yeah, appreciate it. All right. It's 11:24, and we've got our executive session, assuming that the board wants to do it. We've kept Nick up all night.
You might as well then if we're keeping them up all night.
All right.
He's at home.
That's true. All right. Item number 8, executive session to hold conference with the town's attorney to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to Colorado Revised Statutes 24-6-4024B regarding legal issues in original town and related contract matters. Do we have a motion to enter executive session?
So moved.
Got a motion from Councilmember Shaw.
Second.
Second from Mayor Pro Tem Serbu. All those in favor? Passes unanimously.
I believe Nick has his disclaimer.
There it is.
Yep.
I do have my disclaimer. As a Superior Town Attorney, it is my opinion that the following discussion constitutes a privileged attorney-client communication, and I am therefore recommending that no further record be kept of this session, executive session.
And Nick, you'll have to go into this new Zoom link when we move into the conferences.
I'm going to move there.
All right.
I'll see you there.
We're moving next door?
Yeah, just to remove any doubt about
Okay.